Okay, my laugh with a squeak does not work if I'm whispering. It just sounds like I'm dying. Laugh with a screech? Shut up! How dare you? It's no screech, it's a squeak. Okay, I am sad. I am sad because I'm cold. I can't even be sad, I'm sorry. Hi! Shut up, Neko! I hate you. This could be us, but you're blue. I sent a picture of my roommate's cat, because my roommate has a cat. I'm cat sitting for them. And I sent a picture of the cat that was like on my lap and I was petting it to Neko. And I'm just like, this could be us, but you're blue. And Neko is just like not gonna play ball. Shorts in the... Okay, just because I'm wearing shorts doesn't mean I can't complain about being cold. I'm wearing a sweater. I have a space heater on, like 1.5 meters from me. I didn't have it on for the longest time because I just had a heated blanket. Is it really cat sitting if the cat already lives with you? I mean, I'm taking care of the cat now. Like, I'm feeding the cat. I'm making sure the cat is like taken care of. So I say that's cat sitting, even if it is like cat sitting, but one room over. You'll never believe it, but I'm on my way to work, being 30 minutes away by bus, and then tell me we're closing, so I'm only going in for 2 hours instead of 9. Oof. It scared me. I was in Parapecia and thought some stealth enemy was going to get me. Okay, you can't tell me to put on pants. I have forsaken pants in favor of short shorts. The TTRPG full streamer, yes, that is me. Of course I know them. They're me. You should get a personal lap heater, aka a car. I'm not letting you fix that. I'm just going to treat that like you said car. You're not already partially taking care of the cat? I mean, the cat likes my room because I'm here a lot of the time. Like, I have a lot of work online. So I'm in my room, I'm online. The cat likes to come in, chill in my bed. But like, I wasn't feeding the cat with regularity. I wasn't like taking care of her. But now I'm like her only caretaker, you know? So, oh my gosh, this cat, night one, so past couple nights, I've been, first off, hi everyone, say hi in chat if you want me to say hello to you. I'm going to start a poll because if you recall, what I like to do here is I like to have a Q&A section on YouTube streams so that should you be interested in asking me a question, whether about TTRPGs or the game I'm currently running, my writing, myself, just you can ask whatever you want and I'll just get to it when I get to it. Hi EJ and Dynamite and Some Dude and B and EJ again. And Skeleton VA and Zazzy and Evil Wizard Woman and Rafik and Yixtris. And of course Neko, DP, Waffle Cat, Gray, Tiasit, Till, T-Cosid. Hi everyone. I do like saying hi because it feels polite. Hi Observer. What was I doing? Oh, right, Q&A section. Yeah, you can ask me questions. Poll time, yes. Q&A. Have you ever seen someone that just has no grasp of what they're doing? Because that's me. Me. The cold death. No, the cold everything strikes again. There's nothing cold. My desk is cold. Why would you inflict this cognito hazard on me? For those of you who don't know, there was a time where in a single stream, I want to say 3 times in the span of 10 minutes, I accidentally touched my desk and it was so cold that I just went like, whoa, my desk is cold. And I just stopped. I was just feeling how cold my desk was. You're a Libra? I am a Capricorn, which I can say now because I have made my birthday public. Forget beep. No! Every time I look in the mirror. Listen, when I look in the mirror, I see before me the abyss, and I pog in the face of it, and then it pogs back. That's what I do every day. Okay, like, unironically, does anyone else... It's gonna sound kind of sad. Does anyone else, like, actually unironically really struggle to get out of bed in the morning? I was hit with that today. A little bit because it's cold. A lot of it because I'm really tired. But also just, like, actually just... it was so much effort to get out of bed today. So, like, I can pog in the face of the abyss. That doesn't mean that, like, the abyss don't got hands. The abyss keeps on swinging. Oh, me. Yes, every day. Woo! Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm asking TTRPG players. None of you are neurotypical. I spent a good 2 hours after waking up to get ready to get up. I'm not the only one. It takes me like 2 hours before going to bed, while I'm in bed, off my phone or anything, to like get ready to go to bed. And then once I wake up, it takes me like 2 hours once I'm awake to get ready to get up. My day is scheduled around these like built-in times. It varies depending on the temperature plus mood plus responsibilities. Y'all are freaks if it takes you 2 hours to wake up. I'm sorry I'm not capable of bouncing out of bed going, good morning. And then just like running out into my already prepared breakfast and grabbing a single piece of toast before running off to class with that toast between my teeth as I then run into a robot in a schoolgirl outfit. And then we start arguing about like nihilism and fatalism. No, waking up is pain, but I still do it kind of fast. Okay, that's valid. Oh, I was going to make a Q&A. What the Sigma? It's me. I'm the Sigma. It's me. I'm the Sigma. Ask me your questions, Beta. Okay, so I made the Q&A section. If you don't know, if you're asking something of me that is not relevant to the topic at hand, just throw it in there. What I do is I'll just talk normally. I will usually yap about random subjects. I will just go on tangent after tangent after tangent. If I have anything planned, we'll usually talk about that first. And then I'll go through the questions tab. So basically the questions are what the final like third of the stream usually is. So feel free to drop anything there that you want hearing if you want to ask something that isn't relevant to the stream in hand. I have 2 main things I want to talk about today. First is romance. That's the title of the stream. I'm actually going to try and talk about it, mostly because it's related to the Kane game I'm running. And again, for those of you who don't know, Tuesdays, I run a Kane game for one of my friends who is also a content creator. And I've been giving updates about it like every week, basically. So yesterday, we finally got the conclusion to the spider hunt. Yeah, so April and generosity. That's the 2. You see, you're on the right track, Real Robot. Are you sure you don't have ADHD? Listen, I got tested and they said no. Literally everyone I've talked to though has about ADHD has been like, "Are you sure?" You want a second opinion? If I have no responsibilities that day, I just sleep until I wake naturally. Otherwise, I have 5 more minutes. Okay, actually, I don't know about you. My body is incredibly kind when it comes to deadlines. So I am the sort of person where if I have to wake up at like, I don't know, 8 a.m., I will naturally wake up like 7:45, 8 o'clock. My body, if I have like an early deadline, will just kind of naturally wake up at the normal deadline, at the early deadline, whether it's like 6 a.m., 8 a.m., whenever. But like if I don't have a normal time, then I'm screwed. I am just like, okay, listen, you have to build up a cache on your off days. And then on your productive days, on the days that you have deadlines, that's when you spend the cash. Test can be wrong. Test can be wrong. I think it's too big to fit. You can ask multiple questions. Because the way I see it, if you don't know, I have a separate chat open, which is just individual messages from each of you that has like, Zazzy does stuff. Arrow, is today a 2 coffee kind of day? And then I can like click it and then I can show you. So if you just like send 2 questions, if you ask me 2 questions, it would be like EJ asks, hey, Arrow, what do you think about? And then from EJ again, drugs. And I'll be like, drugs are bad, okay? Are you absolutely positive you don't have ADHD? No, I'm very clear about the fact that I suspect that I have it. Yay, charity, virtue. No charity. Actually. Oh man, I could have put charity in the background of the thumbnail. That would have been Pog. If I wake naturally, that I do a cat stretch front to back and then just shake and wake up. Okay, I will say, I will just occasionally do like the back arch. like I'll just like do a cat stretch where like I'm like, it's gonna sound so awkward to say. I'll like get on my bed and like stretch my arms out and I'll basically do like a face down, like booty up, where I just like stretch out my back, I arc my back, and I just like stretch forward, stretch backwards. And it's a good stretch, but like it's also kind of sussy. The arrow kissers are coming. Listen. I'm not gonna say no to fan art. I see the Q&A is referencing ABO, which fits the video title. Is Sigma ABO? Has Sigma been co-opted into ABO? I was going for a sociosexual dominance hierarchy. Is that the male one? Is that the one that all like the Andrew Tates support? Where it's just like, you're either a beta or you're an alpha, but outside of the pyramid is the sigma. Omega is ABO? That's what I thought. There we go. Got both in. I unironically also cat stretch. Big stretch. So like, I've actually been trying something, and I don't know how successful this is, but it feels like it's already been kind of successful. Okay. I have decided, after just kind of being like, it would be funny if I could do this. You know the thing? So I assume most of you know, like, a cabedon. You push somebody against a wall, and like you have your hand above their shoulder, right? Like, so like there's a wall here, and like you push them against it, and like arm above it. Cabedon. Are you aware that there's also a version where someone does it with their leg? So what I've been doing for like a week now, I've just been going up to like my bed and a wall, and I'll stretch out my leg, and I will like have it as flat, like straight as possible, and I'll like press it against the wall, and I'll just hold it there, and I'll like lean forward with my torso, because I'm basically just being like, hey, can I get to the point where I can do a legedon? I have no end goal. This is not with purpose. It's literally just like, hey, I might as well do this for flexibility, because flexibility is very important. It would be funny if I could do this. Isn't that the Miles Morales shoulder thing? No. So the Miles Morales shoulder thing is like person, neck, shoulder, like that. The shoulder thing is like, hey, you know? Cabedon is hey, you know? So like one is grabbing their shoulder, one is putting your hand against the wall by their head, you know? And generally, hey, the shoulder thing is like we're level with each other. Cabedon is almost always I'm either taller than you or you're kind of like pushed back and leaning back. And so I'm looming over you as I cabedon. So all of that is to say, arrows today, 2 coffee kind of day. I don't drink coffee, sorry. Yes, you're very flexible. Now put... What the heck? Gosh, I finally have a real motivation to get in shape. Honestly, okay. I am not gonna lie. I'm gonna be fully 100% honest with you. I started being more active a couple years ago. Honestly, COVID. But like around COVID, actually. So more than a couple years ago. Just like going on a walk every day. Sometimes that's a jog. I'll do like weights. Again, like 10-pound weights, which I think is like 7 kilos. So nothing intense, but I do it every day. And so I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, hello? Who are they? like unironically, not only has it been a massive confidence boost, like I also just think like I look more attractive, right? Like, parts of myself that I was uncomfortable with before, I am either more comfortable with or like I'm just not really that uncomfortable with them anymore. For instance, like my thighs used to be something that I was uncomfortable with, but now because I've been like going on like a 2-mile walk or like a 5-minute jog or like a up and down outside, up a hill walk, my thighs and my calves are actually fairly well defined. And like, sure, I might not be like jacked. I might not even be toned. I think I'm like on the edge of toned. I'd say I'm fit. Also, excuse me for a moment. Sorry about that. Normally, my nose gets all stuffy when I stream. For whatever reason, it just got really, like, runny. Zahando! JoJo has such good sound effects. Like, Zahando sound, Zaworldo sound. No, arrow is forbidden. My motivation was originally to help me shrink my gut. Now I know that's mostly my liver because my arms and legs are toned while my torso looks like Dr. Eggman. Okay, so part of the issue is that a lot of people online will tell you to target specific regions. But if you talk to anyone that knows what they're talking about, they will tell you, like one of the first things they will tell you is that the body is holistic. You cannot target fat loss. And obviously, like muscle growth you can target, but fat loss is not targeted. If you want fat loss in your gut, if you want fat loss in your thighs, if you want fat gain in your chest or in your booty, those are not areas you can just choose to add fat to or choose to remove fat from. It is your body will pretty evenly throughout your entire body remove fat distribution. So it's a little bit of genetics. Like there is a part of physical form and attractiveness that is just genetic. But also, like, there is a part of physical form and attractiveness that is just genetic. But also, like, there is a part of physical form and attractiveness that is just genetic. But also, like, there is a part of physical form and attractiveness that is just genetic. But also, like, there is a part of physical form and attractiveness that is just genetic. But also, even if you have, so let's say that you're femme presenting, you want a larger chest, but like hormones aren't doing it for you, and just your weight distribution just does not put a lot of like fat on your chest area. You're probably going to get that in like your thighs and your booty. That's probably going to be more of a hip area, and you can still be muscular, which a lot of people find attractive, or maybe not muscular, maybe just like fit, maybe toned. So you can be attractive and desirable, so to speak, without actually meeting what your goals initially were. Because again, a lot of self-image is deconstruction. I want to be X, therefore I'll Y, right? I want to be attractive, so I'll work out. I want to be smart, so I'll study. I want to be cool, so I'll sleep around. Like, whatever it ends up being, a lot of self-image is deconstructing those X, so I'll Y. To be fair, my overall body fat has reduced. It's just the liver fat does not want to, yeah. And like, I don't know if you drink, that's something that might be helpful if you cut down on, but sure, you can target fat loss with a knife. No. Can I do a backflip? I cannot do a backflip. I can't do a forward flip either. Like, I can do a forward flip on a trampoline. I've done a forward flip on a trampoline, let me say. But like, I can't do a flip. I can't do a backflip. I have some experience doing like floor work. Like, I have some experience doing power when I was like b-girling, but like I was never good at it. I never devoted a lot of my time to it. It was always as a hobbyist. So like, I have the ability to do like spins and stuff, but and I did. I can't remember what the name of it is. It's the one where you go like that, like a one-handed handstand. I could do that for like a couple seconds at a time. Can I do a split? No, I can't. I've never been able to do a split. I kind of want to. Once I do the leg adon, if I can get to the point where I do the leg adon, I might shift gears to I start doing split stretches, just because I think it would be fun. Cringe? Shut up, some dude. I was told I have 2 F ability ratings, one with and without trauma. Oh my gosh. Oh, you started drinking about a year ago? That's fair. That's very fair of you. And then that's not something that's easy to do, because like drinking is something where, as someone that has never drank, I think I've talked about this on stream before, you're the weird one. As someone who does not drink alcohol, if you're at a social event where alcohol is present, you're weird. And it's such an odd experience, but it's such a palpable experience. Take it from me, alcohol tastes bad. So I've heard. Like, I don't drink for a myriad of reasons. The most like simple of which is it costs money, calories, and luck. It costs you money if you remove alcohol from your diet. Like, alcohol is recreation. So if you cut down on recreation, you can cut down on alcohol that spends less money. It tends to be fairly expensive if you get good alcohol, like if you go to bars or something. Calories, it is very high in calorie, particularly like beers. They're empty calories. Yes, they have some nutritional value, but like they're generally not that great. And like, as far as I'm aware, you also get like bloated by drinking them, because they have like particularly like a frothy beer has like air in it. And also just luck. If you're getting tipsy or you're buzzed or you're drunk, you're probably going to make poor decisions. And I don't believe that there's like necessarily a finite amount of luck you have, but also I do recognize that there is a general pattern of behavior where like the luckier you are in one moment, the less lucky you'll be in the next moment. So if I get drunk, like blackout drunk, and I'm like downtown and I wind up at home and I don't know what happened and nothing bad happened, I might not have a good couple next days. Be just by pure chance of like, okay, like guardian angel, universe, like manifestation, whatever it ends up being, you're gonna have like a bad time because you spent all your luck on that night when you're blackout drunk and you don't even remember it. Or it might be You got arrested for public intoxication? Hello, Trey. Don't start? Yeah, I don't plan to. Cutting soda and alcohol will do wonders for weight loss if you drink either. I find myself drinking a lot of calories in pursuit of caffeine to get up early in the morning. Yeah, so I talk about this all the time. I used to drink soda all the time. Like when I was a teenager, I would have like multiple a day. And as I got older as a teenager, I got down to like once per day. And then eventually I was like a couple a week. And then I just completely cut it out of my diet, right? And this was actually wasn't even something I did like intentionally. I don't even think I went into this with the idea of like, I'm going to stop drinking soda. It was just like, I stopped drinking as much. And at the top of 2024, the very beginning of 2024. So like, I think like a couple, like between Christmas 2023 and New Year's 2024, I got sick. I got like bedridden for 24 hours. Like I could not get out of bed without like wanting to throw up. And then eventually once I got out of bed, I did throw up. And I was like stuck in bed for like 24 straight hours. And actually funny enough, that was the first time that Bricky and Matarakan collabed, was the same day. So I just had that stream on and they were like reviewing Warhammer minis. And I was just like sick in bed, unable to do anything, watching a VTuber who I thought was cool talk to a flesh tuber who I thought was cool. And then it started his VTuber arc, which was awesome. But because of that, I had zero sugar that entire day because I didn't eat. Like that entire day, I had maybe a couple crackers, right? Alcohol is borrowing enjoyment for the next day. Exactly. Local drunken lesbians arrested for political campaigning, charged with public urination. That's good. So I had no sugar for like 24 hours. And I kind of just decided, well, if I went 24 hours with no sugar, why don't I just have no sugar at all? Or like I just reduce my sugar intake. So throughout all of 2024, I was very particular about reducing my sugar intake. And I'm now at the point where if something is too sugary, I will not like it. Like, I can't drink a soda by itself anymore. Like, a soda is too sugary that it doesn't feel like a liquid to me. It feels like a syrup. And without sugar, everyone's been bitter ever since. Honey, I took sugar because I was already bitter. I've never been sweet. The phrase flesh tuber sounds awful if you don't know the context. I'm getting rid of soda out of my life and I'm going to drink peach tea from now on. That's the issue, right? Tea, like sweet tea, is often just as sugary. Like in Arizona, I used to, like after I stopped drinking soda, I was drinking like Arizonas. But Arizonas have a comparable amount of sugar. And it was only after like I went on this like sugar detox that I stopped drinking them. And like Arizona iced tea is something where I just can't drink them anymore. Like I can because they're light enough. They are like flavored water effectively, but it's just so sugary. And like, I don't want to get back on that. I'm enjoying how I am now with like reduced sugar intake. I'll have juice in the morning and a little bit of juice at night. So I'll have like 2 cups of juice a day. Which juice is super sugary. Juice is, and if you ask Hank Green, he'll say like, juice is soda, just not carbonated. So like, technically I'm not doing exactly what I should be doing, but it's part of my ritual, right? Your sweet tooth is too strong. I don't eat candy. I used to eat candy all the time. I used to love candy. Now I will have like a single cookie at night. And if we have candy from some other reason, like for instance, after Halloween, we had candy, like I might have some candy. At H Mart, we picked up these like yuzu hard candies. And so like when I go on my walk, I'll take like a yuzu hard candy and like just like taste yuzu as I'm going on a walk. But I really like don't have that much candy anymore. And again, that's something where because I've reduced my sugar intake so much, I enjoy the candy, particularly if it's candy I used to enjoy, like sour candy, but I really just don't need it. It's not healthy. Yeah, it does taste good, but like it's never like fulfilling. It's empty calories. It's expensive. So like I don't need that in my life. I cut candy out of my life. Arrow, you're plenty sweet. You're also just mildly insane, but neither here nor there. Okay. How am I mildly insane? Explain to me how I'm mildly insane. What gives you the impression I am mildly insane? I think you've picked up which part of that sentence I take issue with. Although I am curious, does anyone like actually think I'm crazy? Like, not necessarily like legally insane, because insane, fun fact, is a legal definition. Medically, you are not insane. Legally, you can be insane. Legally, it's basically that you are not in control of your actions. The Lancer High School AU? Oh, yeah. You're on the spotlight now, buddy. It's the exact same vibes as when you start groaning when you stand up. Like, I do that sometimes. I will like sit down and go, you know? Wait, high school Lancer AU? Yes. I'm definitely neurospicy. I didn't say I wasn't neurospicy. I am like, I've been diagnosed with like depression. I'm medically depressed. Which was wild to me because I'm like, I feel fine. And then the person interviewing me was like, yeah. And I think that it's like cyclical. And I think that you're in a fine state now and that you're going to be not fine later. And then like a couple months later, I was very much not fine. And I was like, whoa, I forgot this happens. That's moaning. Shut up. Okay. My moans are groans. Last stream we went over, it was from 6 months ago. Yeah, so the Lancer High School AU. The Lancer High School AU is a conversation AU we started that multiple people were like, oh, I want to write fanfic about this. And then no one wrote fanfic about it, you cowards. Where we anthropomorphized all of the mechs. Not to like make them human, but to like give them personalities and like be alive as mechs. And we said, okay, in high school, you had a bunch of pre-existing relationships. And then in the modern day, like this is flashback time period. The modern storyline that we're following is all of these characters who had like high school cliques and high school archetypes in the modern day where they all work at different companies, which are the big four. So you have like the Black Witch is a character who like is often reduced to her attractiveness despite being very competent at what she does. You have like the White Witch who's like basically a mean girl who is manipulative of all of the other characters around her. You have the Nelson that used to be a jerk, a hotshot, like a peak in high school, but then in graduating realized there's more to life than that. Started making amends, works as like EMS. Like works like volunteers for like search and rescue and is like making amends with the people that he used to bully. And so it's this kind of thing where everyone started as a cliche and now you're seeing how people like evolve because not everyone did that. The Zhang never evolved. The Zhang is still kind of like in that hup hup hoorah mindset. The Nelson is the person you want to meet at the high school reunion. The Zhang is the person you don't want to meet at the high school reunion. Also, question. I don't know if any of you are old enough. Have any of you had a high school reunion? And if yes, did you even go? Like, I don't understand the point of a high school reunion. In the US at least, a high school is seen as a stepping stone to either the trades or to university in most cases. Now, obviously, depending on your area, you might go directly into the workforce after high school. Like you're legally obligated to continue high school, but if you have like a family business, you might just immediately join the family business. But a lot of times you're going to go into university, either community or state or private, or you're going to go into a trade school and become like a plumber. You might take like the police academy exam. Like you'll go into a trade. So like, I feel like that's the level where you should have reunions. Like obviously you're not going to have like a class of 26 reunion in 2046, because if you graduated from a university that has like 10,000 total students, you would have like 25,000 people, you know, graduating that year. But like, if you graduated with a communications degree, maybe the communications college only had like 300 people graduate that year. So maybe the communications college throws on like a class of 26 reunion, and then you meet a bunch of people who had the same major and you went to a bunch of classes with. Like, that seems reasonable. You've definitely had one by now. No interest in going, didn't go, no one wouldn't go, no one future no. Didn't go to a reunion because I had no real ties to anyone from high school and didn't really care enough to try and reconnect. You've been avoiding your college one? That's because of a toxic ex? Ugh. It's safe to assume there will be zero overlap between your viewer base and people who go to high school reunion. Well, okay, so you say that. I think a high school reunion is like, what, 20 years? My viewer percentage on YouTube is like 40% 18 to 25-year-olds and like 40% 26 to 35-year-olds. So like, this is like slightly too young, assuming you're 35, to be high school reunion age. So this is like 70 to 80% of my audience, which sounds about right. You know, like generally people who are into TTRPGs probably got into it when they were teenagers within the past 10 years. Maybe they were a bit older, or maybe they got into it 20 years ago and they were a teenager. Like generally you're going to get into it when you're like a teenager, and then you're going to stick with it for a decade, 2 decades. This tracks with what I would expect. It does skew a bit older than I expected. I assumed that just based on the fact that I make, like, I don't know, entertainment, I would get mostly 18 to 25-year-olds, but it's pretty evenly split between 18, 25, and 26, 35. 20 years? I thought it was 10. I mean, it might be 10. I don't know. Do you think I care about high school reunions? A great reminder that I'll be in a quarter of my lifetime. Oh my gosh. Got into it after high school, just before college. Era, would you go to a high school reunion? Would you go to a high school reunion? I'm a special case where the high school I went to had a special program that I got like accepted into, and I participated in this like STEM program. So I would not have the high school reunion. I would be in this like STEM program where I don't talk to basically anyone from this anymore. And obviously I'm in a completely different field, so I wouldn't have much like professional overlap. So like, obviously I had friends from this program, but like this would be me and like 20 other people, instead of like a class of like 100, 150. Unrelated, but your voice is the most androgynous voice ever. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, I try. Like, that was my goal, is to be androgynous. I get a lot of folks reading me mask with my voice. I get a lot of folks who read me as trans femme, a trans woman. I'm androgynous. I'm non-binary. Squeaky toy. I've accepted that I have a squeak laugh. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't realize that I had this for the longest time. And there's a lot of content creators. There's a lot of influencers who have like special laughs, like Doki Bird, from Niji Sanji, Fulgur Ovid with his tea kettle laugh, like Mint, like Made Mint and her giggle. You have tons of different content creators who have like unique laughs. So I never thought that I would have that. You think your laugh is more she like that? I know of an old grognard who's been playing D&D since the first edition came out, and he watches D&D YouTube content. That's why like 5% of my audience, or like 3% of my audience, is like 55 plus. Which, like, honestly, respect. Like, I'm in a weird position where given the state of the world, and specifically the country I live in, the US, I have a fairly strong suspicion of like boomers, right? And call that unjustified all you want. My generation and the generations below me, and also probably even like Gen X and lower, are so like Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z, Gen Beta, Gen Alpha. Like, I think everyone kind of has a collective like disdain for boomers because so many of the world's problems right now are the direct result and continued result of boomers. But at the same time, there have been plenty of people who are 50, 60, 70, 80 who are just like, I just like respect. And it's this weird thing where I very much believe in like respecting your elders. I believe in like, as someone that has more lived experience, they will have truths that they can pass on to you. And it might not be accurate to you and your lived experience, but it will be accurate to what they went through. And therefore there's value in seeing how they wound up in their life and what they did and what mistakes they made and what regrets they have. And it's always very interesting hearing what these people say. But at the same time, a lot of them don't think that I should exist and actively campaign against my rights. So I have this weird double think of like, demographically, I'm suspicious, but at the same time, individually, I have had great respect. Who's 50-year-old watching my videos? Listen, if you're 50 plus, even if you're like 40 plus, or just call it 35 plus. So like, if you're 35 plus, if you're not in my main demographic range, like, you're welcome here. I don't care. Like, I think that if you enjoy TTRPG content, by all means. If you enjoy VTuber content, by all means. Like, if you're not being weird about it, I don't think it matters if you're 18 or if you're 80, right? If it's consuming content, and anyone can do that. If everything goes well, ideally, I won't be recognized if a high school reunion ever happens. Ideally, my appearance changes enough with E. That's fair. Which I will say, for any of you who are transitioning or looking to transition, specifically with E, you will have to do more than just take your girl juice. You know, you will have to like change your diet. You will have to change your workout routine. You are going to lose muscle mass if you don't maintain it. You're going to lose other functions if you don't maintain that. And it's a matter of like, you have to, like you only get out what you put in. You have to work for it. But if you're motivated, presumably you want to, like if you're doing that, you're presumably motivated to do that. Just make sure you put in the effort. With T, with testosterone, it's primarily more like, E is something where, I don't know, if E pushes you in this direction and you want to go this direction, you have to course correct, right? With T, it's more like you want to go this direction. T is going to get you like there, usually. And you need to take T as a force multiplier to help you get the rest of the way. Like, a lot of particularly trans femmes online, and I've talked about this before, where like obviously nothing wrong with trans femmes, trans mascs, anything like that, but there is a fairly vocal minority of trans women online who are usually chronically online who are kind of jerks, to put it bluntly. I guess like would this be femcells? I don't know if that's related, but it's the idea of like, oh, trans men have it so easy because X and Y and Z. Trans men don't have to work for it. You just take T and it all works. Your voice just drops. You just get all of the body hair and the muscle that you want. Like, no, you do also have to work for it. It's just with T, it is T makes it so that you like multiply all of your gains by like 130%, you know? Whereas estrogen is more like it puts you fully in a direction that may or may not line up with what you want and you have to course correct. They are both challenging in their own ways, and you have to put in work in both ways. Tumblr, I don't know if it's Tumblr. when I think of it, I think of Reddit, because I think of like Egg IRL and stuff. Again, no disrespect to them as women or as trans people, but just like, if you're going to be a jerk online, I'm going to call you a jerk online. Hi, why are we talking about HRT? Because romance? Gonna go now. Bye. Later, UJ. Just came in and we're talking about Elamel. Imagine being 50 and still having hobbies and not being miserable all the time. That would be pretty great. Most common regret in people that are suffering from terminal diseases is not having been true to themselves. Yeah. Most common regret of old people is not having been true to themselves, not having stood up for themselves. Plenty of them are good folk, but it is true that there are plenty that have done more harm than good for society. I mean, that's true of a lot of groups, right? There's a lot of groups where most of them have been harmful, or a very few have been very harmful. Like, and that kind of ruins the reputation for everyone else. And that doesn't mean that you should like hate the entire group. Which is why I try not to hate old people. Like, old people are generally swell. It's just with an old person, I generally don't feel confident that they're going to respect me as a person. Like, obviously, in the best case, they do, but in a lot of cases, they think I'm misguided. Right? In a lot of cases, they think that my lived experience is a lifestyle choice. And that's just like, no, that's not how that is. Speaking about your romance, Kane Yuri, that is what the romance was built off of. Because we're chronically off topic, that is very true. I kind of like losing muscle mass, like fighting the jar lock is affirming. That's a very trans femme thing, is like, hey, I can no longer open the jar. What I will say is that, like, I don't know if this is like my muscle mass going down or me just like not having enough calories. But there have been times where like I've struggled with like opening a jar or something, or like lifting my weights. And the next day I'll be fine. I think it's that I don't eat enough. I think it's that I don't have enough calories to burn. So I cannot be effectively lifting. I cannot be effectively doing things around the house because I have not eaten enough. And that's always a struggle because like my brain is like bad, you know, eat more. Listen, I try my very best, but without getting into it, my brain struggles with that. And also my appetite has massively reduced as I've gotten older. And I think that's just like the natural drop of metabolism. I think that's just naturally like once you like go past like 20, 21, 22, you just kind of like tank your metabolism. And that's why a lot of people start, particularly people who like have always been skinny, like I was. A lot of people gain weight in their 20s because they like lose that teenage metabolism because they don't have good habits, right? And that's why I tried really hard for years now to like form good habits. And generally speaking, I haven't gained much weight. Like I think I've gained some muscle mass. So I have like gotten heavier, but I haven't gained like fat, right? Are there stress ball hand exercises to strengthen their hands? I mean, probably like grip strength. I think that's mostly forearms because if you've ever like gripped your hand over and over and over and over, that's generally a forearm workout. If you take too much estrogen, you'll become big E and end up on the golden throne for 10,000 years. Only 10,000? Where TTRPG? Why are you role-playing that one YouTuber who has their dad working at Blizzard? Okay, guys, if you say mana in chat, I'm gonna ban you. I'm sorry. Like, how dare you? All trans femmes need henchmen to open jars for them. I think that's just called the awesome lesbian girlfriend. And that's usually the top. So I think the trans femme is the henchman there. Yo, how long have we been live? It says below the stream, you goober. 50 minutes. If you're working on it, that's nice to hear. Sorry to hear you have difficulty with that. Yeah, I mean, I've had difficulty with that like my entire life. Like it was worse. So many of my things were worse when I was a teenager. So many of my things were worse when I was a teenager. And then it got really bad when I hit uni. Like, oof. Honestly, some things got better when I hit uni. Some things got very worse. And then once I like went through uni and then I graduated and then like I'm now like years later, I'm in a much better spot. But also like there are times where I'm just like not in a good spot. And I like to think that I don't let that show. I like to think that I don't let that show on camera. I don't like bother the community with that. But it is something where like I'm pretty open about after it's happened. Like, yeah, I was really struggling. Like, I think October of last year was like one of my worst months in like a couple years, right? And I don't think it. I like to think it wasn't very clear. I like to think it wasn't very obvious. But like behind the scenes, I was really struggling. And I just try to not make that your problem. I check notifs to see how long we've been alive. If you're on desktop, it should say under the title. No, they got rid of that. Stupid goobers. Yeah, they replaced it where it's like you can't see how long you've been live for. Where it used to be just underneath it would say like started 2 hours ago, started 50 minutes ago. And like sometimes it says that, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's blocked. Speaking of Yuri, my players did a fan service bit in the hot springs. Me and EJ just listened on height proportions from the two players. I don't think it will be a romance, but that's on them. Oh, less for live than an hour. Got it. Okay. So I'll talk about Kane Yuri. Have I talked about the beach episode from my werewolf game? Because I do think in your TTRPGs, you need fan service. Now, to make it clear, fan service is not objectifying the characters. Fan service is not, ooh, look at how sexy these characters are. It can be. That is fan service. But fan service can also be these two characters everyone ships, like, go on a date. It could be the one character who has a terrible time has one good day. You know? Arrow, no sugar, low calories. Also, Arrow, I can't open drawers and do normal stuff. And I'm here sitting and eating delightful stew, and it's kind of funny, but also worrying. Okay, so I have added sugar back into my diet. Like throughout 2025, I did that. Like, but at a reduced level. And I don't purposely have low calories. It's just like, I have psychological disagreements with eating too much, I'll say. Kane is deified. Wait, wrong one. Who the heck is Kane? So, Gorilla Slope, you seem to be a bit new here. Kane is a TTRPG. Kane is a game that I'm running for one of my friends. I generally talk about it on Wednesdays. I spend a lot of time on MS Paint. I draw, I write, I talk about tangents. If you have any questions, you can drop it in the Q&A section. But otherwise, just it's free-form conversation. As above, so below, something until the stain is like wiped. I did have a player who was a fan service in Scum and Villainy. There's a playbook called Speaker. I haven't seen Firefly, unfortunately. Is Firefly the one with, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal with the dinosaurs? Is that one? But only watch your voiceover? That's what it is. Got it. So when I said new here, I meant like new to stream, because I have a like different audience for shorts versus streams. And I respect that. And I don't want to value one over the other. Just because in streams, you can talk to me. In streams, it's more of a back and forth. I still want to value all of my shorts viewers. Kane is as if Jujutsu students worked for the SCP Foundation, exercising Persona 3 Shadows and Persona 5 Palaces. Persona 4 Shadows in Persona 5 Palaces with the vibes of Persona 3. Because Persona 3 Shadows is just monsters, right? Persona 4 Shadows are the dark reflection of who you are. The part of you don't want to acknowledge. And then Persona 5 Shadows are similarly the dark part of yourself that you don't want to acknowledge, but generally like of evil people. So while Persona 4 Shadows are hostile and antagonistic, they're almost always come from a place of trauma. Funny enough, they come from a place of like, I don't feel comfortable with myself, so I'm going to take that out on the world. I have deep-seated insecurity that I'm going to mask by having like complete control over my friend. I feel trapped, so I'm going to break everything and break free forcibly. Whereas in Persona 5, it's more like, boy, do I just love abusing my students? Like, Persona 4 is a trauma response. Persona 5 is, ooh, do I love being evil? However, actually, I'm playing Persona 5. Apparently, that's not always the case. I just got to the first, I assume first, Medjed Palace, where it's the pyramid. No spoilers on who it is, but, like, apparently not all shadows are evil? You don't know any of those games or anime or sites. Wow. You're here from the voiceovers. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so Persona is a series where you have a shadow within yourself. Think a Jungian psychology. And with your shadow, that is the dark impulse of yourself that you refuse to acknowledge. If you are someone who secretly feels inadequate, and you feel like no one likes you, and you feel like you are unworthy of love, but you don't talk about that, you don't acknowledge that, you don't like seek help for that, your shadow would manifest as a representation of your fear of not being worth it, your imposter syndrome. And then in Persona 4 at least, you would fight your shadow, and then once you accept it as a part of yourself, you recognize, like, yes, this is something I struggle with, and this is something that is part of me, that does not make me like less or worse of a person for it, then you get a persona, which is basically like a JoJo stand. It is a punch ghost. It is a thing that is a manifestation of your inner spirit. To explain in non-anime terms, Kane is where you play psychic soldiers who are given the quasi-religious task of wiping away the stain of humanity by hunting down psychic entities. Yeah, so in Kane, everyone has a small amount of grace. And people with enough grace that go through trauma will manifest a sin. The sin will be based off of whatever trauma was. So if I'm someone who is depressed, if I'm someone who wants to take my own life, if I'm someone who feels like I have no direction in life, I might manifest an ogre, a representation of despair. And then the player characters have a bunch of grace and are considered exorcists, where they go around and they fight sins. So the whole game revolves around being traumatized and fighting people with trauma. Project Moon, very Project Moon from what I've heard. But what is Kane in Fortnite terms? So Fortnite terms, Kane is when tilted towers gritties on your Miku Fortnite skin. I think. The entire crew put it in downtime to get this new cybernetic. Oh my gosh! Being evil, doing some evil things can be a trauma response, but P5 generally is just evil. Yeah, exactly. Like in P4, you deal with evil people who have shadows. In P5, you deal with good people who have shadows. But broadly speaking, P4 is good people accepting the darker aspects of themselves and realizing that doesn't make them a bad person. P5 is stopping the evil aspects of evil people, broadly speaking, on both sides. It's a wild ride the entire way through, and I still consider it one of my wildest TTRPG experiences. With the guy decided to take part in a medical trial for he was human egg depositor enhancement cream. So of course I did a few rolls and I basically decided his dong grew a hardened chitin, which did not respond well to excess blood flow. And then everyone put in downtime to get him a cybernetic schlong. What is wrong with you people? Do you think Fortnite would drop on tilted towers in Fortnite or even play Fortnite? I think Fortitude would be in Fortnite. Not playing Fortnite. I feel like Fortitude would be added to Fortnite and you could get a power up, like you can be like Goku or Thanos or whoever. And then Fortitude's whole thing is that you lose all ranged weapons, but your punch is instant kill. Right? Fortitude would somehow kill every other player in a Fortnite lobby. But what's Kane in Fortnite terms? Generosity at some point, probably. Fortitude would call Fortnite weak beta nonsense and play PUBG instead. Oh my gosh. Fan service. Beach episode. I ran a beach episode in Werewolf. This was like months ago at this point. They had just done a bunch of traumatic stuff. If you saw my False Hydra video, if you saw the Wailing one video, this was right on the tails of that. And the entire sept is like, hey, we need to just like get away from Garrow nonsense. We need to just like chill. We need to like hang out and connect on a level that is not as the defenders of Gaia. And so they decided we're going to go to the beach. And they just go to the beach. So this TTRPG seems to have established characters. So in Kane, there is like 6 mentor characters called virtues. Fortitude is one of them. And in the story I'm going to tell after the speech episode, another one is called Justice. The virtues are mentor characters. The virtues are non-player characters that your player character can say, this person is my mentor, and I get special abilities, but I have special rules that I have to follow by them being my mentor. Ladies, gentlemen, and the rest, you don't care, but I have just reached the point where I need to increase my reps. You got this, Gray. Everyone cheer on Gray. I want you to do heart emotes. I want you to say you got this, Gray. I want you to encourage Gray to go forward, because in this community, we encourage each other to push our limits and do the best we can. You got this, Gray. I allowed my players a wide range of ideas and freedom, which they would occasionally put to stress tests. Oh my gosh. Fortitude out here playing Arc Raiders solo with nothing but a pickaxe and a dream. Everyone who's going to the gym while watching this, raise your hand. Yeah, let's spend that over to B. Let's send that to B as well. If you're at the gym right now, I want you to do 1 extra rep, and I want you to hold it. I want you to do that rep, and I want you to not do it quickly. I want you to do it slowly. I want you to do it purposely, and I don't want you to drop it back down or set it back down quickly. I want you to hold it there for like 1, 2, 3, and then lower it slowly. Hold the rep, then pog. Exactly. Arrow, shadows in P5 feel more like things we keep hidden than things we don't want to acknowledge. See, yes, but P5 is exclusively evil people, or mostly evil people. It's not exclusive. But the shadow in the Persona series is the things you want to keep hidden. Persona 3 doesn't really address it. I suppose it kind of does, but like not really. Persona 4 is all about that. And then Persona 5 is the evil people you're changing the heart of have a shadow that is the dark, distorted reflections of their desires. It's less so like Kamoshida. I'm saying Kamoshida because he's the very first one. He's not a spoiler. Kamoshida knows he's hurting students. He just doesn't acknowledge that they shouldn't be hurt, right? Therefore, his shadow isn't like him hiding from the fact that he hurts his students. He's not like unaware that he's hurting students. He's just like suppressing his true colors to everyone else. Yeah, Persona 3 shadows are more generalized to the collective unconscious stuff. Yeah, like mementos from Persona 5. 1 extra rep of laying in bed, let's go. Okay, but beach episode, they're like, hey, let's go to the beach. Garrow, a couple of them say no, but most of them say yes. They go to the beach, everyone has like a swimsuit, and there's some really funny stuff, like for instance, the player character, who at this point was going by Speaks, initially with Silverpaws, now speaks with Banes. That's their new name that they've earned. They are in a pack with Firebreaker, and Firebreaker is a Ragabash. So in Garrow culture, the Ragabash is a social group who are all about challenging tradition, and they don't quite have Jester's privilege. They're the stress testers of society. They are the ones that say, that is a dumb rule. We need to break that rule. I'm going to do the thing that no one else is willing to do. I'm going to be the thief. I'm going to be the rogue. I'm going to be dishonorable, because that is what we need to get this done. And society and our rules are keeping us from doing what we need to do. So Breaker is a Ragabash, and he is like a mentor in a character called Bears for Fangs. And what they do is, as soon as they get to the beach, they look at each other and they both run to the edge of the water, they jump in, and they swim out as far as they can. Because Bears is like a physical therapist, is like a fitness instructor, and Breaker's like an 18-year-old. Why are we talking about Furry Beach episode? Because why not? I'm talking about a TTRPG that I ran. OSHA exists to do nothing but hold back werewolf ingenuity. 90% of queer werewolves are ragabash. Disagree. The sept I'm running is very queer, and very few of them are ragabash. Time to be way hard opposition and see how that goes. So Breaker's like 18. Bears is like a fitness instructor. So they're both like peak fitness. So they like swim out a fair distance just straight into the water for no reason other than which one of us can go farther. They see that 90% of werewolves are queer, period. No, you're conflating that with fae and also kindred and also mages and also hunter. Wait, I think just 90% of World of Darkness characters are queer. Yeah, that's what happens when your main like playing audience is goth TTRPG enthusiasts. To be fair, werewolves isn't goth. Like just Vampire the Masquerade is for the goths. But a lot of World of Darkness players are queer. So Speaks is like listening to everyone else, having conversations. The leader of the sept is someone called Balanced Tongue. And she does not like Bears, and Bears does not like her because Balanced is the leader, and Bears as a ragabash is constantly challenging the leader. And they find that because Speaks is talking to someone called Whisper, or Whispers, they're having a conversation about like books that they've read, because like Speaks works at a library. Whispers apparently, like Speaks is just learning this now, loves trashy romance. Like what's the Minotaur romance that became a meme last year, where it's just like the milking farm or whatever? Basically, like Whispers is the sort of person that goes on Book Talk and looks at the top recommendations and it's like, oh, A Court of Thorns and Roses? That sounds awful. I need it. Oh my gosh. Lightlark? I need to read this. This will be awful. Morning Glory Milking Farm. Thank you. So Whispers is someone that like loves trash and like recognizes it is trash. And so there is canonically in this world like a Dune inspired like trashy sci-fi series that Speaks had to read because their roommate was interested in it, and they got their roommate to tell them all about it because one of the kindred they were trying to deal with, one of the vampires they were dealing with, was in the fandom of that series prior to being embraced. So in order to get more information on this vampire, like the player character had to basically pretend to be a part of the fandom and like learn about them. So they had to get info from a source. And so they start talking about this like trashy like Dune ripoff. And then both Balanced and Bears are like, I remember reading that. It was like 10 years ago. And Balanced is like, it was so bad. I cringed at myself for actually liking that. And Bears is like, what are you talking about? It was awesome. So you had this weird point of connection between two people that like never get along, where they both read the same series years ago and they have opposite views on it, but at the same time they both have a big nostalgia for it. Like Balance is embarrassed at how cringe she was. Bears is like, ha, it was so bad. It was awesome. And then Whispers is like, I gotta read this now. It sounds awful. They read the Cognito Hazard? Nope. I think you got the broad strokes of the title. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that can be said about TTRPGs in general. Well, I mean, listen. Don't get it twisted. Realistically, the reason it feels like 90% of TTRPG players are queer is because chances are you are probably queer, which means you probably interact with other queer folk, which means if you're playing a TTRPG game, most of your TTRPG players are probably like queer. And a lot of TTRPG people or a lot of queer people are into TTRPGs, because when you have a safe environment that you can explore yourself in any way, it's very easy to have queer romance. It's very easy to explore gender identity. It is very easy to reckon with parts of yourself that you don't feel safe or comfortable exploring in real life. which is why TTRPGs appeal to so many queer people. But like, realistically, TTRPGs, I don't think are mostly queer people. I think TTRPGs is mostly neurodivergent people. Because TTRPGs, oh my gosh, TTRPGs is a world with predefined rules. And neurodivergent people love rules. Whether it is habit, whether it is guidelines, whether it is jumping off points, like no matter how sparse the rules, a lot of neurodivergent folks, whether it's anxiety or depression or ADHD or OCD or like autism, a lot of neurodivergent folk really appreciate having defined rules that they can work around. And a lot of stress a lot of neurodivergent people have is in real life, they have no idea what the rules are. Neurodivergent people and TTRPGs are just a circle, only overlap. I feel called out suddenly. Hey, Alza. So I think what it is that there's a lot of queer people who are also neurodivergent. There are a lot of queer people who feel more comfortable in TTRPGs. There's a lot of neurodivergent people who feel comfortable in TTRPGs. So I think it feels inflated. And just look at how many TTRPG groups are like 4 to 6 like grognards who have been playing for like 30 years, right? Nothing wrong with that. But chances are, if they're like 4 to 6 grognards that have been playing for 30 years, they're probably like started when they were like a group of like white teenage boys, because that is what the system was made for initially. Just chances are. And then they're that may not have changed. That may have changed, but like probably that hasn't changed over time. So that makes up a non-insignificant portion of the audience. Not to mention, the more popular something gets, the more it gets taken on by folks that maybe don't feel like it meets this kind of psychological niche that queer people or neurodivergent people feel. So therefore, you have a lot of neurotypical folk, a lot of cishet folk who find TTRPGs and they enjoy it because it's fun. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I do think that it's not 90%, even though it kind of feels like it. Broad strokes, I see what you did there. I don't see what you did there. Oh! Shut up. So, Kane. Who wants to hear about Kane Yuri? Question, does anyone remember what happened last time? Because last week I did not have a session. So the last time I told you about the Kane game, it was 2 weeks ago. A close friend of mine kept playing androgynous trans characters to test the waters and see if her friends would accept her transitioning. Come to think of it, it's very easy. If I am a guy and or if I'm like mask presenting and I'm a trans woman and I want to come out to my friends, but I don't know how they're going to react. If I just play a couple female characters and I see how they react, if I see how they react to me using a femme voice that I use for voice training, if I see how they treat women, that's a very good, mostly safe means of exploring that. And that's very healthy. Like, just to put it bluntly, it is very healthy to do that. Now, it's nice if you can just say like, oh, you feel safe with your friends, so you can just come out to them. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you need to test the water, and sometimes it's just a matter of comfort. Sometimes you just feel more comfortable having tested it first. That's why, like, playing video games. Like if you play Baldur's Gate 3, which is basically just a TTRPG. But if you play an MMO or Overwatch or something, and you always play like a female support character, that can be a way of testing the waters. And that's valid, and that's okay. Okay, so do you guys want Yuri? Me, Yuri, oh my god, or me, I do me, I want your 8, why not? I feel like people want Yuri. And I feel like 90% because we're on the indie side of TTRPG space. That is very true, actually. And that's kind of what I was talking about with mainstream, is I think a lot of people who just play D&D tend to be less likely to play, to be queer, to be neurodivergent, because those are the people who are D&D fans, not TTRPG fans. Not derogatory, not saying that they're not valid, but just like they tend to only play D&D because that's what's popular. Whereas I think a lot of people who are into TTRPGs as a whole tend to either play or want to play and engage with other systems. I remember big boss fight, multiple deaths, trauma, and Justice being disappointed at K9. Grognard I mentioned earlier got his kids into it, who I got their whole friend group, including me, into it. He still moonlights in our game. Aww. Arrow, please give Kane lore. All your puppy girls are asking nicely. I have puppy girls? Huh? Eh? Eh? Huh? I thought I just had puppy girls in my community. I didn't realize that they were my puppy girls. Do I have to take responsibility? Statistically speaking, at least one wouldn't be surprising. So, no. So I know I have puppy girls in the community. I talked about girl frame. I talked about like mexploitation. Of course I have puppy girls. Me personally, with my group, I avoid romance with the acceptation of pre-existing romances. It feels weird to do. So keep that pin in that. I'm going to talk Kane first, and then we'll kind of dovetail into that from the Kane conversation. So in Kane, it is the player character, Hattie. Hattie has 3 people she's really close to. It is Raphael, it is Mix, and it is Arthur. On Hattie's first mission, it was her, Raphael, someone called Snake, and Arthur. Arthur is category 2, so like level 2 effectively. Whereas everyone else is level 1, this is their first mission. They go on the hunt, they have a successful hunt, she gets close to Arthur, she thinks Raphael is cool. The player, during hunt 1, is like, hey, I want romance with Raphael. I'm picking up vibes, I think it would be interesting, and like with Lines and Veils, with our session 0, with talking about it before the game, I basically said, listen, I love you, I'm not trying to flirt with you. Like, I'm not trying to like dirty talk my friend. And they're like, no, that's fine. And then what I ended up deciding is like, the romance in game can have it, but I'm not gonna like play out romance scenes with them, right? So this all happens. In downtime, Hattie learns that Mix is dating Arthur. And they're cute together. Mix basically acts like an older sister to Hattie. Arthur's like her older brother. Raphael's like this budding romance where Raphael hasn't really expressed much interest, but they're getting close. They learn each other's real names. Hattie is actually named Generosity, and Raphael is named April. And it's this kind of like this beat of emotional closeness that they revealed this very intimate, private detail to one another. And then they go on mission 2. Mission 2 is supposed to be Hattie and Snake and Mix and the kind of golden child of the dorm, K9, and the most experienced exorcist on site, Gage. This is supposed to be the first team. The second team is supposed to be Arthur, Raphael, and then 3 people who are just kind of side characters. So Hearse, Sister, and Bond. This is team 2. Gosh darn it, Arthur, I've got a plan. So Hattie is approached by Mix. Remember, older sister, dating Arthur. And Mix says, hey, Hattie, this is a Cat 3 mission. The other mission is Cat 2. Arthur is Cat 3. Mix is Cat 3. Gage is Cat 3. K9 is Cat 3. But everyone else is Cat 2. So Mix talked with Arthur. And then Mix and Arthur approached K9. And K9 was like, yes, I agree with this. Mix said, we're swapping you with Arthur. No, Kane admin did not approve this. However, we think having more Cat 3s on the Cat 3 mission would be more effective. And Arthur has experience fighting lords. This is a lord hunt. Like, Arthur has fought a lord before. So we want Arthur on this lord hunt so we actually know what we're doing. And I expected, as the admin, the player to agree. The player to be like, oh, I get to go with Raphael. I get to meet these new characters. And like, Arthur and Mix get to stay on the same mission. I'm Cat 2. I can go on a Cat 2 mission. My player goes, no. I want to prove myself. Hattie would refuse to go. And so I said, sure, okay. You're on the upper mission. The teams stay as they were. Go through the Lord hunt. The Lord approaches them. They're talking. It's a very social hunt. They're talking to the Lord face to face, and the Lord is not hostile because the Lord is looking for their host. The host got kidnapped. The Lord is looking for the host, using the exos to help find them. And then eventually they find the host. The Lord turns on them. They fight the Lord, and Canine, Golden Child, the favorite of the dorm, gets a sin mark. He's targeted by the severe attack of the Lord. Judgment, which gives him a bunch of sin. He sin overflows, and his torso just like distends forward, and multiple smaller arms pop out of him as he starts to form into a centipede, and then he barely manages to pull himself back, but now his torso is like twice the length it normally is, and he has like Mr. Fantastic stretchy powers, right? He can like stretch his torso forward. He has no hands, like the hands are gone, but like he is now indelibly stained in the eyes of Cain. There is something in Cain, in my world, called going gamma. This is going to site gamma. Right now they're all in site epsilon. You can only go to site gamma if you are Cat 4, if you are invited, like if you're like recommended and then they invite you, and if you have no sin mark. Canine was one mission away from being Cat 4, and he was guaranteed a recommendation because he was the golden child. He was a hardline. Canine was becoming a centipede? Yeah, he was. So Canine, like at the final leg of the race, lost the ability to go gamma. And then the Lord metamorphized into the spider. I've explained this more in detail later. They run away, they rest, they call it in, they get reinforcements sent their way, they end up going to where the spider's palace is, they end up sending some people in, they start fighting the spider. Snake goes imago as an idol, which I had someone, let me double check who it was. It was Alza, who drew this fantastic fan art of Snake as a imago, where it was the different representations of their idealized masculinity. So this is what Snake turned into. And Snake basically said, like, don't follow me, and just left. And they let Snake go because they realized we need to get in the palace and kill the spider. We have Gage and Canine are in the palace right now. So they go in. You have in the palace, you have Gage, you have Canine, you have Mix, you have Hattie. Team Beta arrived from the Hound Hunt, where it was only Raphael, Sister, and Hearse. And then like a turn later, Team Gamma arrived from on site, where it was a couple characters who don't matter, like just for the sake of expediency. Thank you, Alza. I'll call your amazing art amazing because it's amazing. Like that, I'm very honest, right? I'm very direct and to the point. I try to have tact. So like, if someone's art is not amazing, I'm not going to call it amazing. I'm going to thank them. I'm going to say how much I appreciate it. And I might even find something to compliment. But ultimately, like, if I don't think it's amazing, I'm not going to pay you an empty compliment. And that doesn't mean that I hate you. It doesn't mean I hate your art. It just means I'm going to be honest. And that is art that I just genuinely find amazing. Full stop. So they're fighting the spider. The spider goes into mangled god form, which, as the mangled god, is basically a giant skyscraper-sized collection of buildings held together by string and silk. The giant enemy Sin. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do the beatbox. I'm sorry. They fight the mangled god. They crawl inside. Gage goes inside. Hearst goes inside. Sister is a binder and sends her Sin inside Rancor. And the player is controlling all of them, right? It's a one-on-one game. It's just me and my player. So the player is controlling all these NPCs. They go inside. Hearst takes like 2 sin marks. Gage, who already had a sin mark, takes another sin mark. Like, it's bad. Like they're struggling. And they head inside. They finally find the inside of the spider. They kill the spider, and then it starts collapsing around them. They have to get their way out. They start running out. They start climbing out, and Hearst, on the way out, falls. Like, the floor falls out from beneath him, hits the ground, takes some stress. I roll, and to see it, like, for Sin Overflow, to see if they imago. And Canine's also there. Sorry. Canine, who is an Ardence user, basically drops a fire to see, like, give Hearst some light, and it gets swallowed by the darkness. And Hearst, in the multiple sin marks, was developing an ogre. So they're like, okay, Hearst just imagoed. We have to leave. So they leave. Hearst falls into the abyss of the palace. And Canine's also... So I forgot. Canine, Hearst, and Rancor the Sin were the ones that killed the spider. Gage got lost and then had a panic attack as they got another sin mark. So Gage is the one that was, like, also there. But, like, Canine was useful. There's a monster hunter enemy that can do the mangled god thing, isn't there? Neat. Hattie being a coward helping against the spider's underlings? Yes. This entire time, there's a bunch of weavers, like, basically giant spiders that were, like, minions of the spider. And I said, like, hey, if you don't take an action on your turn, you can spend your turn fighting the weavers, and you can reduce the damage they're going to deal. And so Hattie spent the entire combat on the back line, because she was 1 point of damage from Sin Overflow, which, remember, if you Sin Overflow, you get a Sin mark, and you can't go Gamma. Hattie really wants to go Gamma. She spent the entire combat in the back line fighting the weavers, taking no damage. And so they start escaping, they start running. Snake imagoed. Outside, one of the other exos that I didn't mention before, Watson, like, wandered off to go find Snake, and is MIA. In here, Hearst just imagoed and then fell into the palace. And they're all climbing and they're climbing, and there's this like lattice of webbing that they're all on, and, like, Gage was caught onto it, was holding on, and in order to help other people up, like, it was all coming apart. Gage caught the bottom bits with their foot, and then they let it go, and it was like 20 feet of webbing just fell. And this is like cable. This was a tech-themed spider, so it was like wires and cabling that was heavy. So Gage is holding on, and just, like, they're gonna, like, get helped up, and I say, I'm gonna roll a 1d6 fortune. If I roll a 1, Gage falls. I roll the die. And then I say, okay, how do you help Gage up? And then player says, okay, Canine is gonna use a stretchy thing to reach down and, like, just grab Gage by the shoulder and, like, pull him up. And I say, okay, Canine reaches down, like, stretches down, and as his hand reaches Gage's shoulder, Gage's grip goes and they fall into the abyss. Because I unironically actually rolled a 1. I straight up rolled a 1. So Gage died, not because of a sin, not because of stress, not because of damage, but because Gage just ran out of energy. Wouldn't that move their center of mass over the ledge? So Canine had 2 people grabbing their legs. So Canine like literally had 2 other people like just grab their legs to anchor them. So Canine could reach down, grab Gage, and like pull them back up. It means a lot. I take compliments a lot more personally than most. Like that stuff sticks with me in a good way. So your compliments always make me really happy. Well, I encourage you to keep at it. And if like, don't get parasocial, but if making fan art either about me or this community like makes you feel good, then keep making fan art. And I will be happy to feature it on the schedules. I will be happy to give you more compliments, but make sure you're doing it for you first and foremost. I love toying with my players and NPCs and giving them trauma. I do! Because of being a hero is why they died. So Gage is a they, them, heads up. But, so that they leave the palace. They had 2 Imagos. They have 1 MIA. They have 1 KIA. And like basically everyone else is at 2+ injuries. Some of them have gone into Sin Overflow and are currently Sin marked. Then Justice arrives. And that's where we ended the session. We ended the session 2 weeks ago with Justice arriving, just being like, XO status report. We started the session with Justice, who is standing there with like boots that have like iron toe, like steel toes, and are both like a weird combination of like combat boots, dress shoes, and like running shoes. They're like, they have a grip on the bottom so they can like climb easy, but at the same time, they're designed for sprinting. They're this weird, like, they're formal, but also athletic and also rugged design. Their clothing is like athletic wear that has like reinforced like padding on the joints, like the knees and the elbows and the wrists. They have a mesh ballistic vest that does not obstruct movement, but still acts as like a lightweight, like ballistic vest. They have a black well overcoat with a pin on their lapel that shows the symbol of Cain, like the you know. And then they have crew cut hair within regulations. Their face is like granite, which the lord that they had just fought earlier in the hunt was made of marble. So there's parallels there. And I described that their eyes were blue. And not like normal blue, like they were like a deep glowing blue. They had a shine to them. It looked like a sapphire at the bottom of a well, is how I described it. And their eyes were bloodshot. Just surrounding their iris was cracks of red crumbling across their eyeballs. And my player's first question was like, wait, is this like a sin mark? And I'm like, you don't know. It's hard to tell, because like Gage had an eyeball based sin mark, which was like their eyes were completely green. Not like their irises were green, like they had no pupils, they had no irises. They like, it was just glowing green like pools in their eye sockets. You don't know if this is a sin mark or not. Or maybe it's just they have like, maybe it's the effect of a blasphemy. Maybe that's just natural to Justice. You're not clear. And so Justice says, who's the most senior XO on site? And Canine, and everyone looks to Canine, and Canine steps forward. And Canine says, it's a pleasure to see you again, sir. Because Canine has met Justice before. Canine was effectively being groomed to be the next Justice. So they like had bonded already. And like they'd met each other before. And Justice looks at Canine and says, and just like looks somewhere, like looks at the rest of them and goes, who's the second most senior exorcist on site? And Canine's like, I'm right here. I can answer anything you want. And Justice, not looking at Canine, says, it is Kane doctrine that I am not to interact with the stained outside of execution. Ooh. And the player was like, oh, it's that quick. The player like immediately was like, oh, it's not like you're gonna lose favor with Kane. It is like you are dropped at a hat. Did Canine have core power? No. Canine only had one level of bond. So Canine had like an extra XP trigger, effectively. But, and then like had to follow rules and regulations. So like, oh, I was waiting weeks to do this. Right for the jugular? Yeah. So Canine kind of looks, I literally described like, Canine looks like a kicked puppy and then steals himself and just backs off. He just goes back into the crowd, doesn't make a deal out of it. And then Mix, the older sister figure, is the second most senior XO incite. The issue is, remember how on that second hunt that Hattie was supposed to go to, it was Arthur and Bond and Raphael and Sister and Hars. Only Raphael, Sister, and Hearst showed up because on their mission, they had 2 casualties, 1 death and 1 injury so severe they needed to be sent back to base for immediate treatment. But of course, Justice would say that, because it's Canine, Justice hates dogs, I get it. That wasn't even intentional, I'm not gonna lie. That was not intentional, but it does fit. So the entire time, the player was like, did Arthur die? Or did Bond die? Like, is Arthur just so injured that he couldn't continue? And after, like, at the end of the last session, before talking to Justice, the player got confirmation from Raphael, Arthur was the death. Arthur's dead. Big Brother died. Onisan died. And the player asked Mix, like, hey, if I have bad news for you, would you want me to tell you now? And Mix said, I'm tired, just tell me later. And then she like thought about it and said, screw it, just tell me now. And Hattie was like ghostwired to her because Mix is a Jaunt user. And how I've been running Jaunt, how I've been running Ghostwire is that you can telepathically communicate, but also all of your emotions like passively bleed into each other. So Mix picked up on that. And Hattie was just basically like, I'm so sorry. And Mix is like, oh, okay. And Mix had very conflicting feelings because Mix didn't love Arthur. Mix was with Arthur because he was comfortable. And they had good chemistry, right? It was something where he's the best option available, and they were both just kind of living in the moment. And Mix is like, oh, he's gone. Like, I always knew he would go first because he's like that, but I thought I would be there with him. And the player's like, wait, I swapped with Arthur. If I had swapped with Arthur, Arthur would have been on the mission with Mix. I'm the reason she wasn't there for him when he died. And now the player feels guilty and is worried that she'll hate them. Doge reminds Justice of what he is, yeah. I have not hailed Hydrate, thank you. So, Mix is dealing with the emotions of like, I didn't love him, but I liked him. I was like with him. We were together. They were in like a romantic relationship. They were physical together. They cared for each other. They were comfortable with each other. They were each other's like support and confidant. And it's just this weird thing of like, imagine you're like a middle schooler and your like significant other of like 3 months dies. It's this weird thing of like, it's not the love of your life, but it is like, this is someone I care about, you know? Or like a high school, like casual relationship. They die. And it's like, oh, like, what could I have done different? So were Justice like, okay, man, I like you, but don't talk to me, so I don't need to get to the executing part? Or does he just not care about the stand at that point? I left it ambiguous. My player took it as the second. My player assumed, I feel, that it was, I don't care about you because you're stand. I'm going to ignore you now. I was presenting it more as Justice was ignoring K9 because Justice cannot conflict with Kane doctrine. And Kane is only, or Justice is only allowed to interact with the stained to execute them. Meaning, by not interacting with K9, Justice was basically turning a blind eye and was like, I do not see the stain, therefore I do not need to execute. That's how I was running it. But also, like, the player didn't get that, which I think is a different valid interpretation. So Mix is currently like in her own head, and something I set up. I'm mean. So Mix has the reason she's called Mix is because she has like a semi-automatic rifle as her like signature weapon, where the stock is like bright red and the scope is magenta and the barrel is like neon green, and like she mixes and matches parts of her rifle. But she also has a katana as like a melee weapon. And she's a little bit of a weeb, a little bit, with a pentagram in the pommel. And Arthur is called Arthur because he reminds people of King Arthur. And his main weapon was a longsword, also with a pentagram in the pommel. He's dead. And so I describe that when Justice ignores K9, he goes, who is the second most senior XO on site? Everyone turns to Mix. And like they all look at Mix and she's just staring and like thumbing the pentagram on her katana. And as soon as I said that, the player's like, no, the same one Arthur had, because obviously. And Hattie, the player character, is like, hey, Mix. And Mix is like, yeah, what? And Hattie's just like, you need to talk to Justice as the most senior XO. And then Mix goes, no, K9's right there. And just kind of goes back to thinking, right? And she is clearly not in a state where she is able to take charge. And so Justice just... Can anyone who's been here from the beginning give me a clear, a concise and comprehensive explanation of the situation report? And everyone's like, I mean, I wasn't like, I got here like 5 minutes ago. I got here right before the spider fight. And so, unless someone else is like, yeah, like I only got here a couple minutes before the spider fight, like Team Beta, Team Gamma. And so K9 is being ignored. Mix is not in the state to speak. Gage is dead. Snake imagoed. That means the only person on site who has been here the entire time that can speak is Hattie. And this was like an intentional choice I did, is because before the game started, I'm like, okay, why would Hattie be the one to explain to Justice what's happening? Because I want my player to be able to do that. Yeah, the only one remaining is Hattie. So I set this up in a way like, Snake's already gone. Gage is already gone. K9 is going to be ignored. Why would Mix not just explain what's going on? I think she's upset by Arthur, and she's like thinking about it. And like, yeah, she should be on the ball, but she's emotionally kind of in turmoil right now. So she's not good. So Hattie is the one that has to explain it, which means the player character got to choose what got revealed. And so Hattie walks forward and is like, I've been here the whole time. I can explain to you what's going on. And then Justice says, good. Now, before we begin, I need you to know something. In the court, truth is revealed. And my player went, what? And then suddenly I described that they felt like saran wrap pull over them that hits into their face and then passes through their body. And justice has a high blasphemy law. XOs can get a weaker version of justice's high blasphemy. That means I decided justice is not constrained to those like 24 words. Justice can use different combinations of words, such as truth and revealed. Therefore, I told the player, you can try to lie if you want, but you have to make a risky roll where if you fail, you don't lie successfully. And depending on the risk die, justice might know you tried lying. And so the player was like, and then like didn't hide anything because they were scared of justice. And then justice like just let them talk and like explain the situation and then started talking about like the imago and snake. And then justice just cuts them off and says category and sin type. And then she's like, I mean, I think it's like, so maybe cat 2. And then justice just goes, what category was the XO? Cat 2? And like he was turning into an idol. Understood. Continue. And like that was the sort of interaction they were having, where it's just like report in and then like would ask a clarifying question, like gets to Harse and just like, we think Harse might have imagoed. It's like category and sin type. It's like category 2 and I think it was like an ogre, and then someone else goes, yeah, it was an ogre. And it's like, yeah, an ogre. It's like, understood, continue. And like Hattie was like in the hot seat where justice is staring down at her. And justice then said, like, after getting the situation report, says, okay, so they didn't know how to deal with this because Snake imagoed and just left. Hearse imagoed, but in the palace as it was demanifesting. What to present and how to present? But oh, the truth is revealed trick. Exactly. Tom Bloom said in the Chasm official Discord that the virtues don't have the same restrictions as their high blasphemies. The players who bonded them do. Exactly. And the reason I reason that is because in Games for Freaks Volume 1, it says players can get a weaker version of the high blasphemy. Right? Army of Darkness joke. So, Justice explains. So Justice is just like, wait, how do you not know what happens when a sin is left in a demanifesting palace? And then Hattie's just like, I'm cat 2. And then Justice is like, you're cat 2? And then she's like, yeah. And he's just like, huh. You survived a metamorphosis at category 2. And like, he seemed genuinely impressed by her, because a metamorphosis is that like you fought a lord and then you fight an entirely different sin from the same person. Like the lord turned into a new spider that was category 4. So Hattie survived not just category 3, also a category 4. So like she kind of got Justice's respect in that moment. And he explains that if something is in a palace when it fully demanifests, it is just shunted into the psychic sea, which means that Hearse will form a perfect ogre that will then just appear somewhere in the world. And so Justice says, all right, we're going after them. And everyone's like, huh? And Justice is like, you heard me. We're going after them unless you want to be responsible for all of Beijing being destroyed, or all of Sydney, or all of New York City. And just was like, oh, if Hearse isn't dealt with, a cat 3 perfect ogre is just going to show up somewhere in the world. That's no good. So Justice is like, we're going to mobilize. We're going to split up into 2 teams, go after the idol imago as well as the ogre imago. And like Hattie and the other NPCs are trying to explain like, hey, we're all tapped. Like some of us like are about to go into sin overflow, and Justice just looks down at them and says, I see you aren't stained. That means you have at least one left in you. And the player's like, oh my God. Because it's like, it was made very clear how Justice views them. And like the player character, the player's like, oh my God, I was not expecting this from Justice. And then it was Team Gamma, the team that like came from base, the team that like hadn't been on a hunt and just showed up like a turn later in the spider hunt, helped out, but they're all like mostly fine. They like maybe have an injury, they maybe spent a psyche burst. Stealing the idea for the collapsing palace when I eventually run Kane, it was so much fun. It was such a different challenge too, because the spider died, the weavers retreated and like were demanifesting, but the palace was collapsing. So because of the mangled god, the way the palace worked is like the entrance was here. It was like this lattice network of webs that was like one giant flat plane. Because of the way the mangled god worked, like a hole was cut there. So it ended up closer to like this, right? Where the mangled god was down here. So I made a talisman, a 9/ talisman, where every time anyone took any action, I marked the talisman by 1. And once I got to 3 talisman strikes, the bottom third, the deepest portion of the mangled god, fell apart. And then once I hit 6, the middle section fell apart. And then once I hit the 3rd, the entire mangled god decoupled and fell out. And literally, on the action that would give them the 9/, they were all up here and managed to, with Vector, launch themselves up. And Hattie, the player character, who wasn't involved with this, but the player obviously was telling all the NPCs like what they were doing, was up here, and the Vector user failed their roll. And so Hattie spent Sin to use Stutter as a flux user to give them a reroll. And I describe how they're on like a flat like lid, like a lid of the mangled god on like a table that was on top of it. The way the Vector user did it, she launched it up this way, but because of that, because it was like this, she accidentally did it like this. So it just goes whoop, and smacks them into the webbing. So with Stutter, I say, what do you yell to get Newton, the Vector user, to do this correctly, to go straight up? Or sorry, what do you yell to Newton to get them to do this correctly? And the player just says, I just scream, go straight up. And Newton's like, what? And it's K9, who has been on this mission with Hattie this entire time, has like learned to trust her. Is like, trust her, do it. And so the Vector user goes straight up, rolls, and it works. So I describe that as they go straight up, a piece of debris is falling from the ceiling or from the sky and hits into it in such a way that it flips the table, that like throws them all at the foot of the entrance. And then they're caught there and they're climbing. And then that's when Gage like caught falling ropes and like falling webbing and like was barely holding on. So it was something where it was go time. Like I would say it was a 3-stage boss fight of Spider outside the palace and Weavers, where Snake imagoed. Spider inside the palace, which in 1/ turned into the Mangled God. And that's where like Hearse, actually no, a bunch of people got sin marks. And then escaping, Hearse imagoed and Gage died. So that was actually more deadly than either of the previous fights. So Justice is like, yeah, if you haven't gone into Sin Overflow yet, like you're not stained yet, you have at least one more in you. And the player realized, oh my gosh, this is how Kane views us. And the NPCs actually were pushing back on Justice. They were aggressive. They were like, no, we're not doing this. And one of them is like, no way, like, no way in hell we're gonna do this to you. We're gonna do this. Like, these people have been like fighting for like hours now. They're exhausted. Like, my team, so one of them called Faust is pretty aggressive, and doesn't really think through the consequences too much. So he's like cursing out Justice and be like, no, heck no, like, but harder language. They're not going to do that. Like, we can go on this, like Team Gamma can. We need to find Watson anyway. And then Justice just like, would you like to repeat yourself? And Faust kind of like takes a step back and then looks Justice in the face and goes, F you. Like, full on F-bombs them. And the player's like, oh. Because Faust is like, because remember, if you know anything about my King game, these are the Valentines. The dorm has a very strong culture of it's us versus all. It doesn't matter if all is sins. It doesn't matter if all is the mortal authorities. It doesn't matter if all is Cain. You look out for your fellow Valentines. And Justice basically just goes, it's always refreshing to see a group of exorcists that genuinely care for one another. But if you care for one another, you will help your fellow exorcists that imagoed and turned into the very thing they swore to destroy by executing them. There is no coming back from being an imago. You don't have a duty to Cain. You don't even have a duty to humanity. You have a duty to those exorcists to execute them. And the player's like, oh, that's good. Like, oh, wow. Wait, that's good. And then what they ended up deciding on, what they ended up agreeing on, is basically Team Gamma. So Faust, Newton, and Acme all are going to go and pursue Snake, the Imago, and hopefully find Watson along the way. Justice is going to solo go into the palace, dive into the psychic sea willingly, find, pursue, execute, and exfiltrate Hearse. Tough but kind, caring in his own way. Justice is a fantastic characterization. That's what I was going for. I was going for, like, Justice is hollow but was an exorcist, right? Justice, once upon a time, hundreds of years ago, was you. Justice isn't you anymore. But Justice remembers. You know? Justice based? And so that, like, I also forgot at the time that Sister was here. And because Sister only had like one injury and like spent 2 Psychiverse or something, I just had her go with Team Gamma. So it's 4 on 1. And they're like, oh, don't worry, we'll just find Watson and make it 5 on 1. Easy. And then Justice is going to go into the palace, willingly dive into the psychic sea, find and execute Hearse, and then find his way back to reality. And he gets Hattie's like, I can show you how to enter the palace. And I describe it as like a bump, like Changeling the Dreaming has like bumps that you can use to like go into the dreaming. I describe entering a palace as a bump. You have to do something specific. You have to go to a location and do something specific. For this spider, it is sit at the head of a boardroom table. Justice, more like just based. In fairness, if Exorcist could do that, it would be Justice and maybe Faith. Yeah. Like I actually don't think Faith would be allowed in. I think Faith would like hit it like a brick wall because Faith has no grace. That's probably how I would rule. I would rule it like there is like the psychic sea is like a force field to the graceless. Because you are creatures of grace within it. You are still useful for me. Come. Like, and Hattie's like, I can show you. And then just like lead on. And so they actually get a moment alone together where like so the boardroom is here. The fight with the spider outside of it was here. There's a big hole in the ground here, and then Justice came this way. Like there's elevators here, and Justice like they all talk. They all spoke here, and then they like walk in together. And then Hattie's like, "Yep, just sit on the boardroom table." And Justice basically says like, "Hey," and also after the whole like execution comment, and then they agreed to go off. Justice said, and look. So before Justice leaves, I forgot about this. Justice looks at Hattie and Mix and Raphael and Sister and Acme and Faust and Newton, and that's it. And says, "I'm proud of all of you. Now go make me proud again." And then goes off to do the bump. You might have noticed Canine was not mentioned. And Justice goes to the chair, and Hattie's like, "Sit down to enter the palace." And Justice like goes, "Oh, I loathe to do this again." And then they had a small conversation about that. And Justice is effectively like, "Hey, you've done fantastic work for where you're at. If ever we meet again, don't be a stranger." And then sits down and enters the palace. And the player is like, "Yeah, like, I don't believe that for a second." Because, like, I saw how quick Justice dropped Canine. I don't believe that for a second. And, like, completely shattered their perception of Justice. Because Justice was, like, trying to be warm, trying to be there for these XOs that, like, earned his respect and, like, he had some appreciation for. And the player was just like, no. And then they all get back together. They're all talking, and like all of them are saying how like much of a jerk Justice is and how much they like hate Justice. And April, Raphael, and Generosity, Hattie have a conversation, and they're talking, and they're talking about the hunt that Raphael went on. They're saying how like they don't actually know that much about each other. So Hattie was just like, "Oh man, like you dodge every question I ask, like half of every question I ask you." And Raphael's like, "Well, I don't know half as much about you." And then Hattie's just like, "Okay, ask me whatever you want." Hattie, before being an XO, was like a content creator, was like a Minecraft streamer. So Raphael's just like, how'd you get into content creation? How'd you start your channel? And then Hattie's like, "Is that really what you want to ask me about?" And then Raphael's like, "I don't know. I just thought it would be a good question. I don't know that about you." And then like they had a they did a decompress, right? They did decompress. And also during this conversation, they learned that on the Hound Hunt, Bond, who is femme presenting but is an edit user, when they were on the hunt, it was a hound hunt in an office building, and it was a type 2 that was like stalking them. And something Raphael said is that like the Myrmidons looked like people, but they weren't people. They looked like just normal people, but they were like crazed and bloodlusted, and like their blood was boiling when you cut them. And she said like 5 different times they weren't people. Like she was saying repeatedly, like reaffirming like they're not people. And I don't know if the player picked up on that. Like in the after session debrief, like we talked about it more explicitly, but like Raphael was very clearly shaken up by the fact that the Myrmidons were people. And then she also described that there was this weird like dog thing outside that like the first thing that happened like 5 minutes after deployment, they fought this weird dog thing that bit Bond and it was like this weird dog humanoid that had like long human arms but paws at the end, and a mouth that was twice as big as it should have been, and it bit Bond, and then Bond started complaining how her joints were hurting and how it hurt to walk and stand up straight, and then she had to like start like crawling on hands and feet and like balling her fingers up into fists to like walk around properly, because this was a dog drifter from Games for Freaks. And that's why she had to go to back to base, is because she had to get treated for this and she couldn't go on a different deployment. And the player was like, oh no, was that dog thing the actual Myrmidon, and those people were just like actual real people that were afflicted by like Rile Against Heaven and like the blood frenzy affliction? And I say, you can't tell. Boiling blood isn't normal, and like Rile Against Heaven doesn't do that, but there could have been a boiling blood affliction. It's unclear. You just can't know, as she describes it. And so Hattie basically was like, if she says they weren't people, they weren't people. Oh no, she's becoming a puppy girl, literally. So you're saying that she had to go back to base because they got psychic rabies? Yes. And basically the way I described it, I was originally dodgy with what this was, and then I realized that the dog wasn't Harpocrates. The dog was Registry Alpha, so it is canon. So I was just like, yeah, you would know about this. You got briefing on it. It was a dog drifter, and like when it bites you, it like hurts to walk upright, and then eventually you curl your fingers into fists, so you crawl around as if you had paws, and then eventually you will get like rabies like symptoms until you basically turn into one of these things. And I explained that for like it somehow knows how to open doors, and car doors in particular, and is responsible for 20% of parking lot disappearances in the US. And I don't remember what the specific number was, but like there's a high number in Registry Alpha in the lore for it. Furries are a thing that is true. So they all go through all that, but when they're fighting one of these Myrmidon things, they're trying to kill it quietly because they're like trying to ambush the Hound. And so Bond sneaks up behind one. She's got like a hunting rifle and a hunting knife. She takes out her hunting knife, stabs it in the throat, and it drops. And Raphael's the one that like runs forward and catches it so it doesn't slam into the ground. And then because of that, the Hound approaches. And so Bond takes Raphael and pins her against the wall, right? So it's like the Hound is over here, and basically it's like Bond basically pushes Raphael against the wall and like corners her, and like just to like basically get her out of the way of the Hound. Cabadon, hot. Raphael thought it was hot too, and Raphael is having gay panic, and this was me confirming to my player that Raphael is sapphic. So the player was like, the ship is sailing? Well, I'm visualizing it looking like a dog-headed hairless chimp. So like, I basically wanted this to be hot. Like, obviously, it wasn't intended to be evocative. It wasn't pretended to be like promiscuous. It was intended by Bond to be like, I'm saving your life. I'm getting you out of the way of the Hound. But Raphael had like this funny feeling in her chest as like a girl is like face to face with her and pinning her against the wall. And Raphael's like, yeah, I gotta hide him somehow. And so gay panic. And then also there was a weird thing where the Hound was this weird like humanoid type 2 that had claws. It had a mouth that was too big for its face. It had knives and spikes protruding from its chest, and it was like hunched over, like stalking about, but it was humanoid because it was type 2. And when it apoplexied Bond, when it did its severe attack on her, it pinned her to the ground, and at at first it looked like it was kissing her. And then they realized that it was tearing like chunks of her flesh out with its teeth. And like, I wanted it to be very like, that's not attractive to Raphael, but it was confusing for Raphael, particularly after the cat bite on. So this is something where like, this hound hunt was Raphael's gay awakening, is the long and short of it. Raphael is attracted to women. Unclear if she's attracted to men, but like she is attracted to women. So I wanted to like add a couple things that would like get her questioning that. So in the car ride, they exfil. The only people exfilling are Canine, Mix, Hattie, and I was just talking about her, Raphael. And this is how they're sat. Because it's a like SUV where the seats are like this. These are facing this way. These are facing this way. Door here, driver's here, right? And so they're all chatting, they're debriefing, and Raphael is like sat halfway. So like if these are the seats, Raphael sat like here, despite being sat in the leftmost one. And Hattie, who is here, the player character describes that she like rests her hand next to Raphael's and like puts her pinky on Raphael's wrist. So it's like, wait, right? So it's like you feel? You know what I'm getting at? And in response to that, do you want to know what Raphael does? Palm on back of hand. And then Hattie opens up her fingers, and Raphael like curls her fingers around Hattie's, and they're holding hands. Unspoken, no words. Like they're just holding hands in the car now. And the Yuri's real. so like very soft, very tentative, very schoolyard, I'll say, but Yuri, nonetheless. They are like the ship is sailing. Ship is left port. It's subtle enough that Canine doesn't see it, but Mix, who is still ghost wired to Hattie and is feeling emotions from her, sees this, smiles, and then like talks to Canine, and they're talking about the mission, and like Mix is like, I'm so sorry that this happened to you, like justice without a line, and like Canine's like, no, it's fine. And then everyone's like, no, dude, how do you really feel? And it takes prompting, but Canine is just like, I'm scared. And Canine like barely admits that he's like genuinely terrified of what's going to happen to him, because he's the golden child. He's the one that like their handler Alpha has been sending on mission after mission to like basically like propel him to Gamma. Like Canine has been the one that on their off time in training, if the handler on site is like, hey, I got to go do something, Canine makes sure they don't slack off. And Canine will be like, yes, sir, you got it, boss. The handler will leave. And then Canine will be like, yo, everyone, he's going to be gone 5 minutes. You have a 3-minute water break. Like, and that's the kind of person Canine is. Canine is the one who is the shield of the Valentines from management. Canine is the one that takes the entire brunt of management's expectations to make life easier for everyone else. And so he's terrified of what's going to happen to him. Raph was a little gay before, but now they're supporting each other. They're friends who are girls. Yes, so Raphael, I actually wasn't setting up anything sapphic with her before, but like the player, their shipper brain was activating. So something that happens is that later on, Hattie is like expressing discomfort, is expressing how worried she is, like how stressed she is, all of that. And Raphael goes from like facing Canine with hand off to the side to rotating her body so that she is like facing Mix effectively and can put both hands on Hattie's and is like holding her hand with both hands to like be there for her. And like Canine picks up on that, Mix picks up on that. The player was shocked that Raphael did that. Raphael was a little embarrassed that she did that. And Mix via Ghostwire. Mix has a private dorm. Mix is the only one in Dorm Epsilon, the Valentines, that has a private room. And she and Arthur, like Arthur would regularly go to her room at night. They were dating, they were in a relationship, and everyone in the Valentines just kept their mouths shut. Like Arthur was not allowed in there, but like no one said anything because again, Valentines versus Kane. Valentines support Valentines. Mix in Ghostwire tells Hattie, you know, I might sleep in I might sleep in the dorm tonight. That would mean my room is open for you two. And Hattie just bursts out laughing, like falling into Raphael. And Raphael's like, huh, what? And like kind of tentatively hugs Hattie as Mix is giggling to herself because Mix is basically just like, you go, girl. Like, I had my fun. I now want to support you having your fun. I know what it means to have someone to support you. And like the player kind of realized like Raphael and Hattie is kind of similar to how Mix and Arthur was, where they don't love each other. They're just kind of like there for each other in the moment. They can meet each other's needs, whether physically or intimately and like emotionally. And Mix being like an older sister figure to Hattie is like, hey, I like at the end of the day, like I want to support you, girl. So that was funny. Canine was so confused. What? The other main important thing in the car is that it was just like basically a good conversation between all four of them. Hattie has a plan where she wants Raphael, Mix, and herself to go Gamma. And they never say this explicitly. However, Hattie references something about Arthur and Mix, and Canine's like, what? Arthur and Mix? What about him? And then later they're talking and Raphael's like, hey, the thing we got with the Valentines, where it's like us versus Kane, all that does is keep their guinea pigs alive longer. All that does is help them hurt more people. All that does is help Kane be worse than it is. Like, you saw how Justice treated us. It doesn't matter how much we go to bat for Canine. He's never going to be looked at with respect again. We lost so many people on this mission. Why should we stay? And basically, Raphael was saying, let's leave. And Mix was like, I mean, but Gamma is like a better life. You can go Gamma and you're treated like a person there. And so there's this divide now where Raphael is team, let's run away. Mix is team, let's go Gamma. And Mix and like Hattie has talked to Mix about this. Hattie and Mix have had conversations where like, hey, I want to go Gamma with you. And like Mix is like, I've never even considered that. Like I was hoping to go with Arthur, but that's not going to happen now. And so Mix at one point, like under her breath is like, the only option is to go Gamma. And then Canine is like, wait, you were talking about going Gamma? And then puts together the thing with Arthur and Hattie and goes, oh, you're trying to go Gamma and like Hattie's trying to help you with that and go as well. And Hattie's like, dang it, Canine found out about our plan. And Canine just turns to Mix and goes, anything you need, I got you. Remember, Canine has a sin mark. Canine can't go Gamma. And his first instinct when he hears someone is gonna go and try and do the thing he, up until like a couple hours ago, was basically guaranteed to do and just got stolen from him. I got you. I'm there for you. Anything you need, I got you. So there's that. This all ends the car ride. They head back to base. They exit the car. Handler Alpha is waiting for them with a big smile on his face, and then he sees Canine. And he sees that he's like kind of wobbling. He sees that he's taller than normal. And he just starts like, what the hell is this? I thought you were going to say gambling. No. He's like, what is this? And like, Hattie is just like, yeah, I don't think any of us say anything. I think we're doing like a Spartacus, so no one says anything. And Handler Alpha is basically like, when I ask for a situation report, that includes casualties. That includes developments in the hunt. That includes sin marks. Why did you keep this from me? And like none of them are answering. And then he just says to debriefing, you're with me, and points at K9. And so Handler Alpha and Handler Beta each have a debriefing room. And Mix goes in with Handler Beta. K9 goes in with Handler Alpha. And so Raphael and Hattie are just like waiting and like having a conversation. And then Mix leaves, and then Handler Beta just says, either one of you. And then so what they were talking about is Raphael's shadow. Raphael is a whisper user. And like Hattie was expressing how like, oh yeah, Ghostwire's cool, right? Because like I like having Ghostwire with someone. It makes me feel connected. And Raphael's like, I don't want someone in my brain. Like, I already have a whisper that I have to deal with. And then it's like, yeah, what's the deal with your whisper? And like starts explaining how like gets genuinely uncomfortable. And is like, well, it's like, and Hattie's like, oh, you don't have to say. It's like, no, you asked. So like, it's like, I had this friend when I was a kid, and like gives a brief primer of like how her shadow is her friend back when they were like in elementary school, who just one day the family died. The family's just gone. She wasn't like, she was like thick as thieves with this kid. And then just one day that's all gone. She just stopped coming to school. She called their home phone and no one picked up. And then she only learned later that they died. And then that's her shadow now. And then Hattie's like, well, I'd love to have a conversation with her at some point. And Raphael's like, well, that's just me. It's not actually her, but I don't know. It'd be nice. It would be nice to like have two people I care about meet each other. Yuri. And then also it was getting deeper into the hound hunt. It was explaining more about her like conflicted feelings, and Hattie was teasing Raphael about how like she was like so embarrassed about the thing with Bond. Then they get called in, and after the childhood friend conversation, Hattie goes, how about you go in? Maybe this will get your mind off it. And Raphael's like, sure, yeah. And then as she's walking away, Hattie goes, oh, by the way, Mix offered us her room for the night. And Raphael gets all embarrassed and blushes like, what do you mean? And then Mix is like, yo, what's up? Wait, what? Obvious I missed something. And Raphael's like, why were you saying that? And then Mix, picking up on the ghost wire from Hattie, is just like, oh, you told her? That's hilarious. And like, just found it funny. Raphael goes in, debriefs. Mix and Hattie have a conversation, which the player, because their shipper trash, was like, Yuri with my older sister figure? Am I shipping with Mix too? And I was just like, listen, you got two hands. You got two hands. It was Mix. It was basically just talking, and like they were talking about going Gamma, and Mix realized like, hey, I'm Cat 4 now. In order to go Gamma, you have to be Cat 4, you have to have no sin mark, and you have to be recommended. Love the cane pressurized doors. Oh, hey, Cell. I'm talking about how you're shipping yourself with your older sister figure. Ghostwire's the second most kinky ability in Kane. What's the first? Bind? I just hear go get. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. What, Jeffrey? Entwine? Yeah, I wasn't thinking about Harpocrates. Or I wasn't thinking about core rules. Ghostwire is actually so intimate. The first is Bloom. You got two hands, you got two friend girls. See, and that's the thing. Cell, who's in chat right now, constantly was like, listen, her boyfriend just died. However, my shipper brain. And then I'm like, listen, what is more sapphic than having a completely toxic rebound? If you leave, does your question disappear? Nope. I will just get to it later and you can watch it in the VOD. Average. So, talking with Mix, has a conversation about going gamma, what it means to be like that. Cell was picking up on Yuri vibes because their shipper trash. It was made pretty clear that Mix was just kind of like talking quietly to avoid the guard that was nearby overhearing. And then Hattie's like, hey, did you mean to leave Ghostwire up? Haha, taps fingers together. And Mix was like, oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impose. And then drops Ghostwire. And Hattie was like, no, I liked it. And then I'm like, what? No, the Kinkies is obviously the command from Games for Freaks 3. I have not seen Games for Freaks 3 yet. I genuinely hope that Hattie runs away to be happy, but I have a feeling that's not going to happen. Yeah, so real quick. Can everyone in chat right now, because the player of Hattie is in chat right now, can you just say what your opinions on the game are thus far? If you have any immediate opinions, you're so invested in the romance, or you think that the hunt was really interesting, you think Hattie is a coward, just let me know if you have any thoughts, because I feel like Cell would really enjoy that. And as you do that, I'm going to turn off my heater. I was very cold earlier, and now I've had a heater on for 2.5 hours. So I'm now much more warm. You're so searching for Hattie's a coward discourse. Yeah, you were a coward. Very cool and gay. Oh my gosh. I'd love to see it as a manga, honestly. If we have any artists in the community, we can work on that. Listen. I'm no artist. However, my player was like, hey, how much would someone need to offer you to buy the rights to make this a show? And then I'm just like, bro, if it can pay my rent, absolutely, I don't care. If I can just pay my rent with that, absolutely, I'm going to sell it. I don't care if it's a low tier studio. If this wasn't Kane, it's so cool. It's so cute. It's hot. Oh my gosh. Hattie, you are invested in the trauma and the romance, and I really hope Raphael and Hattie can stay together. But at the same time, if it becomes doomed, it's also going to be very engaging. I'm just wondering what happens when you kick an Imago's butt. Do they dissolve into the psychic sea the same way? Yeah. So when you execute an Imago, it executes the same way as a sin. Here's your feedback. Remember, dying is gay. You know what to do. No, they are gay. Hattie needs a new hat labeled I Am Brave and go off from there. Oh my gosh. So, Hattie, the reason she sent Raphael into debrief beta is because she wants to talk to Handler Alpha. She has things that she wants to talk with him about. And Raphael ends debrief and leaves, and she's called in to Handler beta. And K9 has still not left Handler Alpha's debrief. So, Raphael is just like, hey, I'm gonna go shower, eat, and go back to the dorm. And Hattie just talk to you later. And Raphael's like, yeah, talk to you later. And Hattie goes in the room, door closes, starts explaining to Handler Beta what happened. Handler Beta texts someone a couple minutes into the debrief. And then opening the door and coming in is someone called Sigma 1. This is someone who, if you remember, a month ago, 2 months ago, after the first hunt, I honestly probably more than 2 months ago, I haven't mentioned Sigma 1 in a while. This is an XO who got their pieces of silver and retired into an administrative role. They are formally from Site Beta. They went Gamma. And now they are in charge of the Untouchables, the Castle Crew, the non-exo soldiers of Site Epsilon. And so they, after the first mission, basically took aside Hattie and was like, hey, I am like an exo. I bought my way out of the field work. I was from Site Beta. I went Gamma. I then spent my time in Gamma. And basically, like, I can recommend you. Now, you're only Cat 2 right now, but like, you did good work from what all the reports said. You were like resourceful on your first hunt. I have my eye on you. Like, make it to Cat 4 for me. And Hattie was like, okay, yeah. And then Sigma 1 was like, do you have any recommendations on who else you have your eye on, who you think would be Gamma material? And Hattie said Arthur and Mix, which is like in the car what was revealed. And Hattie also said some stuff that she didn't want to say. So she stuttered, hit temporal instability, and then got cuts all of her body and passed out. So that was the end of that conversation. But Sigma 1 basically comes in and sits in on her debrief with Handler Beta. And last time, he offered her a piece of dark chocolate or a piece of milk chocolate. Hattie chose the dark chocolate and was given dark chocolate. And then the player, for whatever reason, thought this was like a test or something. So stuttered, chose milk, and then got the milk chocolate, and with the exact same reaction. So now, because the final choice was milk, Sigma 1 in entering comes by, gives her a milk chocolate bar, and then stands behind Handler Beta and is like, don't even pretend I'm not here, and does the debrief. And like, Sigma 1 is only there for like the last third of the debrief because he had to actually get there. You said excellent choice. I was like, what if? Listen, Sigma 1 likes dark chocolate. Sigma 1 walks in looking at the hyper edited Chad guy meme. Yeah. So, you have Sigma 1, you have Handler Beta. They're listening to the debrief, and then Hattie gets up, basically says goodbye to them. Sigma 1 is just like, I would love to speak with you some more. Hattie's like, all right, let's go. And Sigma 1's like, how about after you rest? And Hattie's like, I'm going to need a lot of rest. And so Sigma 1 says, it's late, go to bed, like rest up for tonight. We'll talk tomorrow. And Hattie goes, awesome. Leaves, finds Raphael standing outside. And is like, I thought you were going to go. And Raphael was like, yeah, but then like this weirdo dude went in the room after you, and I wanted to be there in case you needed me, or like in case K9 needed me too. And then Hattie's just like, uh-huh, sure. And so K9 still hasn't left Debrief Alpha. K9 is still being debriefed or debriefing Handler Alpha. And like the players speculating on what's going on in there. So they shower, they eat, they rest up, and they find themselves back in the dorm. Their bunk, the whole dorm is like this. There's like a common area that has like some tables with some chairs. There's like a small entertainment unit here that has like an old game system, some movies, and like some old board games, but like nothing more recent than like 15, 20 years ago. Right. You commented on the pressurized steel doors because you're like, Raphael, you could not help me. And then she's like, what do you mean? It's like, look at these doors. Knocks on the door. I ask you, alpha or beta? Knocks on beta. The door opens and Sigma 1 is like, yeah. And then she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I was just showing something about the doors. And Sigma 1's like, I'm not even going to ask, and just closes the door. Yeah, goes to bed. So the way this is set up, there's like a common room in the center. The entrance is here. And then there's like each corner has 2 double beds, like 2 bunk beds, right? And they're basically like partitioned off. They're still part of the main room, but it's like, imagine a dormitory, but there was 2 bunk beds fitting 4 people in each corner. And in their corner, because they were the newest members, they had Raphael on the bottom bunk, Hattie on the top bunk, an empty bunk, and then Snake on the bottom bunk. And Snake is dead. And so Hattie comes back into the room, goes into their corner, and sees Raphael is just like sat on her bed staring at the Game Boy that Snake spent his script on after the last mission, and who in the car ride to the mission was just like, yeah, I was gonna bring my Game Boy, but then I thought, like, what if it breaks on the mission? And like, I'm not gonna be playing it during the mission. So I just figured I'd leave it back at base because like I don't want it to like get lost or broken or something. And then Snake imagoed. Snake imagoed, and their Game Boy, which they got to play for like a week or two, a couple days, who knows? Just on the little desk by their bed. And Raphael's like, a Snake is gone, just staring at it. And so Hattie sits down next to her, offers her the chocolate, and is like, where'd you get this? And like, she takes Raphael takes it and like puts it in her mouth, like it's a fun size thing, right? And just like puts part of it in her mouth. Like, where'd you even get this? And is like, that creepy weirdo dude that went in the briefing room after me. And then she's like, what happened to taking candy from strangers? And she's like, yeah, it's fine or whatever. Like, where's yours? And then she's like, oh no, I only got one. And Raphael's like, I'm not eating your chocolate, and like breaks off half of it and holds it out to Hattie. And Hattie's like, no, I gave it to you. And then Raphael takes the other bit of chocolate out from her mouth, from between her teeth, and is now holding two pieces of chocolate, one of which was in her mouth, one of which was not. And then Hattie's like, fine. And leans forward and with her mouth bites and like takes the chocolate that Raphael had just bitten and just put like between her teeth, and eats that piece of chocolate from Raphael's fingers. And Raphael basically has like a momentary blue screen. Raphael's like, why'd you do that? and the player is just like, I don't know why Hattie did that. Extremely gay and hot. So then Raphael ate the chocolate. It was invite catastrophe, because as a former sorcerer, Hattie has the bolded agenda, invite catastrophe, and she's just like, hey, this is gonna go very well or very poorly. And so they basically get to talking, and they're just having a bit of an emotional moment. They're just connecting some more. They're just having downtime together. Blue screen, red face. Yep. They... Oh, I know what it was. Hattie basically says like, hey, like, I want to live in the moment. Like, I was thinking about Mix and what she said about Arthur. And she said that her big regret was like not living in the moment together. And I kind of want to do that. Like, if you'll have me. And Raphael was like, yeah, like, of course I'm going to live in the moment. Like, that's what we need to do here. And like, was not getting it. And then there was some silence. And Raphael was like, wait, like, do you mean... And Hattie just like, were you not picking up what I was putting down? And Raphael was like, no. And so Raphael had a moment of just like, oh, you're like coming on to me. And Raphael's response was effectively like, I need to think about this. And Hattie immediately backpedaled. Hattie was like, oh yeah, it's probably just the adrenaline, right? And then Raphael was like, yeah, it's the adrenaline. But I don't hate the idea. I just want to take it slow and think about it. And then Hattie was like, yeah, of course. And so the two of the, like Hattie kind of like laid down and like a woof on the bed, and Raphael laid down next to her. And then Hattie's like, hey, can you tell me about that friend of yours? And Raphael was like, yeah. So her name is Jasmine. And then that's where we ended the scene. And then they fell asleep in the same bed together, cuddling. So this is something where I was talking to my player and I'm like, how do you feel about this? Invite catastrophe sounds like a fitting agenda for disaster lesbian. Yeah. It's what my character would do. Yes! You're disaster gay. How's it feel? They are a disaster non-binary. Catastrophe gay. Oh my gosh. Is this us manifesting Yuri from Aether and Iron? Oh my gosh. So this is something where I asked my player, like, hey, like, how do you feel about this? And they're like, I love it. I love it. And I'm like, basically, both what I explained to them and what I'm going to explain to you now is Raphael is a character. I did not go into this with the intention of like Yuri. I wasn't going in with Raphael being a romance. My player expressed an interest, so I was like, okay, I'll make this accommodate my player's interests. However, I have two intersections that I am kind of hitting into. On the one hand, I'm keeping this game short. So after one hunt together, they had an emotional, intimate moment where they shared their first names to each other. They had a connection. They were like, hey, I'll look out for you if you look out for me. Awesome. And like, they didn't know each other that well, but the game isn't intended to go on for like months and months and months. The game is intended to go on for like a handful of hunts and then be over. So I have to rapid fire. I have to speed up the romance. And so now I have to make sure we're hitting beats rapidly enough that while it still feels like they want it to be a slow burn, it happens. Like, I don't want it to be like, oh, only after 4 hunts does Raphael like do a double take at you and be like, huh, wow, you really are quite something. And then after 8 more hunts after that, she finally is like, hey, do you want to like spend some time together? Like I'm not going to do that. Like I'm going to make it so that like every couple sessions there's some development. I can't believe you killed our token cishet, Arthur. Who said he was cishet? Oh, I did realize that I did accidentally bury my gays. Because Bond, who got mutilated, what is maybe sapphic, unclear. Probably bi. But is cis. Snake was he, they. Watson was he, she, they. Hearse was he, it. Gage was they, them. So like all of the characters who like died or got like mutilated were all queer in some capacity. Like Arthur, it's unclear if he was queer or not, but that's also just because like I had a bunch of queer characters. Cataclysmically gay. Oh wait, Mix has the katana, not Raph. Yeah, so to be fair, Raph is now a sorted lesbian. So Raph has a semi-automatic rifle with a bayonet. Her melee weapon is a bayonet. I mean, that's just what happens when all your characters are queer. Not all of them. Just most of them. But so I want it to be a short romance. I want it to be a romance that happens quickly. At the same time, I want it to be real. I want it to be authentic. And so Raphael is someone who is just now discovering she's sapphic. She is, at least in that moment, coming down from like, I just risked my life twice in a night and I just watched people I know die. So she wants comfort, but she doesn't want like, she doesn't want like physical intimacy, right? She doesn't want gratification. She doesn't want to like kiss someone. She wants to like hold someone. She wants to be held. She wants to like have a companion more so than a romantic or physical partner, right? Cat 7 gay girl event. A wise man once said, you can either choose safety or freedom. You can pick both. If you think you can do neither or selling something, so run or betrayal. Good luck, no pressure. Oh my gosh. So I was hit between this weird crossroads, and I like to think I'm threading the line well, because in the first hunt, they were like together but kind of split up. They didn't interact too much. And then they had moments together after the hunt. And then between the hunts, they had a couple more moments. And then they're on separate hunts. I was trying to get them on the same hunt, but they're now on separate hunts. And so they had time apart. They developed relationships apart from one another. They are independent characters, but they were both kind of thinking of each other while they were separated. They were both worried about the other one while they were separated. And so that gives you like a little bit of yearning, a little bit of pining, a little bit of these characters care about each other more than just we're objects of each other's gratification. And then they're not rushing. Hattie is the instigating force of this relationship, is the one that is like hitting on Raphael, is more interested in Raphael, and is like, hey, I heard it from Mix, like, live fast, die young. And Raphael's the one like, I don't know how I feel about that. And Hattie obviously is being respectful of that, but I wanted to demonstrate that like, you can have romance that is fast. I'm not going to say rushed, it's fast, but is also authentic. And that means giving them time to shine apart from one another, giving them separation so they can be their own character. And you can feel that they're missing each other. And then when they come back together, it's a building of potential energy that gets converted into romantic kinetic energy. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. I was worried about you. What you said about the hound. Yeah, like, and then they get to tell each other these cool stories that they have, and like the things that they did on their hunts. And then they get to admire each other. And then when they're on a mission together, they get to help each other. Like Raphael, like had Hattie's back after the spider hunt. Hattie broke down emotionally, like was sobbing, was scared, was having like a panic attack. And Raphael is the one that held her and be like, shh, no, you're fine, girl. I got you. And like, Raphael's is not a very emotionally, I'll say emotionally mature, but like, she's someone that like wears her heart on a sleeve. She feels emotions fully, and she is very forward. So she is not someone to like have tact. She's not someone to like dance around her emotions. She's someone to like just say what she's feeling. And so her being able to be like, hey, I'm just going to be there for you in this moment was something Hattie needed. Heck, you can have romance that's not physical. Yeah, exactly. I do agree with something you spoke to a while back, where people hoard their best moments or reveals when you never know how long the game is going to last. Might as well do everything you want now. Why are you feeling things? So, do you want to feel more things? Canine. Remember Canine? He's a sin mark. Formerly, the golden child. No longer the golden child. Clapback is another XO that was not on this mission at all. This entire time with the mission, she was off on a different mission, basically escorting and protecting two Temerity scientists that were off researching something. So before the hunt began, Clapback was not eligible to go on it because she was off like on a homework assignment, effectively. So Clapback, so Canine's a hardline, right? Canine is someone who plays by the rules, and the rules conform to him because he knows them so well. And that's how he was so good at making it so the rest of the Valentines could like dodge consequence. And that's why Handler Alpha took such a shine to him, is because he told Canine to jump, and Canine's first response was how high, right? And that meant admin liked him, admin gave him a bunch of responsibilities, but also a lot of privileges, and so Canine was in the position where he could help the others skirt the line. Clapback was his shadow. Both of them were Ardence users. Both of them arrived around the same time, and Canine is the one who immediately got propelled forward, where Clapback had to fight every single time for every grain of recognition, and anytime she did something, it was always Canine who one-upped her. Not even because like he was being a jerk about it, just because like he was propelled into a position where he could. And this came to a head one time where between the sessions, like before the Lord hunt, after the Ogre hunt, one of the first conversations Hattie had with Mix is like was talking about how like cool all the like senior XOs were, and like, oh my gosh, like finally I win on my first hunt. Now everyone's talking to me. Like the Valentines are accepting me. And Mix is like, girl, follow me. Good night, Tico. Follow me. Shows that Canine and Clapback. This is like Epsilon 2 and Epsilon 3. These are the two of the most powerful XOs on site. Clapback does a training drill, and Canine beats her. And Canine starts arguing with Clapback starts arguing with Canine, and Canine starts matching her energy. And they're like arguing with each other. And then Mix is like, we're just people. Even the best of us are just kids. We're just teenagers. Like we're going to squabble. We're going to argue. We're just people. And so Hattie was like, wait, give me a moment. And Hattie went through the obstacle course, spent a stutter to make sure she did properly, and beat both of them. And in response to this, Clapback was like, hey, good job. And Canine is the one that was like, ugh, and like walked off. Because Clapback has a chip on her shoulder against Canine specifically. Clapback isn't like a jerk. Clapback just hates the fact Canine is like babied, is coddled, is like propelled to the front, despite the fact that like anyone else could be propelled. And Canine was like, knows that Hattie did that just to show him up. And so Canine was like, I'm not dealing with this, and just walked off. So this is the main exposure that you have to Canine and Clapback. Canine went on the hunt, had a whole mission with him, learned that like he has a fawn response to trauma. He is someone that like when he's confronted with authority, he just obeys because it is easier. Like if he works with what someone tells him to do, that means he will not suffer the consequences of not having done that. And then he can work within the constraints they place on him, which isn't the healthiest response, but it is a response. And Clapback, meanwhile, was on this mission. If you were here a couple weeks ago, I read a little excerpt where she was with these temerity scientists. And these scientists were like, they bought her Arby's. And like, we're talking to her like a person. And she's just like, why are you doing this? And they're like, you're a kid. Like, why wouldn't we? And she had this like really healing moment with these strangers effectively who were basically just like, yeah, we're temerity scientists, and like you're an XO. You're the foot soldier of Kane, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be treated like a person. Like, are you crazy? Yeah, we actually we used to be on the same research team as the site director of Epsilon before he transferred to Authority. Like, let's call him up and like we can ask him to like change some stuff for Dorm Epsilon to help you like get better accommodations. Because apparently, like, if you can't even eat an entire Arby's sandwich, clearly they're not feeding you enough. And so Clapback had a very positive recent experience, and Canine had a very negative recent experience. So Canine exits the shower, leaves the men's restroom. He is in like pajama pants. He has a towel covering his chest that, remember, which is like distended and like a foot longer than it should be and like kind of wobbles when he walks. And he's holding a shirt that normally would fit him, but doesn't because of his sin mark. And he also has on him a black well overcoat that, because he just hit Cat 4, Alpha gave it to him, having expected that he was gonna like go Gamma. Basically, Handler Alpha, with his own like internal money, bought Canine a Blackwell overcoat to basically celebrate that he was going to go Gamma. And then in the debrief, he just kind of like gave it to Canine, just like, enjoy your gift. Welcome to Cat 4. Now get out of my sight. So Canine is like dealing with all of this, and then he just hears Canine, and off to the side, it's Clapback. And Canine is like, remember, he's like hiding his chest behind his towel. He's like standing there, and he's just like, just not now, Clapback. And she's just like, whoa. If they give you Arby's, yeah, you may as well starve. No, so what it was is that it was Clapback could not finish a single Arby's sandwich because it was like too dense. Like they're not being given like military rations. Like a lot of times, unless they're on like a better meal plan, they're just not getting the volume of food that would allow them to eat Arby's. It's too rich. It's too like dense. It's too heavy. Our frontline soldiers can't even finish an Arby's sandwich. Yeah. And that was one of the lines I said. Clapback's just like, hey, like, Canine, hi. And he's just like, not now. Just I'm going to go to bed, not deal with this. And Clapback basically just like walks up to him and just like puts a hand on his torso, like through, like on the other side of the towel. And just like, you know, this isn't anything to be ashamed of, right? And he's just like not accepting it. And she just kind of reaffirms that like, listen, we were there for Gage. Gage was there for us. We'll be there for you. Like you'll be there for us. And was like there for him and was expressing her support as best she could. And then over the course of the conversation, eventually she like grabbed the towel and started pulling, and like he was holding it back. And then he let it fall and like showed her his torso, which is like distended, and like his rib, like he has multiple extra ribs, and it like bends back and forth. And she's just like, I didn't know you were jacked. And he just like bursts out laughing. Cause like he has a 2 in conditioning, 2 in force. And like, she just like touches it and just like, ew, this is gross. And he's like, you know, screw you. And then she takes him by the hand, is like, come on, let's go back to the dorms. And then he let her lead him. And this was just a nice little like moment where this was the worst day of his life. This could have been the best day of her life. Her rival just got taken down every single peg. Her, like the person she felt inferior to, that constantly got promoted, that constantly was like put before her, that is the same power as her, the same blasphemy, but like is constantly told how amazing he is, just got knocked down. And her response is to just be like, hey, like, I'll be there for you. And I don't know. the rivals to lovers. Like this is just like background het. This is background het. And I have been waiting on that scene for so, like, as soon as when K9 got that, I have been waiting for Alpha's reaction and K9 and Clapback's reaction. And I am so excited for what's about to happen next, because my player's here. So my player's going to get a small spoiler, but it's not like a bad spoiler. My player has realized what happens now that K9 is no longer the golden child. Who's next? And like, who is next? Who's going to be up? And they put some guesses forward. It's going to be Clapback. Clapback. After all this time being second fiddle, after all this time being like shoved away to make more room for K9, is going to be told this entire time, like, this was a test for you. We were just like seeing if you could make it, and you have. You've proceeded with flying colors. You're one of our strongest exos. Like, we are going to support you. And Clapback is Cell, my player, knows Clapback for like 3 things. This scene with K9, the rivalry with K9, the RB scene with the Temerity archivists, or the Temerity scientists, and also like one more scene, which was, this was never seen prior to Hattie getting there. Handler Beta was running a really tough training exercise and was just not letting up on Sister. And Sister is like the youngest out of all of them. She's like 12, and she's like the binder. Clapback walked up and punched handler beta in the face and like broke his nose. Because handler beta was being a jerk to like a 12-year-old. And the Valentines look out for each other. And Clapback is the sort of person who is like, listen, if no one else is going to step up to this, I'm going to step up to this. If I was Clapback, I'll be pretty pissed and conflicted when finding out. Justice for sister. Arrow, oh, now how's this going to work? Because I feel like Clapback's not an idiot. Clapback is not an idiot. And the reason she's called Clapback is because if you like talk smack, she will clap back. She will clap back at you. So I'm very interested to see what happens. Y'all don't know how hype I was to watch Arrow slam their Barbies together at full force. Okay, no. It wasn't slamming together at full force. It was gently approaching them together and then having one like hold the hand of the other. Can you get amen for Clapback? We love Clapback. And despite this, handler beta like respects Clapback. Like the two XOs that handler beta actually respects, because handler alpha played favorites. Handler alpha was like polite to everyone, looked out for everyone, but ultimately played favorites with Canine severely. Like, let Canine call him Jason, his actual name. And handler beta was just like, I'm gonna treat all of you equally. This is my job. You are tools for Kane. I'm gonna walk in. Are your uniforms good? Cool. Uniform inspection done. Dormitory inspection. I walk in. Do any of you have any drugs or contraband? No. I walk in each of your little like partition sections. I don't see anything. Okay, cool. We're done. Like beta very much isn't a big force in their lives, but he respects Clapback because she's the sort of person that'll walk up and punch him in the face. And he respects Gage, or respected Gage, because Gage had just been there for so long. Sukuna, I haven't used the Clapback move since the Heian era. Gojo with Clapback. Did you pray today? Jongling them Barbie dolls? Oh my gosh. Alpha played favorites so bad they turned Canine's previous call sign into his dead name. Yeah, so if you don't know, Canine used to be called Hound because when he first got there, he was a hardline. He was like, yes, sir, whatever you want, sir. Like, you say jump, I'll say how high. Like, everyone was like, oh, you're just the Hound of Kane. And then as soon as like administration gave him any amount of authority, as soon as they like were like, okay, you listen to us, we're gonna like have you be like the 13-year-old watching over the 12-year-olds. You know, like the XO that watches over the other XOs. He immediately was so chill about it. He immediately was like, yeah, I'm not gonna force anything they tell me. Just make sure that it doesn't blow up, and I will make sure that you guys can get the breaks that you need. They were like, oh wow, you're not a Hound. Like you're just like a Canine. So he became Canine. And then from that, because he was called Hound, Handler Alpha, to like show respect, basically to like get buddy with him, started calling him Hound. Because he's like, oh, that's what all of your other XOs call you. And Handler Alpha like never put together that they just started calling him Canine instead. And so yeah, like Hound is basically Canine's dead name that the administration calls, at least Handler Alpha calls him, to like demonstrate that like they're close, you know, like I call you Hound, not EO2, you know? I don't know. I like what I've done here. I like what I've done. I drink some water now. So we talked about romance a bit, mostly player NPC romance, but just the idea of like, make sure it's fast. Like, don't just wait like 12 sessions before you have any developments, but also keep it authentic. Like, just because one character is interested in another character and you're interested in them reciprocating doesn't mean you have to have it resolve immediately. That is diabolical. I did so much in this game, and my player like immediately was just like, oh my gosh, like I bet in the debrief Handler Alpha was talking to him and like, oh, I put so much work into like helping you, and this is how you pay me back. Like, you betrayed me, like everything I've done for you, and I'm just like, you're putting a lot of words in Alpha's mouth. you are manifesting in your vampire game. Yeah, so with romance, with player or player NPC, arrow with the red string board, I'm like, look what I've done. I'm writing J-Sound fanfic, toxic, non-romantic. Like, the funny thing is, Sel and I have talked at length about, like, what fandom would be like if this was, like, a streamed game. And we have realized that there would be a lot of people who would ship Jason X Hound, which is, like, super toxic and also illegal because Hound is, like, a 17-year-old and Jason is, like, a late 20-something, if not 30-something. So, like, this is not okay, but people would still probably do it. We also thought that some people might ship Gage X Sister because they're both loners that kind of, like, spend time by themselves, which is also not okay because Gage is, like, 16 and Sister is, like, 12, which just, like, I think that's technically, like, Romeo and Juliet, but that's too young. That's not okay. Like these are not okay ships. We have decided that Hattie X Raph would be very popular, but also we feel that there would be counter shippers who are Hattie X Arthur, and that the Hattie X Arthur shippers wouldn't like Mix because they see her as an obstacle in the way of their ship. And it's only after Hattie and Mix get time together that the Hattie X Arthur shippers would basically jump ship and start shipping Hattie X Mix. Gosh, we already have the precedent for a not okay ship like that. People shipped Levi and Aaron? Oh, I didn't know that. I need to watch Attack on Titan. Like, I watched... Gosh. My model is breaking. I watched seasons 1 and 2 when they came out of Attack on Titan, and then I just didn't keep up with it. Wow. My model likes breaking sometimes. I don't like this. Wait, Levi is 30? What? Oh my gosh. Like, they all look like they're the same age. Wait, Aaron's 15? Oh my gosh. That's not okay. So it's always a fun conversation if you have like a home game to be like, how would the fandom respond to this? Which, like, I suppose Big Brother's always watching and Little Brother would tattle on you. How fast can you run or kiss up? Imago Snake X everyone. I know it doesn't make sense, but fanfic doesn't have to. Listen. If anyone makes fanfic about this game, I think Cell would absolutely read it. Just please don't make it something like illegally problematic, like the 2 ships I mentioned. Most other things are fine. Like Imago Snake X everyone would be a very weird but very interesting ship. I'm getting spine chills. Yeah. Did I miss my 2-chat question? Nope, I haven't gone into questions yet. Like I will say, like, if anyone has fanfic or fan art, like, not even for me, for my player, I know it would kill them. I feel like it can be easy to forget the ages of this whole TTRPG situation, although Kane is just doing child soldiers. Yeah, and like, I think basically every character is like 14 to 17 in Dorm Epsilon, or 14 to like 18 in Dorm Epsilon, with the exception of Sister, who is like notably younger. So like most of the inter-XO relationships aren't weird because it's like, oh, it's a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old. That's not that weird. It's a 18-year-old and a 16-year-old. That's not that weird. A 14-year-old and like a 17-year-old is kind of weird. But like, I don't think that's like problematic in the same way that like a 12-year-old and like a 16-year-old is problematic. Yeah, it's like high school romance, exactly. You're so shy talking about what our home game is, though it's a show, and thinking about how the fandom would take it. No, I love this as just a narrative exercise. Because I've done this with my home game with my roommate as well, where I will just like talk with them and be like, hey, who do you think the fandom would ship? who do you think the fandom's like favorite characters would be, independent of how important they actually are? Like which arc do you think would be like the audience's favorite? Like, it's just fun to talk about that stuff. And while yes, I do literally have an audience I could stream for, I don't think a TTRPG is as fun to watch as it is to play. And I also think it's not as fun to watch as it is to hear someone talk about it. I think me being able to hit the highlights and skip the boring bits, me being able to ignore all of the bad takes, so to speak, where I said something wrong and then I correct it like a sentence later, that makes it much better. Which is why I think edited would probably be best. I do not have the bandwidth to edit TTRPG groups, but like I think it would be interesting to particularly run one-on-one games, because I feel like there's a lot of like, oh, it's just me and my friends all playing a TTRPG, and watch out, we get up to some zany hijinks, or like if you're more dramatic, if you're more narrative oriented, you're compared to like Critical Role. If you're more comedic, you're compared to D20. But like the only thing I can think of for like solo games is like Matt Colville, right? I thought you meant edit. Isn't the blasphemy? Oh my gosh. So much art of the Lord into spider transformation. Listen. If someone can get me art of the Lord into spider transformation, I've described it like 3 separate times. So you have like descriptions to go off of. Like, and that's the thing, like this channel is about me. It's also about TTRPGs. It's also about the community. So specifically when it comes to like fan art, I have no problem, so long as you're comfortable with it, posting a piece of fan art as part of the schedule, whether it's of like me or someone's arrow kisser or like Snake Imagoing. Agreed on both points. The campaign diaries perform better than some of the actual streams, speaking to MCDM. Arrow, I need to know a good way to read more of the story, as to write fanfic in my head to be at least okay, and then do nothing with it and curse myself. Well, basically every Wednesday stream, I talk about it, right? And if I don't talk about it, I say basically like immediately in the stream, like, ah man, no session yesterday, dang it. So if you just like prowl Wednesday streams, you wouldn't mind editing down or play-by-post for reading? Gosh. You know what? If you want to do that in your spare time cell, go ahead, and then we can see about releasing that. I know that you're already going in your roleplay transcription arc. So, basically, with the romance bit though, actually I suppose, does anyone have any Kane questions? Like about the game or about the characters or anything? If you do, either ask them now or drop them in the Q&A section. But I will deitize you for all of this. Oh, okay. So straight in, the play-by-post is like basically the entire Lord Hunt. We had a brief play-by-post section for like 3 weeks where it was the entire Lord Hunt, and then I think the start of the Spider Hunt. No, sorry. At the very end of the Lord Hunt is when we went back into calls. I know so little about Kane is perfect. So I more meant like, does anyone have any questions about like, oh, what's the deal with this character? How is this going to happen? Like, what was the context for this thing? Or just storytelling. Like, if you have any questions like, hey, how did you think of having Gage, like why did you think rolling to see if Gage would survive or not without actually the player being able to help them up would be a good option? What made you think that? How was playing Justice? Why did you decide Justice has more law keywords? Like that's the kind of stuff you can ask. But otherwise, romance and TTRPGs. Or let's be honest, who is even cishet in the Valentines? So Bond, the edit user, is cis. I think that she might also be cishet. She might be bi. See, that's things like a lot of characters, like particularly if they're attracted to not the same gender, I don't know if they're bi or if they're straight. So there's a lot of characters who I'm like, I know they're cis, and I know they are attracted to a different gender. I don't know if they're also attracted to the same gender. Like Mix, Arthur, Bond are all characters who they're confirmed. Like Arthur's a man who's attracted to women. Mix is a woman who's attracted to men. Bond is a woman who's attracted to men. Are they also was Arthur also interested in men? It didn't come up. I don't know. So we have a fair number of cis folk in the Valentines, and a lot of folks who are attracted to not the same gender as themselves, who aren't gay, but they might be bi. I don't know. Well, how's playing Justice? Justice was interesting because I was trying to assert authority as an NPC, which, if you know, it is intimidating a player can't be forced. Scaring a player can't be forced. Making a player feel something can't be forced. So I can't force my player to feel like Justice has authority over them. But I can set them up in such a way that affects power and power imbalance. And little things like ignoring K9. Little things like, I want to talk to the most senior XO here. The only reason I'm talking to you is because the two XOs that were more senior than you, and they're also here the entire time, are not eligible. Expressing that, you're tools to me. You aren't stained, therefore that means you have at least one in you. That's the kind of dialogue, that's the kind of delivery, that's the kind of affectation that can make them come off as authoritative, but I can't force authority. Oh yeah, how does hating dogs feel? I tried to play it with this weird sort of I hate what I am. And the player had complicated feelings on Justice. Because Justice, was an XO. Now is more than an XO. Is not an XO anymore. It is, bound to uphold the dogma of Cain. That being said, kind of hates it, resents it, wants to subvert it wherever possible. And that's why I cannot, I am not able to interact with Stained outside of execution. I do not see. What's something you did not expect to happen, but was so happy / shocked that it did? A couple things come to mind. My player, Cell, deciding to go on the Lord Hunt. My player just decided, no, I don't want to go on the Hound Hunt. I want to go on the Lord Hunt. And I ran with that. I could have forced it. And the player was even like, hey, if Mix says this specific thing, Patty would relent. And I was like, nah, screw it, we ball. And let them go on the Lord Hunt. And then that got to give them more time with K9. That got to let them learn how Gage is. That got to see how Snake was struggling to keep up. Speaking of, Snake going Imago was something that I did not plan for. Same thing with Hearse. I did not plan on either of these. But I'm very happy because I wanted Resplendent Echo, the hunt they were on, to be a disaster. They had 2 Imagos, 1 death, 1 MIA. And it required the entire crew of Valentines. Sans Clapback and Bond, right? Because Bond was injured, Clapback was on a different mission. Literally every Valentine showed up outside of those 2. The fear in my heart when I just eked out of the spider fight with 3 injuries and they say, you got 1 more in you? Yeah. You're not stained, you got 1 more in you. They're all teens, so hey, can they pick what they like based on what they'll experience or something like that? I really like the softer angle to Justice, shows depth while reinforcing their role over their personal opinion and perspective. Yeah, because Justice is a character who I think should be a jerk. I think should not be... I think that they should be pleasant, but not nice. Does that make sense? Justice is someone who, is not going to be rude to you, but is not going to coddle you. Justice is going to take you at face value as a tool and weapon for Cain, and is going to address you as such, and you're going to address justice as such, and then is going to make the best decision to reinforce Cain's agenda. Which in this case is wipe the stain away, kill the Imago in the real world, kill the Imago in the palace. Yeah, polite but not kind. You gotta be brutal but cunning. Did I play out the Hound Hunt plan, its story by yourself with vibes? Did you simulate the fights and investigation? With the Hound Hunt? Oh, and then also another thing that really surprised me that I was happy that happened, Gage. I said, just to scare my player, I was like, hey, I'm just gonna roll a d6. If they roll a 1, they fall. I actually literally rolled a 1 and Gage just fell. And my player can confirm this. Cell can confirm this. I think Gage falling was absolutely like the most gut wrenching out of the losses. Cause like Imago, Snake, they felt guilty for, but it's a little bit of like, you have kind of closure. You had a little bit of development with them. It was an interesting angle. With Hearse was a trooper. Hearse took a sin mark and kept going. Hearse took another sin mark and kept going. Hearse went there, killed the spider, and then took another sin mark and finally Imago'd on the way out. And it was just like they were a fighter to the end. Watson basically got tricked into going MIA by Snake. I think Gage falling was just like brutal. Because it was so needless. It felt so random. And Gage was the oldest out of all of them. For anyone who doesn't know, there was a bunch of XOs. One of them was called Cupid. And Cupid was like actively like sabotaging missions to recover the dead bodies of other XOs in order to get more money so they could buy their pieces of silver. And so the rest of the or not quite to that extent, but like they were not as effective as they could have been. And they were ready and willing to just like cash in on the failure of others. Oh wow, yeah. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Goated with the sauce. Oh, that's cold. So the Valentines formed as a response to Cupid. See, it's consistent naming scheme. So the Valentines basically formed like in opposition of Cupid. And then there was this hunt called Crashing Tiger. It was a centipede. Cat unclear. Although my player could like say like, hey, I want to research Crashing Tiger, and then like learn what the cat of the centipede was, like what it was. And basically one team was sent. 2 teams were sent. 3 teams were sent. Another site sent teams. After all of it was said and done, the only survivor was Gage. And the only XO inside Epsilon was Gage. And so when everyone joined, Gage was the sole person to pass on the culture of the Valentines. Gage single-handedly kept the culture of the Valentines alive. They explained, like, here's what the Valentines are. Here's what we did when someone new joined. Here's what we did when someone went on their first hunt and came back successful. Like here's how it is us versus others. Like, there was this one absolutely jerk called Cupid. And so Gage was, in a sense, like, my player called them the sage of the Valentines. Darn, Gage dying to hold so that everyone manages to get out means even more now. And I have a secret piece of lore that would make it even worse. I know you want an alternate timeline where you go on the Hound Hunt and just see how drastically different things would be. Yeah. Wait, Gage lost their fingers because of Crashing Tiger? There's layers to that trauma. Yeah. Because Gage was like targeted by vitriol. Their fingers were like fused together And they're a smother user, right? So they lost some of their fused fingers. And they're like, I don't care. They're fused together anyway. They lost their grip because of their fingers. They lost their grip because their fingers were fused together from Crashing Tiger. I have a piece of... Should I reveal a piece of lore about Gage? Because I don't know how else I would reveal it. I don't know how else I would reveal it. Yeah, but Gage dying to hold everyone, managing to get out means even more now. Yeah, because Gage wanted to give everything for the Valentines. That's who their life was. So Gage could have made up the whole Valentine's backstory. Yeah. Gage could have lied. Gage could have just made it up. Oh, so you have one more in you? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so for context, the Hound, someone asked, like, did I plan it all out? The Hound was Cat 2. I had notes in my brain about what it was. Just like how I had notes in my brain about how the Lord was Cat 3. And basically it was like, hey, it's going to be an office building. I had been listening to Butcher Vanity by Yishi, or featuring Yishi. And so I had like the idea of a type 2 hound that was like cannibalistic in my brain. I was like, how can I make that fit? I'm going to make that a hound hunt, and I'm going to have that be like in an office building where it's and the player would learn this talking to Raphael, so it's okay that they can listen to this. They learn, like the host was like a victim of basically being like constantly screwed over by this corporate environment and just wanting to get back at it. Like, they saw everyone in there as like animals that could barely control themselves. Like, it was like Blizzard, like Activision Blizzard style, like work culture. And it wasn't they hated everyone. It's, I want back at what these people are taking from me. I want to show these people that they're nothing but bullies. And I want them to feel the fear I feel when I see them. And so they went around and like they turned into the town and they were killing people and they were pursuing their grudge and like forming myrmidons. Like the dog outside was like drawn to the animalistic nature. And so it would have been a fairly straightforward hunt. Like catching the doe was one of them. So it was like a stalker type enemy. Butcher Vanity is a weirdly fun song. It's very fun. What the dog doing? It is biting Bond. Bond is now the dog. Bond has got that dog in her. You're a Ventilittle. Just had a game with friends. After the game, had to mediate their rules argument for 2 hours just to say that they both suck stupid and it's fine. Oh my gosh. Didn't you say there's a non-zero chance that Gage was Cupid? There's a non-zero chance. A hound with a slaughterhouse butcher vibe was my first thought when I heard what its vibe is. Yeah. We love a little tune about human consumption. Yeah. So the hound hunt was something I didn't have like mapped out. I just had notes on it, and like mental notes at that. So like I knew roughly what the traumas would be. I knew who the host would be. I didn't know how the investigation would go. But I was going to figure that out once the hunt started. And separate from that, I also had the idea of a lord who was like traveling because their host got taken by gatherers. And I thought to myself, okay, I want K9 to get a sin mark. And I want this to like turn into a spider. A lord, its severe attack gives a bunch of sin. So that'd be perfect for making him get a sin mark. And also, spiders have often been mistaken to be lords. So that had a very nice like dovetail of like the lord made sense to turn into the spider. And it got me the opportunity to like use this like wandering lord idea that I had, which initially I thought would be like a cat 1, but like, hey, cat 3, why not? I got to use like the Yishi butcher that I wanted, like the butcher styled one, which I considered making a butcher, but I was like, nah, I'm not a huge fan of the butcher mechanically. You are made of stupid. Also, there's no way for K9 to be safe and go gamma. The game was rigged from the start. Yeah, same thing with Arthur dying. And my player was like, oh, wait, if I'd gone on the hound hunt, like I could have saved Arthur. And I'm like, remember who you were swapping with. The swap was going to be you swapping with Arthur. You would never be on the same mission as Arthur. And my player was like, oh! And they realized like Arthur was dead from the start. So Arthur was going to die. Canine was going to have sin overflow. Something bad was always going to happen to Snake. I wasn't sure what it would be. That's why I was so pleased that he imagoed, because not only did I know he was going to manifest an idol, so my player, like, because their character used to be a content creator, they're like, I don't want to fight an idol immediately. I want to wait to fight an idol because I feel like that'd be too on the nose. And I'm like, cool. I will wait to throw an idol at you. Now they have an imago that is an idol. You're in pain for 2 weeks positive. You made me love my older brother just to lose him. And if Gage was Cupid, then there'd be a layer of both survivor's guilt, but with a big, oh no, I've actually been the reason of deaths for so many. Weird theory, Togedemaru. And I will also say, Gage, my player pointed this out multiple times, had a massive martyr complex that was never explained why. Why was Gage so obsessed with like throwing themselves into threats? They always wanted to be the vanguard. They always wanted to go in first. They had a 3 conditioning. Yeah, weird theory. I love how Harpocrates justifies why the new sin types aren't in the standard registry. Yeah, so I made Cell love Arthur just to kill him. I actually wasn't planning on having Cell get to know Canine that well, because I figured that Canine being like a background character, being like a more of a functional character would be fine, because like seeing, the golden child gets knocked down, and then once Canine's knocked down, you get close to him. Going on the Lord hunt meant you were able to meet and get to know Canine, which was nice. You're rereading Mistborn, so it's resonating. Hattie, you might want to research Crashing Tiger on your free time for the lore. Plot twist, Gage and Cupid are 2 personalities, but the same person. Gage is the day-to-day face. Cupid is the one who takes over and Gage is overwhelmed by guilt from losses and casualties. So, what I will say in response to that is, in the Spider Hunt, in the Mangled God, in the giant creation that the spider formed, Gage made a conditioning roll, because Gage is 3 conditioning, and I was like, and my player was like, hey, can I use conditioning to like have Gage try and find the spider? Because I basically made it, if you enter the Mangled God, you have to make a check to find the spider inside the Mangled God. And in that case, you can bypass the Mangled God and just fight the spider. Gage has 3 conditioning. They rolled conditioning and they failed. So they got lost. And then the spider, I was saying that it could take actions that affected everyone inside the Mangled God, because the Mangled God was like twisting in on itself and all the rooms were like rotating and debris was being knocked about. And so Gage eventually got a sin mark, rolled to resist, successfully resisted. And I described how Gage just has a panic attack. Gage just curls up into a corner, hooks their arm around like a segment of wall, and just curls in on themselves, hiding in the shadow, trying to make themselves as small as possible as they see and hear infested. Screams. Zombies from the Crashing Tiger mission chasing after them all around the room, the screams of other XOs as they're just like hiding in the darkness, trying not to be seen, trying to keep themselves hidden, as they would have manifested an ogre had they not resisted. And they like lose all of their color. They're desaturated. They're easier to hide because they're just like one with the shadow now. And that presumes that back on Crashing Tiger, they did the same thing. Maybe a familiar situation. Personality is a very good term for that. Yeah. But like calling it different personalities would only work if it was like actually like a plurality, which Gage is not. Like I'm not going to just throw that in the game because like, oh, that would be interesting. But like the theory that you have of like Gage and Cupid are 2 different masks they wear, right? Yeah, so I've had a lot of fun with this game. Next week is going to be a R&R session. Next week is going to be the weeks of recovery. And something that is very idiosyncratic to Dorm Epsilon, but also just like this Kane game we're running, because my player wanted this, is every character's XID follows E for Epsilon, what number they are. So like Hattie started E13, they're the 13th exorcist, dash their blasphemy, so FL, and then a number representing how many of those have been in Dorm Epsilon. So Hattie's XID was E13, Epsilon 13-FLB. Now, with losing Gage, Hearst, Watson, and Arthur, because Snake was E15, so Snake was above them, they are now E09-FLB. They quote unquote advanced 3 rankings. Gage is dead. Gage was E01. So now K9 is E01. Clapback was E03. So now Clapback is E02. Mix was E04. So now Mix is EO3. Arthur was EO5. So now Faust, who was EO6, is now EO4. And like everyone just bumped up. And it's this weird thing of like, I feel like I stole this from someone. Yeah, I was about to send, I'm 9, but fear being banned by YouTube. Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that. Yeah, need a break session to help the pacing. So we just had basically a break session. It was talking to Justice. It was talking with Raphael. Then it was talking to the car. Then it was talking with the debrief. Then it was talking to Raphael again. And then it was a final scene with K9 and Clapback. So we basically just had a rest session, but we're going to have like a montage session now. Because everyone needs to recover. Now, personality is a way outdated term. Alters is better. Got it. Understood. Yeah, so you need a break session to help the pacing. And something I do with my break sessions, which I've talked about before and has worked out quite well for me, is every unit of time. In my werewolf game, it was once a month. In my Kane game, it's once a week. I will say, what do you do? And what happens? And then I say something happens to you. So for instance, what do you do? I want to spend the next week just like developing my relationship with Raphael. I want the ship to sail. I want to romance her. And then I would say like, okay, like I would go into detail about how like you spend time with Raphael and like you go from kind of exploring your feelings to she's uncertain to screw it. Like it's been days now and I still feel the same way. Like, let's just go for it. And then they would like be able to start a romance. And then what happens to you might be Mix confronts you and says, hey, you're the reason Arthur died. I hate you. And then you're like, no. And then like, that's the sort of thing that I would like do. And then that's 1 week. That's the highlights of week 1. Then I'll say, what do you do in week 2? And then what happens to you in week 2? With Werewolf, it was like, what do you do? I investigate the kindred activity in the local area and like the history behind it. And then what happens to you is one of the kindred approaches you and then you have to talk to them. And then they're like, can they be trusted? So like, I do this thing where I give them full autonomy in what they do and I just say they do it. And then I say, okay, and then this thing happens to you. I gotta go eat, may come back later. Have a good night. Enjoy. Gage and Cupid and that bumping up because of death of Gage is also so it's hecka not clear if there are concrete connections and stuff, but there feels like that form may form those gaps and things. Can I spend a week just dancing? Yeah, absolutely. I found great success in this. I basically plan on doing this in every TTRPG that I run now, where it's just, if there's ever a time where like you have time to yourself, it's like, hey, you just got back from your D&D adventure and you just solved the portal, like you closed the portal that would bring the demons in, but now you need to research like how to send the spirit bomb into the abyss to blow up the abyss. Like that will take 3 months. Instead of just having you go off on a random side quest, what do you do in that first month? The research is always going to happen. The research is always going to be in the background. What do you do to occupy your time? And then suddenly you hit a situation where like in game, a year has passed. in game, you've known these characters for like 6 months. Whereas if you take, and this is something where like, if you take strict tracking of time, you'll have a better sense of it. But like, if you just play a game in real life, maybe only like 3 weeks passed in game, just because like, maybe you've played the game for like twice a month for 2 years, but in game, you only ever took like 20 rests, like 20 long rests over the course of it. And then maybe like there was one time where you had like a week of travel. That'd be like, you've been playing for like 2 years. Your characters have known each other for a month. So if you give them, hey, this thing will take like a month. What do you do for that month? And then something happens to each of you. That adds 1 month to that. And then let's say over those 2 years, you do that 6 times. Suddenly, instead of your characters only knowing each other for a month, your characters know each other for 7 months. That is much more reasonable that like your characters like will fall in love. Your characters will have like bitter rivalries. Your characters will have established relationships that don't only feel deeper, but are more realistically deeper. The soft time skips are beautiful too. Yeah. Hey, Araya. So that's a big fan. That's something I'm a big fan of, is just like bringing up time skips in montage style. I think what I'm going to do now, it has been 4 hours. I think I'm going to start on the Q&A now. So if you have any questions you want to ask, just throw them in there. Or if they're relevant, just drop them in normal chat. Should we throw more fighting game facts at you? Absolutely. Joining a Lancer game and the group surprisingly needs damage. Arrow, should I play a Blackbeard for the lulls and Blood for the blood and HP, or go annoying heavy gunner artillery? Do you have any defenders? That's my question. Do you have any defenders? Because if you don't have any defenders, go Blackbeard. And if you do have at least one defender, I would say go artillery. Yeah, I would say go artillery then, because the Blackbeard takes up aggro. The Blackbeard is really good at like being in your face and being a problem, whereas a defender can do that too. There's a Calendula and Goblin to manage segment. So you have a defender, a controller, and a controller. So yeah, I'd say Blackbeard, or I'd say artillery. You already have 2 Horus mechs and 1 SSC. I would say maybe like Swallowtail could be fun. I would say maybe like a Death's Head could be fun, like a long range artillery, because with a defender, they can like soak up all the damage. The Blackbeard is kind of a glass cannon, so it's always nice to have a Blackbeard alongside a defender, because the defender can protect you. But if the defender is busy protecting the Goblin, right, then you don't want to also need that, right? You would divide it too far. So you may get more value out of being like a Swallowtail. You could even go crazy like a Metal Mark. You could go a Nelson. Like you could go like Speed, like a Morning Cloak. Just like be stupid, go crazy. But yeah, I personally would recommend, I think Blackbeard is fun. I like artillery, personally. So you may find more value out of being an artillery unit. Oh my gosh, the Drake and just like walk forward. Honestly, Monarch. Monarch might be a very strong choice here. Because like the Goblin, when invading, can very easily give lock on. And then you can take advantage of that very easily. Hey, so I was hoping to get y'all's help making a character in Fab Ultima, so I wanted this character to be a noble who is locked away in a grimoire and is with his knight, so I was thinking to take the Zepho Symbiosis quirk from Techno and have the guard also be there in combat. I was thinking maybe Wayfarer Companion skill, maybe even the variant Heroic skill at start rule. I don't know anything about Fabula Ultima, so diagnose. Please. The floor is open to you. Hello, is this the Lancer Girl chat stream? Am I known as the Lancer Girl? like, is that like a thing that I'm known as? Because I don't think I am. Because I'm non-binary, but I don't mind being called a girl. And I don't know, I've had people say that I'm like their favorite Lancer creator, or like one of the top Lancer creators. And I feel like that's not, I feel like I have more competition. No, you made it up on the spot? Okay. Because like, I've had people unironically be like, hey, like Arrow Wrights is one of my favorite Lancer creators, like easily top 3, which like obviously Zack Tak, 11 Dragon Kid, like I'm not going to beat either of them. However, I've had people be like, yeah, you're just like one of my favorite Lancer creators. And I'm like, it's a niche. I get that. But like, it's a big enough niche that there are other people than me. You should make it a thing. I think it'd be really funny if y'all made memes about me as like Lancer Girl and just posted them on the Lancer RPG subreddit. Which like obviously I'm not asking you to do that because I wouldn't want to like flood the subreddit with like low quality memes or whatever. But I think it would be funny if you just take memes related to our community and just like psyop them into the Lancer RPG space. Aside from Lancer Deltarune, I've had a lot of people come to my Lancer shorts and be like, this isn't Deltarune. And I'm like, I'm talking about mechs. And I open every single one of my Lancer shorts with, in Lancer the Mech TTRPG. In Lancer the Mech TTRPG. In Lancer the Mech TTRPG. Like, I don't know how much more clear I can be. Oh my gosh, it's Jane Lancer. Listen, Arrow Lances. Wait a minute. This isn't a pizza shop. This isn't a bathtub. Wait, this isn't a beach. This is a bathtub. Arrow Lances. Arrow the Lancer Girl flying around in my mini Taraxacum and commenting on what's going on. No. If I'm going to be in anything, I'm going to be in a 2LL Barbarossa. I'm going to be in a 3LL with the frame of the Barbarossa, the 3LL Monarch with the flight core bonus, and a 3LL Nelson, because my ideal Barbarossa is just, I am a ship. I'm a size 3 flying object that can fly continuously. I strap on a giant sub FTL engine to myself. I have my spinal cannon. I have flak cannons to deal anti-air. I have Monarch missiles that I can barrage the ground with. And I'm just playing a literal gunboat that, because I have 3LL in SSC, I can just fly. I want to play a StarCraft Terran cruiser. That is what I want. I want to have my rail cannon, my Apocalypse Rail, just be the Yamato gun. Is that too much to ask? Arrow Lance is the Titanfall 2 Apex evacuation ship with too many guns on it. Oh my gosh. Listen, if I could play an LAAT, I would. If I could unironically play an ATT, one of my favorite fantasy vehicles, sci-fi fantasy vehicles, like of all time, I would. The ATT is so cool. And I don't know why. If you don't know, it's the one that looks like a beetle. It looks like a beetle. Star Wars TTE. It is the all-terrain tactical enforcer. It is troop. It is troop transport. And if you look here, it has 1, 2, 3, 4 forward-facing cannons, 1 rotating like tank hard cannon, and then it also generally has like 2 on the back. And this section right here is can open and deploy a ramp that will let like a squad or maybe multiple squads of clone troopers deploy. If I could build any mech for the look, it would be a Knuckleaf, the build that doesn't matter, just the build. So a kid with the thing that gives +1 size. kid with Fomorian frame. And Fomorian is IPSN. Is kid size 1 or size 2? Because like the ATT would be size 3, right? The ATT is troop support. I mean, honestly, ATT, kid with the Lancaster like mule harness that like lets you like transport someone. Fomorian frame. No, I feel like it would have to be. I feel like so it's slow, right? It has a big cannon. It has multiple lasers. I feel like this would have to be a Barbarossa because of the giant cannon. Maybe Death's Head. Death's Head also is like hexapodal. It has a big old cannon. You can give it some lasers pretty easily. And then you just give it Fomorian frame and the mule harness. So you just take 3 LLs of Lancaster, or maybe 2 and then like 1 of something else. 2 and then 1 from Nelson, where the Nelson lets you ignore difficult terrain because this is the all-terrain tactical enforcer. It has mag-locked feet. It has cables it can deploy so it can go up vertical surfaces. The Bly is size 2. Death's Head is many legs and big cannon. I know a friend who basically made a size 4 Lancaster that's basically a walking mech carrier and repair bay. It is a specialized perk that gives it a narrow profile to walk through size 2 spaces. How do you get size 4? Because Fomorian can't give you size 4 and nothing is natively size 4, right? And that's why like it's a meme in Lancer homebrew that if you make a size 4 mech, like that's an indication that you're not very good at homebrew. Again, I ask, is this your dream car? How fast can an ATT move? It can walk at 37 miles per hour. Why is this an article? I looked up how fast an ATT can move, and then I got an article that says the official cross-section says that the ATT can walk at 37 miles per hour and 11 other facts you'll know to love. So it's a 60 kilometer per hour walking speed. Yeah, so its max land speed is 60 kilometers per hour. Which, like, is faster than I was expecting. That's like cruising as a car. That's faster. Like, this has to slow down for school zones. I can't say I was expecting that. Yeah. There's one expansion that has a size 4 mech. It's ridiculous because it's essentially an oversized walking factory. Yeah. The idea is the mech can carry a Barbarossa like nothing and deploys mechs. If I had to build a mech, it would be like that General Grievous circle bike. Okay, I have a question. So I know what you're talking about. Grievous circle bike. So, you're talking about this. I thought he was in it. I thought that the wheel was over his head. You know, I thought that the wheel was like, you know? How stable do we think this is? You know? Like, if this hits something, is it like a bike where it will just like fall over? Or is the base wide enough that would be able to stand on its own? I feel like this isn't something that would be reasonable unless it's moving. You can build that to be stable. If it had gyro and it looked like a cannon on the other. So it does have a cannon on its side. But like, I don't know. I would be more okay with this if, first off, this was center mass. Like the control console was within the wheel. And so even if the wheel falls over, you are protected from falling. It probably has some repulsors, plus TE legs to catch. So it does have the legs. It has the legs that can pop out and catch itself. But I'm talking like, I crash. Do I fall over or do I like just stop? Mono wheels exist in real life. It's we need to work on it more. So isn't that a Vlad combined with a Nelson? Yeah. Yeah. How heavy is Grievous? I mean, he's made of robot. He's made of robot. And he's like a pair of lungs, like a brain and a face. And I think that's it. He is a robot, so he doesn't really need to worry about that. Well, yeah, I'm thinking about what if I had it, you know? What if I was someone who was driving this? How do you make a wheel that literally looks evil, bro? You say this is part of the dark side, so the dark side needs to be evil. Well, yeah, so it can use legs, but the legs aren't nearly as fast, is it? Both you crash and fall over, or fall over and crash. If the counterweight turret gets shut off, this thing will totally crush the robot boy. I don't think the turret's a counterweight. I think the turret's just there to be there. Spiky means evil. That is true. Okay, the nefarious circle. I will say, I am so disappointed that armor spikes are impractical. Like, realistically, you should not have anyone that has armor spikes because, like, in rest, you might poke yourself. It's harder to stand in formation. And when you're fighting someone, it might catch their weapon on your spikes, which will mean that a blow that would have been glancing will get caught, which may be good for you, may not. The idea of like spiked armor dealing damage if I stab you is really weird. However, it's so cool. It's so cool. Hang on, the turret can act as a counterbalance. They made World War II planes like this for scout planes. Armor is meant to protect you, not to hurt your enemy. That said, spikes on chariot wheels are Okay, spikes on chariot wheels are different because chariots, the king's chariot cannot be stopped. It's like a chariot wheel will have like a spike here because what's going to happen is that it's going to have a horse. This is a horse. See, look at how horse-like it looks. It even has a mane and a tail. And then it'll be like, yeah, yeah. And you'll have, and like this, pya, pya. Like you just have really long arms that just wrap around the horse's neck. And then you might have someone behind it who's like, pya, and they're like, pya, a javelin thrower, right? And so what this is that it's, if I'm still standing right here. Oh no, this horse is running at me. So if the horse is going like, wanna know what I'm gonna do? That's right. I am gonna step like this so I get out of the way of it. But oh no, a vast gasp. It goes, the horse misses me. Oh no, my shins are taken clean off by a spike. And that's what chariot spikes on wheels were traditionally used for. The goal was that you're not going to stand in the way of a charging horse. You're going to move out of the way. And so if you move out of the way with your spear out trying to stab it, you're going to lose your leg privileges. I like how spike bucklers are often just one giant spike in the center. I feel as though if you have like a buckler, you kind of need it to be one spike because if I slash you like this, it will catch on your spike and then glance off. You need to be able to basically glance off my spike. Else, my buckler will be caught on your weapon and we're like stuck in a bind almost. Whereas if I have a buckler that's like 5 spikes, if you go like that, your weapon might get caught here. And suddenly your weapon is caught on my buckler, which does mean I can now stab you, but it also means my buckler is taken up. I can't, like, if you have a friend with you, I can't defend myself with my buckler. Also, I was also, like, Togedemaru, I was also thinking Kirk from Dark Souls. It's defensive in the same way as an MG nest proactively. In Plague Tale, there's a crusader looking guy with black and white robes. He had spikes. but that's Chase. He wrapped like barbed wire around his legs and forearms, if I remember correctly. There are some small, funny diamond-shaped fluted bucklers with some smaller spikes. Interesting. The point of a buckler is active defense. Yeah, you punch like the thing of a buckler is you have a sword and I have a little shield that I meet with you. And generally, you're not going to go like this. If my sword is coming at you like this, you are going to like hit it at an off angle like that. Sorry, the cat on my bed is being weird. So your sword gets blocked and then goes this way. So now your sword is off to the side. My sword can go stab, you know? The goal of a buckler is I am punching your sword off to the side and stabbing you, you know? The horse's name is Milo. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, right. I was doing questions. we went on a tangent. Would I rather a toxic Yuri kind of romance in a TTRPG or a healthy romance in a TTRPG? It depends on if it is between NPCs, if it is between PCs, or if it is between a PC and an NPC. NPCs, fair game. I love my healthy little background lesbians. I love my toxic headship. I love the pining rivals to lovers, like yaoi. Like, I love when NPCs can be NPCs. And that means I can write them how I would write characters, right? PCs, I personally prefer it to be healthy. Whether or not I'm involved, toxic relationships between player characters can be done well and interesting. I think 90% of the time they're not going to be done well. I think 90% of the time it's going to bleed out of game. It's going to make someone uncomfortable. It is going to result in actual real life strife, and the unhealthy measures that the characters take to each other is not going to be cool and interesting. It's going to be detrimental to one or more person's well-being. So I prefer healthy player-player romances. And then for player NPC, I'm kind of in the same boat. Where like, I think an NPC that's like manipulating a player can be really interesting. I think most players won't think of that. I think most players, even if you tell them to their face, won't pick up on it. And the actual real life hurt of being manipulated will get to them, in my experience. I think if the player is mistreating an NPC, that can often get really weird because the player doesn't have to worry about not being a jerk to another player. This is just an NPC. So they can do whatever they want. And that kind of opens the door for, at best, like creepy weirdo stuff, and at worst, like stuff that I would kick you out of my table for. So I just prefer to not delve into that. But like storytelling wise, I think it's totally valid to show unhealthy romance. I made a short recently. Some of you may have seen it, about the best ship dynamic, where it's a shy knight and a very like forceful princess. Sure, throw it in the Discord. Throw the Fabula Ultima character art in Discord. I don't care about the shy. I don't care about the forceful. The knight ex princess, the bodyguard ex their charge romance is a trope I love. I love this trope. And multiple people in the comments were like, I don't know, this kind of like gives me the ick. This is gross. This has a power dynamic equal to like a student and teacher. Like they brought up like, you're weird for liking this. And my response to that, I didn't respond to these comments because that wouldn't have been productive. But my response to that is basically just like, it's called fiction. Like, you can appreciate toxic romance in fiction without endorsing toxic romance in real life. You can appreciate a toxic dynamic or an imbalanced power dynamic without endorsing that in real life. And I think that there are lines. And I think that it's up to the individual what that line is. For instance, I don't think you should have like a student-teacher romance. Even though in the story, that is not endorsing it in real life per se. That does happen in real life fairly regularly, and that is illegal. That is unethical, and that is harmful to the student on multiple levels, regardless of the genders involved. And so that's something where, like, I personally am not a fan of that. And that's why in Persona 5, I think it's really weird that you can romance your teacher. And like in Persona 3, there's weird vibes about like accidentally romancing one of your teachers and like her having a crush on you. But I don't think that like you're a bad person for consuming that media. Princess and Shy Guardian would have been my lesbian awakening if I hadn't already known. That's so valid. I'm so surprised people liked it so much. And obviously, like, people liked the comic because it's a good comic. It was great art. Like, I'm not going to take credit for, well, it was probably 90% of the appeal was just the setup with the OP post and then the art. Like, I'm riding off the coattails of more creative people than I. But a lot of people, like, expressed that they actually really liked my voiceover, which I was surprised by. I was just like, I just assumed it would be okay at best. Arrow, we're filthy shippers. That's fair. That's fair. Just an NPC is a bit of being a jerk to a GM. So like if the player and the GM are having fun with joking toxic Yuri or something, maybe, but yeah. Yeah, with player NPC, I think a lot of players forget that the GM is also another person. They kind of assume, oh, this person I'm talking to is just an NPC. I can tell them whatever I want. I can treat them however I want. And as a GM, I can separate myself from a lot, but like, if you're being nasty to an NPC and you're directing that at me, that's going to stick with me a bit. Now, it's not going to like ruin our relationship. I'm not going to not be friends with you, and I'm not going to like have my day ruined, but it might like sour my mood a bit, just because even if I ignore 90% of what it was, because I understand this is in games, two different characters, not to me, like 10% is going to stick. The GM is also a player, so GM, no game. Be nice to your GM so they don't burn out. Yeah. The images are launched. Oh no. Rivals to lovers, my beloved, especially if the dynamic doesn't change majorly, but the feelings do. Exactly. Like rivals to lovers is not healthy in real life. You really shouldn't. Like, if two people don't like each other, and then they suddenly like get together, particularly if they continue to like be jerks to each other, that is not healthy. That is not good. However, in fiction, in media, it's okay to like rivals to lovers, even if the dynamics don't change. And what I will say is, you cannot be toxic. You cannot be a grown character unless you grew from somewhere. So you can start out toxic and grow into someone that is like healthy. I did this. For the longest time, I was not a very good, I was not in a good mental state. I was not someone that, I tried my best, but I very much was not as good a person then as I was now. And I try my very best to grow every day. And I try my very best to be the best person I can be. But like, yeah, I sucked. Because I was a teenager once. You were too. Some of you still are. Don't say if you are. But like, you grow, you learn. And I think a lot of people have this weird like purity culture where if someone is ever bad for any reason, they're stained forever. Like a sin mark with Cain. It's like, oh, you're ruined. And I think no, I think that we need to have more tolerance for people who were jerks, were toxic, and grow. But that does not mean that the people they hurt need to forgive them, right? If someone is terrible to their partner, they break up. The person realizes they're terrible, like grows as a person, stops being terrible, is nice to everyone else. The person they hurt does not have to forgive them. The person they hurt probably will never forgive them, and that's okay. But the person who grew should not be precluded, depending on what it was. Depending on like what they did. Obviously, there are lines that can't be taken back. But I think they were just a jerk, right? Like if they were just like not considering the needs of their partner, which I would say is toxic, that can be grown past. and that can be atoned, not quite made amends for, but like they can work past that. And great example of this, can't defy the lonely girl. Yes, I'm talking about this again. This is my favorite manga I read last year, and I only read like a couple. I only read a handful of manga, but like this is a slice of life, girls love romance, where the premise is like, I think it's Akana. It's Sora and I think Akana. And Akana sucks at test taking. And so her homeroom teacher says, hey, I can write you a recommendation to a college, which means you won't have to take a test. You can skip the test, you suck at test taking, I will write you a recommendation, but you have to get this girl, this delinquent girl, to start coming to school. The delinquent girl has had a crush on Akana for a while now. And so she's just like, hey, sure, I'll come to school, but you have to do one thing, one request of mine every single day. And Akana says, okay, sure. And Sora's first request is kiss me. And Akana's what? And Sora's just like, my request is that you kiss me. Are you okay with that? And Akana's like, okay, sure. And then they kiss. And then it's a romance where the whole progression of the romance is Sora making more and more requests as they get closer and closer and get to know each other better. And then eventually, both of them realize independently, I have feelings for this person. It is not healthy that our relationship is built off of the requests. So Sora says, I'm going to stop making requests of you. Like, it's not fair to you for me to do this to you. And then Akana says, no, keep making requests of me because it's pushing me out of my comfort zone and helping me grow. So they have a conversation about it. They talk and they're like, hey, this is not okay. This is toxic. You are basically forcing me to do stuff that you want me to do. And then they basically are like, okay, I won't force you to do anything. Tell me if you don't want to do any requests, but I'll still make requests of you and I'll make sure to take it slow. And then Akana's like, sure. And they end up getting together and it's super cute and wholesome. And then for the rest of the series, they have issues with each other. And do you want to know what they do? Do you want to know what they do when like, what's Sora doing? She's like going off and like not spending time with me anymore. Do you want to know what she does? Hey, Sora, I feel like you haven't been spending a lot of time with me. And like, I don't want to get in the way of you living your life, but I just want to like make sure that like nothing's wrong and that like I didn't do anything to upset you. And Sora goes, no, you didn't do anything wrong. I just got a part-time job because I wanted to spoil you for like, and like buy you stuff. And then Akana's like, what? And then they just talk about their issues. They just communicate. One of them is like, oh no, is she like not interested in me anymore? And then she walks up to her girlfriend and is like, hey, are you not interested in me anymore? I've been feeling weird vibes. And the other one's like, what? No, I've just been tired and busy. And then the other one's like, oh, okay. And then the other one's like, it's cute that you were worried though. And then it's like, it's just so, they have more emotional maturity than most actual people I know, which makes it so sweet. And this starts as toxic Yuri. This starts as one of them is basically being pressured into like kissing the other one, holding hands with the other one, spending time with the other one. But they both recognize that's not okay, and we should move past that. You were hoping for a JoJo fight? I don't know. It's a really good series. Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. Highly recommend. You hate the Bakugo and Deku ship from My Hero Academia. I haven't watched it. All I know is that like Bakugo really hates Midoriya. That's what I'm saying. I like toxic and or doomed Yuri as much as the next gal, but if they heal the toxicities, overcome their doom, hope and love. So if they heal, it's not toxic. If they overcome, it's not doomed. Like toxic doomed Yuri is that they are not good for each other and they don't end up well together. So I would argue that if it starts toxic and gets healthy, I would say that's closer to like healing. Like that's healing Yuri. And then if it starts doomed, but they manage to overcome, I would say that's like struggling Yuri. Because like the defining aspect of doomed Yuri is that like they can't work out. It will not work out. If they do work out, it's not doomed. It's not toxic Yuri if they're just like both unpleasant. Toxic Yuri is like one like owns the other one legally kind of deal. Like toxic Yuri gets into some really messed up stuff, and it delves into the dynamics of like two people that are not on the same wavelength, that are not good for each other, that are actively hurting each other, and the interplay of that relationship. Meanwhile, like if you have someone who like is pressuring the other one, and then they learn that that's not how to do it, and then they back off and they like apologize and they're like, I want you to have your autonomy and I don't want to infringe on that. That's healing, right? Do I take manga recommendations? I do. I can't say I'll read them because I have not read manga in months. Like I have a couple manga that I'm following. One I'm all caught up with, or I was caught up with a couple months ago, and I just need to. I think I was caught up like a month ago. It's How I Got Invited to an All Guys Mixer, and it's releasing monthly, and I'm basically like reading the chapters like once every 2 months. And then I had the not sequel series, but like by the same mangaka, Kashikaze, who is a VTuber, who is a JP VTuber. Made a different series called I think it's The Girl with the Husky Voice, and it's basically about a girl who wants to be a singer, but her voice is like really deep, and so she like is uploading covers online, and she accidentally plays one of her covers in front of a Vocaloid artist who goes to her school, and then they team up because the Vocaloid artist is like struggling with views, and everyone's like saying, oh, you fell off, you're not good anymore. But like the singer loves her work, so they're basically working together now, where you have the singer, you have the songwriter, musician, and then you have the lyric writer vocalist, and they're like a duo. And so that's what I've been keeping up with. It's actually very nice. All Guys Mixer has been very nice. It's really cute. I will say the main couple is really boring. Because in All Guys Mixer, it is 3 guys show up to a mixer, and sitting across from them are 3 more guys. But as it turns out, the guys are all actually women. And they just work at a cross-dressing bar. So they have types that they play at this bar, and like one is the prince, one is the aloof, like uninterested one, and then one of them is like the aggressive, assertive one. But they're all women that just like basically dress in drag. And then they each have a pairing, and the main pairing is kind of boring. My favorite pairing is I think it's Fuji and what's the golden retriever boy? I can't remember his name. But basically, the one who's like super aloof and uninterested is a hentai mangaka, like a doujin artist. And she is paired with the golden retriever boy who acts as her model. So he's just like happy to be involved, and she's just like, hey, hit this pose for me. And he's like, okay. So he just like will hit the most like revealing pose, like fully clothed, but like she just wants him for like art references. And then as they grow closer, like he helps her with her manga, but she's really embarrassed. She thinks he's going to find it weird. And then she ends up showing him, and then he's like, oh, this is not weird. I didn't realize that you were doing this, but like, okay. And she gets kind of possessive over him, which is very cute. Is it a reverse harem if they're all drag kings? No, it's 3 separate relationships. Like there's no love triangles, there's no crosstalk. It's like frick, I'm forgetting most of their names. It's like main guy with main girl. It is shy guy with shy girl. It is like uninterested girl with golden retriever boy. Handsome women and beautiful men, my favorite gender. I would say it's handsome women and plain guys. Like the guys, something I will say, actually think one of the things I love about All Guys Mixer, they're all college students. So not only is it less weird, because not only is it like, oh, I'm not like reading about like 16-year-olds running around and dating. They can also just decide like, hey, let's go camping for the weekend. Like, it's summer. Let's just like book out a weekend where we can go camping and like go see fireworks or whatever. And like, they're all adults, so they don't need a chaperone. They don't need to like ask their parents. They have money that they can spend. Like, they go to classes together, but ultimately they have lives outside of school. Like, it's a really nice change of pace for Slice of Life. Slice of Life. The scene at the con. Oh my gosh. I love the two-side pairing. They're adorable. Isn't it more that they don't want to corrupt the golden retriever? Yeah. So the hentai artist doesn't want to corrupt him, but also is embarrassed. Is like, I think that he would die if he saw this, and then he's like, oh, this is fine. It's just a healthy mix of platonic and romantic relationships, and I love it. Like, honestly, the reason I like the I think it's Fuji and Golden Retriever is because they're just friends. Like, they're just friends for the longest time. And I think that as of to where I've read, they're still just friends. But like, Fuji has definitely like been kind of like step off my man a couple times. Like, not explicitly, but very much like they go to Artist Alley at a con, and one of the a different like yaoi artist, because Fuji draws yaoi specifically, yaoi artist, and a different artist who's a guy comes up and is like, hey Fuji, how's it going? And like, they know each other, they worked on a release together. And like, he's like, oh, who's this? And she's just like, oh, this is my friend. And the yaoi guy is basically like trying to get to know the golden retriever guy more. And she just like puts her arm around him and is just like, I think we're going to be going now. And it's such just like a step off my man moment, which is just like, it's not possessive. It's very subtle, but it's very much like Fuji is interested in him, or at the very least, like, doesn't want him getting with this other dude. And the golden retriever guy this entire time is just like, yay, attention. Is it more that I don't want to? Yeah. Like, she gave him the book at one point. She gave him the manga, and then he didn't read it for a while because he was like, hey, you said you don't want me to read it, so I'm not going to read it. And then she finally gave him permission, and then he read it, and he's like, yeah, I liked it. It was cool. Though I will say, like, so they're friends, right? They care for each other. He wants to get into manga. She wants him for modeling and also like to help with like paneling. So they're helping each other out as friends. He also like makes her take care of herself. And at one point, she's working herself too hard. She's working herself too hard and is like basically bedridden because she's so focused on manga. And he comes over and like he's helping her take care of herself. And then she's like getting up and she's like, I need to go get this thing from the kitchen. And he pins her down. And like, he holds her down like face to face, like nose to nose. And it's drawn like incredibly intimately. And he's just like, I don't want you going anywhere. And then he stands up and goes to get the thing from the kitchen. And then she just has a moment of just like, that's literally line for line what I just wrote in my manga. Like, that, she's fujoshiing out about herself. And then he comes back and like grabs her like the hot towel that she was wanting to go get. And he's like, yeah, I didn't want you going anywhere because like I wanted to get this for you. And like you would like you haven't been drinking enough water. So like here's some water. And like he meant it completely platonically. He meant it without anything behind it. But she, in that moment, was just like... And I, in that moment, was just like... I would recommend Izakaya Nobu. It's a slice of life about a Japanese bar that has a front door linked to another world that's like fantasy medieval Europe. Oh. He's taken, bro. Not staring daggers. Like, and they're just like a good friendship, right? They're fun. They have a fun dynamic. They have Grumpy Sunshine, right? Then there's another pairing who I actually didn't like for the longest time, and now I think they're cute, right? And they're actually the first couple that gets together. I think it's Hagi and it's like Kasuka, I think her name starts with a K. But basically, for most of the plot, anytime they interact, it's shown from his point of view. And basically, anytime she says anything, he goes like, you're so cute. Oh no, you're so beautiful. Like, I'm so embarrassed. Kohaku, thank you. And he's just constantly like cringing in on himself anytime she does anything. It's like, oh my gosh, like you're so like, why did I write an E? He's like, oh my gosh, you're so cute. You're so beautiful. Like, you're so amazing. Blah, 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 blah. And like, she's always just like, what is wrong with you? And then they go to a fair. And she has the exact same reactions he does. She goes like, I'm so embarrassed. I was so cringe. Like, I shouldn't have done that. And she's like panicking. And he, the entire time, is like completely normal. He's like, yo, you good? And I realized the entire time he had been freaking out was basically just an internal look at his anxiety. And she had the exact same thing on her end. And they're both someone who hyper analyzes themselves and hyper criticizes themselves. And when they're out with someone they like, they assume they're doing everything wrong and the other person like hates them. But when you see outside of them, you see that they're both completely normal. And that reveal made me like this romance like way more. Because up until that point, he like is really annoying about it. But then once it's revealed that both of them are like that, I'm like, okay, that's just like a narrative choice. I actually really appreciate that. And like EJ says, he's also the stereotypical like, oh, I like Kohaku, but I even like her when she's in drag. I even like her when she's dressed like a guy. And then at one point he's like, guys, I think I might be bisexual, to his friends. And they're like, cool, what brought this on? And he's just like, there's someone that I like. And then like he had like a gay panic about it. But like ultimately he expresses to her that despite the fact that normally he's obsessed with women that are like super cute and demure and that like very like trad woman, very like, oh, let me protect you, let me buy you like a date and give you flowers, and like you love cooking and baking and like domestic stuff. Kohaku very much is like, I wouldn't say tomboy, but she is someone that's like more independent. And so he's just like, you are not at all my type, but I still really like you, and I really like you whether or not you're femme presenting. Like, I just like you for you. And that really resonates with her, and it really hits her deep. And at one point he mentions that like he's into her and she overhears him and she's like, ah. And something that I've loved is at the bar that they work at, there's also like two background characters. There's two background characters who are also like women in drag working the bar. They really don't get any screen time outside of the bar, except in one of the recent chapters, they did have some screen time. And anytime they show up, they're just like, hey, Kohaku, you've been avoiding Hagi recently. Should I like ban him from the bar? Like, are you good? Or like the golden retriever boy will show up. And he'll just be like, hey, I'm just here for Fuji. And then, or Fujo. Fujo? The Fujo or Fuji? The mangaka. And he's just like, hey, I'm just here for her. And they're just like, you're here for her, all right. And then he's like, what do you mean by that? And they're like, we'll tell you when you're older. and they're just like lovely. And I think they recently had a chapter. I can't remember. If I could recommend a manga, The Delinquent and the Transfer Student, it's really cute. Huh. That does sound cute. I do love that kind of dynamic of just like, oh, two people that would never would have gotten together. They get together. It's so cute. Which is better, romance with PC and NPC or PC and PC? I kind of talked about this before. I'm fine with both. Generally, as a player character, I'm not looking for romance. As the GM, I have since gotten more comfortable running romance with NPCs, with player characters. But like, whenever I play a game that romance is like on the table or coming up, I just say like, I'm not looking to flirt with my friends. I'm not looking to dirty talk to my friends. Like, it could be funny, but at the end of the day, like, I want to authentically represent the romance, and I'm not trying to like mix signals. And like at a certain point, it's like what I'm saying to your character is also hitting you, and I don't want that. Like, I don't want that kind of weirdness. So personally, I'm not really inclined to go after romance too much myself, but if two other PCs in my game want to go after it, I'm game. Just do it well, please. Like, be friends first. And like, that's just because of me. I'm very critical of most romances I see, not just in TTRPGs, but also in media, in books, in movies, in games. I always feel like they're rushed. I feel like there's not that much chemistry. I feel like because they set these two characters up as romantic partners for each other, not as friends that work well as partners together. Guys, I think I might have figured out why they're called arrow rights. I get that, but arrow, you do it accidentally. What do I do accidentally? Flirt with my friends? Oh, right. Like when I tell them I can do whatever I want to you. Or, what was the other one? Because yesterday's session, I didn't have anything. The closest I got was, I thought you liked it when I teased you. But that one was just me talking about teasing them like as a friend, so it's just a theory. Listen, I am Arrow. I'm also Ace. Now, am I fully Arrow or fully Ace? I don't know. I identify as Demi for both. However, maybe I'm more or less, I don't know. I have fun toying with you. That was the other one. Oh, you're right. I don't do this so you can have fun. I do this to toy with you. So like, yeah, I say some sussy stuff, and that's why, like, I don't mean it. I don't mean it as sus. I just say it to be normal. But yeah, so basically, if it's PC romance, do it well. Like, with all due respect, I don't want to sit here and listen to two of my friends flirt with each other poorly. I'm down to sit here listening to two of my friends flirt with each other where, like, sparks are in the air. That is engaging. That is narrative. That is drama. But if you're like, hey, so, tough fight we were in last time, right? And the other one's like, yeah, but you really held your own. And the other one's like, well, I wouldn't be able to do that without support from you. And the other one goes, well, just remember to pay me back later. And the other one goes, what if I pay you back tonight? And then the other one goes, oh, you're so bad. And then the first one goes, yeah, but you're worse. Like, that's like, that's kind of funny, but it's not very narratively interesting. It's not very characterful. It's not very entertaining. So like, I don't want that in my games. But if you have something, for instance, like my player character in the Kane game was absolutely squealing when I had the canine clapback scene. These are two characters that the character didn't really care about, that the player didn't really care about. One of these characters had only been featured in like 2 scenes, or like a handful of scenes. The other one is someone who they actually had a bit of personality conflict with. Canine is someone that the player actually didn't like too much, and then grew to appreciate over the course of the hunt, and then kind of pitied, but didn't really get close to. These are like 2 side characters, and my player was squealing because even if the scene itself was kind of cringy, even if my delivery of it wasn't the best, there was emotion behind it. There was a narrative within it, and they were being there for each other. It was developing their relationship, not just like making passes. And so my player was eating it up, right? Era, I'm saying that word for word to my SO later. What? Oh, I'm bad, but you're worse. Sheriff N1, arrow sus. Yes, please. Yes, please. What? Life's a journey. We're here for a good time, not a long time. So enjoy ourselves and figure out what you are is part of that. Yeah, exactly. In terms of opposing genre, I do believe the true opposite of romance is horror, where one genre attracts, the other repulses. Disagree. Just like how the opposite of love is not hate, the opposite of love is apathy. I would say the opposite of romance is like a tactical war game. Because this is one where it's all character, this is one where it's not at all character. Just like love and hate, romance and horror are two opposite sides of character. Good horror makes you care about the characters because then you don't want them to open the door where the killer is behind. Then you don't want them to go down into the hole where the monster is lurking. Then you don't want them to find out the secret that will turn the town on them. Bad horror, or like schlocky horror, slop horror, is ones where none of the characters matter, none of the characters are interesting, and they're all just there to have bodies that die in creative ways. Which, like, there's a place for that, but it's called schlock horror. It's called sloppy. It's called, like, splatter horror or whatever. Like, that's not meant to be scary. That's meant to be like, gross. That chainsaw went all the way through their spleen. Like, that's how you engage with that media, and that's valid. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's not horror in the same sense that being scared is horror. Oh no, I'm doing this to toy with you. So what you have to do, arrow riz lesson. What you have to do, if you have a partner or just someone you're flirting with, get them, like, flirt with them, do whatever you're gonna do, and then they're just like, that's no fun, because, like, you say something, they respond, and then you shut them down, and they're like, you're no fun. And then what you say is, I'm not doing this for you to have fun. I'm doing this to toy with you. That is how you arrow riz someone. I need my slash slop fix, but it isn't nourishing horror. It's terror junk food. Exactly. It's terror junk food. There's nothing wrong with having terror junk food. However, if all you consume is terror junk food, I don't think you've sampled horror properly. In the same way that if all you've had is potato chips, I don't think you've had potatoes effectively. I don't know if two PCs hit on each other and they went full. No. Araya. If they go full camp, that is entertaining. If they go full camp, that's entertaining. The issue is a lot of players play it straight, but either don't have the skills, the confidence, or both to be entertaining. A lot of players will do like kind of what I described earlier, which is like, well, maybe you could make it up to me later tonight. Oh, you're so bad. Yeah, but you're worse. Actually, you'll find I'm quite good at what I do. Maybe I can find out tonight. And like, that's just like poorly doing pickup lines. Like, that's not camp. That's not entertaining. Like, maybe you can have a laugh at how cringe that is, which if that's what they're going for, that would be funny. But a lot of times, like, the people saying that are doing it straight. And that's not to say like you shouldn't try that. That's not to say you shouldn't make efforts to explore this. But it is something where I'm not going to find it fun as another player. I'm going to be like, oh my gosh. Like, I might give like a pity laugh. I might be nervously laughing, but like, that's not the sort of thing I'm there for. Now, if we just ended a fight and you went down and another character runs over to you and like heals you and is like holding you in their arms, and then you wake up and you're just like, well, here I was worried I'd wake up from a pleasant dream into a terrible reality, but I woke up into something even better. And then the person holding them is just like, I can knock you back out again. And then the person says, well, if this is the last sight I see, can't say it would be the worst. And then the person holding them just goes like, shut up, and like helps them up. Like, that's cute. That's sweet. That's cliche, but that like has character, and that is not just two people like poorly like just tossing a pickup line back and forth between themselves. That is like, that's sweet. And like, it's short too. It's not a long drawn out scene. It's like a dialogue exchange of like 6 lines of dialogue with the action of the first thing I do when combat is over, I come over and heal you. It has an underlying understanding of like, I care about you enough that my number one priority after combat, I want you to be up. And then we can have like a little flirting, a little back and forth, a little banter. And then we get back up, we do our own thing. And then later, maybe at camp, the one who like got healed back up is like, hey, I just wanted to thank you for healing me. And the other one says like, I would have done that for anyone. Then the other one goes like, no, I know, but you still deserve to be thanked. And then the second one goes like, well, maybe not anyone. Maybe I would have prioritized you first. And then like, they're allowing their walls to come down for that other person. That other person gets to respond to that. And then you have an emotional moment that isn't just empty calories of romance. Arrow, we need to work on your delivery of those lines. All right, hop in my DMs. Didn't know you had a regular laugh. Why is Arrow so much better at the tsundere lines than the initial ones? Because you know that I was like presenting it to be cringe. Now, something like the Jurassic Park series, that is good horror. Alien is a strong case for being like the best sci-fi horror ever made. Alien is really good horror. Alien is good horror. Yeah, like anytime Ripley is on the screen, Alien is horrific. And even when Ripley is on screen, assuming you don't know that she's like throughout multiple movies and like before you get to the action of like Aliens and later movies that tend to be more action horror than just like survival horror, like it's really tense. You need to see an Alien. You need to see Alien. Alien's good. The apathy is death quote from Kreia and KOTOR 2 is not actually said by Kreia. It's part of a vision. I remember our group had those RPG consent forums and we were all yellow on romance. So we started joking that anytime we would break up any romantic relationship, even between NPCs, that's funny. Not to say you can't do romance horror, just they have different targets of emotions. They do, but not opposite directions. Oh yeah, for Vampire the Masquerade, we filled out lines and veils and we had spectacle section for stuff we'd like to see. Ours was solid paragraph of blood, gore, blood, gore. Corn would be pleased. I think Terminator 1 is at least horror adjacent. I would say Terminator 1 is horror. Because you don't fight the T-1000. You run from the T-1000. At the end, they fight it, obviously, because it has to have a climax. But like the entire movie is running from it. I would say Terminator 2 is like... Terminator 2 is like Resident Evil 2, I think. The one where you play as Leon Kennedy in the Raccoon Police Department, where you have like a chaser enemy, but it's like ultimately like action with horror as a veil. You know what I mean? Isn't? I thought that was I thought T-1000 was Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I thought the T-2000 was the goopy one. The first 3 movies are all good for different reasons. First one is peak horror, second one peak action, and third is fun campy mix. I like T2, but I wish more movies had the tone of T1. Yeah, because Terminator 1, for anyone who has not seen it, is a movie about a woman who randomly has a man show up in her life and say, hey, this guy who is chasing you is a robot sent from the future to kill you before you can give birth to your son. We can't stop it. It is immune to mundane weaponry. We just have to run. And so it's her like life being upended and like running off and going off on this pursuit where this man like she ends up like falling for him, and then they end up like sleeping together. And then because the early Terminator movies are a closed time loop, he ends up being the father of the man who would lead the revolution against the machines in the future, despite being sent from the future. And by blowing up the T-1000, Oh, T800, thank you. So the T1000 is the goopy one. The T800 is Arnold. And then the T800, they blow it up by like sticking grenades in its torso, and then using the pieces of the T800, Skynet builds itself. Like they build Skynet from the pieces of Skynet. Just Riz the robot Shrimple. You couldn't Riz a plastic bag. Maybe you could Riz a piece of calcium or a chunk of shale, but anything outside of sedimentary, igneous, you can't do. You're my best friend's dad. Alien is such a weird thing because it's horror. It has horror elements, but it's not classified as horror. It's a thriller. Alien 1 is a horror movie. Alien 1 is horror. Like, I think a thriller is horror most of the time. Like, most thrillers are horror, because how do you be like, spy thrillers generally aren't horror, but like, I think a lot of horror are thrillers. Thrillers is like active underlying tension that is constantly pushing forward with momentum. That is Alien, there's T1, that is Predator. Like, that is... It can be action, it can be intrigue, it can be horror. Thriller is not a category in and of itself, I feel. You would be surprised how easy rock puns riz people. Cannot believe Arrow's taking me for granted. It's not the rock puns. It's the fact that you're so autistic that you actually have a personality. Like, that's the real answer, Rory. What if you make a spy horror thriller? I think that'd be really cool. Whether it is spy horror thriller of like the horror is like government surveillance and is the power of the few over the many, or it is a spy action thriller where it just so happens that like there's also a serial killer. It is, but put under thriller over horror. That's so weird. For another thriller that I highly recommend, not horror, Crimson Tide. An AI and synthop with a regulation to always flirt with another AI at least once a day. Okay, so that wouldn't be a regulation. That would be a directive. Because regulations affect every synthetic. Unless you want to make your version of Calden have really weird, like, solicitation laws. And all of the robots are, like, obligated by regulation to flirt. You have no idea the amount of inane conversations Arrow and I have had because I have an idea and need to discuss it. Also, when we getting that Stone Age TTRPG so I can use Stone Age Riz? Rory, I got distracted and I released a sci-fi TTRPG since putting the Stone Age TTRPG on the back burner. I put it down, made a whole other TTRPG, and now need to go back to it. But now, Rory, you ignored my message earlier. I wanted you to tell me about Stellaris. I will be consulting your manager about this. Rory, you are my manager! You manage my Persona playthrough. you manage my gaming of Persona, and I just rant at you about Persona, and then you're like, teehee, wouldn't you like to know, weather boy, anytime I ask you a question? You responded in your mind. Good thing there's nothing going on in there. There's not a lot of space to compete with. Me, I don't know what you think about action mixes more with horror or comedy. Me, personally, I say comedy because with action and horror, it's about who has power. I think action comedy, like Jackie Chan, right? Physical comedy can be really funny. Slapstick can be really funny. And that works really well for action comedy. Also, I would say a lot of the Marvel movies should be considered action comedies because they prioritize comedy and action. It was my mind palace when I responded. Everyone knows what the shadow experience is doesn't translate to real life. A shame we can't ban roasting here like Twitch. F you mean a shame. I'm delightful. I do miss emotes from Twitch. Yeah. Also, Rory, both claim to call yourself delightful. Hulk smash Loki. I feel like Rory's Stone Age pizza is just the Family Guy caveman going, you, me, say, X, them, legend. So what he's referencing is that a couple months ago, I started working on a Stone Age TTRPG where you play as not just a creature, but an entire species in a world where magic is fading. And so you might have relied on it to eat or to reproduce or to communicate, and you need to rapidly evolve as magic is fading to catch up. Yeah, I interpreted it as Civilization TTRPG. Oh, I love those type of games. So like you do play specific members of your species. However, you also build your entire species. And when your character dies, or when your character retires, or when your character does anything, you just make a new character of your species. And you continue to evolve your species. And you continue to push your species forward. No, wait, Hulk Smash Loki, the romance action comedy? I assumed that was like a command, like Hulk Smash Loki. My brother and I would play one of those road trips going up. Oh, man. When I went across the country, coming to California, I spent like the entire time playing Werewolf, like the TTRPG, with my roommate. And it was so much fun. Because I run a very narrative-oriented game. I run a game where there's not a lot of dice rolls. I roll a game where there's not a lot of mechanics. It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of improv. It's a lot of character work. And it's a lot of, I want to go do this thing. Okay, you go do that thing. So it was so much fun. Sounds a bit like Legacy Life Among Ruins. Imagine a TTRPG where you play the Spore creature stage. And you are actively part of the Spore tribal stage. So like, you have a village that you come from that can like weave baskets and make spears, and like you might use bones with flint to sharpen them or something. You have instruments that you can play. You have pots that you might have pottery for. Some places even have developed this newfangled technology called bronze. And so you have development, but also it's ultimately a system where you still go around and you do stuff, right? I would like to make time to play this. Why do you only run Lancer? Bronze is for weak, stoneless babies. So Rory, I haven't run Lancer in months. I'm running Kane right now. But if you can make time, Mr. Oh, I'm so busy. I can only play Stellaris on my off time. Then I would love to run a game for you. You had me at Spore? Yeah. Bronze sounds like a mythical metal of the gods. Listen, you have to delve into the earth in order to, like, grab, like, unripe metal. You have to, unripe bronze. And then you have to, like, baptize it in fire. And then form it, like the gods, into shapes that conform to the needs and desires of your tribe. It is divine. You ain't that lucky, we both know it. Okay, in my defense, I'm learning Stellaris for future videos. Yeah, I don't know if you know, Rory's a luck build. Some of the most infuriating people I know are all luck builds. And like, I hate them. But also, like, I love them because mostly they're idiot men, and I love idiot men. Everyone needs an idiot man in their life, and I have several. Have y'all ever learned about the actual manufacturing process for bronze? We figured out before iron by pure chance. It's not even everywhere. Really? I didn't know that. Never heard a phrase like that, but we love it. You could build a religion around that, and absolutely you can. That's why I made it so that the system, the main draw of the system, for instance, like with Synthop, the main draw of the system is you have regulations and directives that dictate what you can and can't do. So the hook for Synthop is, can you accomplish your mission when you have rules of the world guiding how you act? Can you, as a player, outthink the regulations placed before you, the directives that you take on? and you upgrade yourself and get more directives. And you get glitches that allow you to subvert directives. And you get gear that will allow you to, on a mission, be effective. Like, you evolve and you grow and you build. But ultimately, can you work your way around the guidelines and rails that you've set up for yourself? The thing with the Creatures TTRPG, the Stone Age TTRPG, is can you build a species that will last? And you don't spend experience on your creature. You spend experience on your species. You grow new parts. You develop new parts. You like have to choose to have a stomach, or to have eyeballs, or to have hands. Like, you have to choose these things based on your ancestors. Yeah, the Bronze Age is a misnomer, as it was very much localized in a few areas and then dispersed out. It was Copper Age with a few areas before getting bronze. Writing that down. Raw bronze isn't even the ground. It's an alloy of copper and tin, so you have to take it to different metals, combine them, which was clearly a religious ritual. Forget dungeons, start doing mines. Dungeons have to come from somewhere. Arrow, if they were a luck build, they'd be playing your Stone Age TTRPG right now instead of complaining it ain't your fault. They just unlucky. No. So the Stone Age TTRPG is not released. So this is one instance. This is one instance where I'm going to back my boy. I'm going to back up Rory because he physically cannot play it as I have not released it. The first bronze alloys used arsenic instead of tin? What the heck? Makes me wonder what would happen if we jump from stone to iron and other things like that. I'm always thinking like that. I have a very neurotypical audience, in case you couldn't tell. Yeah, so maybe I changed it from bronze to just copper. Right? Because like bronze is such an insignificant part of the system. Like, there's a couple things where you can have bronze gear, which is better than normal gear. Like, because your normal gear is like flint and bone and wood and like natural gear that you put together. Though, something that I thought was fun. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to open you up. I'm going to grab you. And what I'm going to do, please hold. And I am going to remove that. And I'm a professional. Okay. So, something that I've been doing recently, and this is actually like the main thing that I'm focused on now with this system, is because the system is so oriented around exploration, I figured I would put a lot of time and effort into developing like biomes that you could go through. So here are some of the biomes. Arrow, like for the longest time, platinum wasn't considered. No. So platinum was considered unripe gold. And there was a time when the Spanish went to South America and did their thing and they found a lot of platinum and then they tossed it. Yeah. So, absolutely, like platinum was not as valuable as gold. And there's a massive like cache of platinum just in the ocean somewhere. So, in plains is one of the climates that there is. So wide and expansive, plains can be anything from rolling to flat to rugged. Known for their forceful, unmanaged winds, they're often assumed to be easy to settle. This is regularly proven incorrect. Though often filled with small game and fertile ground, their rapidly fluctuating weather patterns means plains are a consistent battle for permanence. But when conditions are right, fewer places are easier to navigate. So one of the plains biomes that I set up is the Phalangifeld, a section of plains covered in fingers growing from the ground called grasp roots. This competes with mud fuzz, a slimy mucus that coats the majority of the region not occupied by fingers. The largest flora of any consistency in the area are twistle bushes and their whistling reeds, though trap paw paths are common enough to require travelers to stay wary. Pack quips swarm the region, held only in check by the arc gropers combing the fields. Nevermoles burrow and uproot grass roots to allow for more mud fuzz growth. And then I talk about each of the different like flora and fauna in this. So like grass roots, they're 6 to 10 centimeter long fingers. They dominate the phalangotheld by surface area, preferring lower elevations and locations with shade. They vary. Shut up, Rory. Yeah, should have planted the platinum until it ripens. True. They vary in color, form, and tension, but all react to stimulus with twitch reflexes and bleed when snapped or cut. They attempt to grasp anything that doesn't move through or over them quick enough. They grow 1 nail length per night upon reaching their full height, often within 5 nights, but they are vulnerable to sunburn. And so their uses by local like cultures, the flesh is ground into a gum-like adhesive paste. Sometimes it's fed to livestock as a low-quality feed substitute. And then the nails are multicolored, so it can be ground up to make dyes. Such an interesting world. This is phenomenal world building, but awful, how dare you. This is actually, the fingers is inspiration from someone I did a workshop with in a writing retreat with some other like writers I know. They had a story where like the story is set where like the character just wakes up in a field of fingers. And it's just fingers growing from the ground. I was like, it's so nasty. I need this. So then because this game doesn't really make a difference between flora and fauna, you as a creature can have plant parts like flowers and roots as part of you. And it only makes sense that the biomes could have animal parts. But also I included superstitions for every piece of flora and fauna. They are particularly aggressive and or clawing patches indicate something's on your mind you're not addressing. Patches with fingers exceeding 10 centimeters only grow where a creature died. If you ask a patch a directional question and they like you, the fingers will point in the proper direction. And the reason these are superstitions is because this is just what people believe. This is what different tribes and cultures and individuals may believe. And so, truly a kid named Finger moment. Are any of these true? That's up to you. Does the group that lives in the local area of the phalangotheld, do they believe all of these? Maybe not. Maybe they only believe one of these, but it's up to you. Do they use all of these 3 uses? Maybe not. Maybe they only use the gum-like adhesive paste and the nails. They don't actually have livestock to give it feed as. You're quickly checking to see if your fingers are longer than 10 centimeters. Twistle bushes. Spiraling spears of bark known for their whistling reeds and wispy fronds. This gives them the appearance of swaying in the wind, despite the marked rigidity of their bark. The age of the bush can be determined by the pitch of its reed's whistle, with younger bushes having a higher pitched whistle. Based on the bush's age, its plucked fronds will change to a different color when boiled. So the reeds are used for straining and sieves, sometimes for low-quality woodwind instruments. Boiled fronds are sought after for usage in flags and livery due to their bright colors and high tensile strength. Their brittle bark is rarely used for more than firewood. And then superstitions: never blow into a reed you plucked from a bush, only ones that have fallen. If you eat the boiled fronds, you'll turn the color of the frond. Twistle bushes are natural traps meant to ward off pursuers and always point towards the nearest one. Oh, but when bark has marked rigidity, Arrow suggests I use moisturizer. I think you need to confirm your rigidity with me. Arrow, speaking of platinum, does anyone else feel like Santa Baby is weirdly more romantic than the original Santa Baby? Oh, Santa Buddy than the Santa Baby. He tried to not make it that way and just made it. I don't know Santa Buddy. I'm sorry. We love the idea of having superstition section alongside the facts, helping give an idea of how people in the world perceive it. And that's the thing, is that each species has its own culture. So maybe the culture nearby doesn't believe any of these and they have different superstitions. But I just love the idea of like, it has what is it? Description. How is it used? Because everything has a use. And what are the superstitions behind it? For instance, trap paws. Flat, thin pads that average 1 meter in diameter, though sometimes have been as large as 2 meters at their widest point. Always encountered in patches, most often in lower salinity soil, folds in on itself when stepped upon, trapping creatures. It's harmless to anything but small fauna. It contains a bitter-tasting nectar when cut open. It migrates nightly. So the uses are that it's grown and cultivated by Vashzal conclaves for fabric, particularly outdoor use like tents and tarps. Some species use them as traps, and trap paw nectar has medicinal purposes when applied to wounds and or consumed in a broth. However, superstitions, whenever you step on a pad, it's an indication you're hiding something. The nectar is addictive when consumed straight, so you always have to water it down in a tea or broth. But pads don't actually trigger against fauna. They're meant to capture misbehaving children. So are any of those 3 accurate? Probably not. Do any tribes believe those? Probably. Honestly, I need to add more superstitions to my world building. I tend to hyper-focus on the material culture in my worlds. I tend to forget that people are what make the culture. Exactly. And that's why I wanted to add, here's some superstitions. Are they accurate? Probably not. Does everyone believe all of them? Probably not. Does anyone actually believe trap paws trigger against misbehaving children specifically? Probably not. But that's probably what parents tell their children. Oh, don't go out in the Flangefeld. Trap paw pads will snatch you as a misbehaving child. And that's the kind of stuff I just love in world building. So what I did for each biome is I gave them 3 fauna, or 3 flora, 3 fauna, which, as you might have noticed, the flora and the fauna, there's overlap. So I don't actually divide them. So packquips use their slippery forms to swim through grass roots, constructing mound-like dens from snapped finger bones and twistlewood. Extremely skittish, but curious. Would offend their dens from solitary creatures, but flee from groups. Painful bite, but rarely lethal. Never alone. Known for their yipping call. What little flesh they have is gamey, without much ether. That's the magic in the world. Often prepared into a stew or a meat spread. Pelts produce a low-quality leather, good for little more than patches. Dens appearing by one's home is a sign of unhealthy living. All quips know how you treat every other quip, and act accordingly. They flee from creatures who have killed one of their own species. So it's oh, did you hear? Rory has a den outside his back. I guess that shows how he's living. Meat spread and low-quality leather, sign me up. Arrow sending you my cultural description, I need you to make up misinformation about them. Rory, where was this on Valentine's Day? I don't think you understand the riz behind that. Arc gropers. They glide over vast distances of the fields, allowing their tassels to comb through fingers to contact pack whips. Use their mandibles and spikes to skewer prey for later consumption, generally while perched upon stable ground. Sometimes they get caught by dense finger patches, requiring the self-mutilation of tassels. Their tassels have a one-sided grip to them used in combing, which can be used as a seal like Velcro. Groper bones are great for delicate, fine tools or instruments. But their flesh is most often cubed or stripped and served on its own spikes as skewers, which is kind of messed up when you think about it. But superstitions, seeing a mangled groper is a sign of good luck, but only if you take immediate action. 2 or more gropers combing together is a symbol of romance. If you kill a groper and it has no quip skewered to it, you'll get sick if you eat it. Groper bones, I hardly know are bones. And then nevermoles. Consistently uproot patches of grass roots for no clear reason, potentially amusement, gain some degree of sustenance from mud fuzz and are drawn to the whistling of twistle bushes, but don't display the intelligence required to consciously terraform, often at odds with pack quips and unable to effectively compete for territory with their numbers. Their claws are fantastic heads for tools, such as shovels or picks. Teeth are often ground into a powder, using grounding and fortitude-enhancing elixirs. Plump, fatty flesh, coupled with extremely muscular forelimbs, make it a regular hunting target. A dead nevermole is a sign of stagnation, that you need to make a serious change. They eat grass roots and secrete mud fuzz as a consumption cycle. Larger, dormant nevermoles reside underground, and these surface dwellers are simply adolescents. So I hope that gives you a sense of like the sort of world that we're dealing with in this TTRPG. You were playing Factorio on Valentine's Day? Us feeding the main bus, you know how it is? No, I know you were playing Factorio. I was lurking for a bit. I'm so happy that I remembered that Greeks used to put holes in stones for their slings, so in flight they would whistle. Oh, yeah. You could do that with Thistle. Superstitions are always great. Yeah. Idea, animal and flora from far places where the physical laws are different from the ones where the players are. Things like conservation of energy is a bit off. Oh my gosh. Arrow, just remembered. The Greeks put a hole in their slings for their... hole in their stones for their slings, so when the stone was in flight, it would whistle, tie the root to an arrow. Yeah. Michael Bubble's a coward? You are singing the flirting with Santa song and you don't flirt with Santa? Listen, I don't know about you. Santa, not my type. Not my type. Personally. Little bit invading privacy. I need you to know my little tribe will be psychologically torturing every other player's tribe. I mean, you can do that. Like, it's good that I'm talking about this because now I'm in the mood to do this. Because I have a confession. You're not allowed to get mad at me, okay? You're not allowed to get mad at me, okay? You know how I finished Synthop, my sci-fi TTRPG? And I was like, okay, now I can work on the Creatures TTRPG. I might have had an idea for another TTRPG and started working on that instead of returning to this one. So I need to return back to this one. So now that I'm talking about it, that's a good, that's a good, right? That's good. And I can do that other one after. Taps fingers together. Talking to Arrow always gets me in the mood. Really? I haven't noticed. So apparently you're not doing a very good job. Arrow, take a break for the love. It's fun for me. I enjoy it. It hits my brain right. And this system that I started developing, I was just like, hey, what if you could do the Princess Bride Inigo Montoya versus Dread Pirate Roberts fight, but like in a TTRPG, where you get mechanical bonuses for handing someone your weapon before a fight so they can examine it, and you're unarmed and they just hand it back to you. What if you had an ability where before you attack them, you can reveal one piece of information about yourself, and based on how many pieces of information they know about you, you get a bonus to the roll. So you get like a mechanical bonus for being like, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Like, we love creatures so much. This is so interesting. Feed us more about the creatures. I had a long form video that I was gonna make where I talked about the different creature species. And then I decided against it because I've already kind of, I haven't changed the species, but I've changed some of the other systems of the game. And I think I just want to, like with Synthop, where I'm going to make a Synthop video, like a long form video this weekend, just talking about it. I think I want to just make a video talking about it, like a long form video, comprehensive, just talking about the Creatures TTRPG after I drop it, which I don't think I'm going to drop it for another month or two. And I have other projects I need to do. Like I need to do the girlfriend video. Arrow, you have too many tabs open on your meat computer of a brain. Write things down. I have been writing them down. My name is Inigo Montoya. You made a TTRPG? Yes, I made a TTRPG. It's on itch.io. It is called Synthop, and it is a system where you play as AI in my world. So it is not quite the same as just like playing like a robot. You have specific regulations and directives that guide what actions your character can take. So for instance, if I grab Synthop, you can check it out here. Yeah, and currently, if I go to Synthop and then I go to edit game, how do I check my analytics on itch? Dashboard. Yeah, I have gotten like 250 downloads in the past like week, which is pretty cool for a TTRPG that like basically I didn't promote beforehand. I talked about on stream. I made one YouTube short about, and I'm going to make one long form video about, and then I'm going to basically move on from it. Cause like it was meant to be like a, hey, my family's over. I want to be creative. I have something I want to write down. I'm just going to do this in the back end. If you need something to organize a bunch of loose notes in wiki-like format where you can link everything together, have I checked out Obsidian? I have not checked out Obsidian. I mostly just write down on a Google Doc. So for instance, the TTRPG that is forbidden, that I should not be working on, I already have 20 pages. And that translates to a word count of 6,000. But like, I'm having fun. That's what matters, right? That's all you need from me. Goodness gracious. I have questions to answer, don't I? Let's hop back here. I don't know why you're saying holy. I just spend time on it and I have fun. Hun, that's not a side project, but no, it is a side project. As long as you're happy and healthy, I guess. No, but like, it's really fun because I have one class where it's like Inigo Montoya, and you have like an ability where if you use it, like the enemy falls prone immediately, which normally you have to like roll to push them prone. However, you have the option of offering them your hand to help them back up. If you do, you gain 1 honor, which is like a class resource that it has, and then they can choose to accept it. And if they do, you get a 2nd honor. So it's the idea of like, I instantly knock you down and you're prone, which helps me. I can like fight you better now. However, I'm so honorable that after you get knocked down, I offer you a hand to help you back up. And then if you take my hand, I get honor, which is a class resource, which helps me fight you. And so like that's the core of this class. Meanwhile, I have a different class called the Animus, which is based off of one scene from Faust, where Faust has like a wizard duel with Mephistopheles and calls upon like the spirit of the earth. So there's a system where you make spirits that you have pacts with and that you have control over or can invoke. And then you can, like it's a summoner class. You can summon allies that are spirits and like have them go attack for you. One of them is the Forlorn, where you are just so depressed, you're so detached, you're so empty that when bad things happen to you, you mitigate it for everyone else. And it's a very like self-damage class and or an archetype. And you also have the Beloved, where the Beloved's whole thing is like another summoner, but instead of spirits, it's just actual like lackeys. So you have like a squad, it's an original system. I can't wait for a girlfriend video. It's going to be like 6 months from now with how many side projects you make. Okay, listen. I need to finish the Creatures TTRPG. Formatting is going to take forever. Because how many pages do I have? The Creatures TTRPG is 100 pages single space. The Creatures TTRPG is currently 100 pages, 1.15 space. It is no formatting. No, I never said maid. No, girlfriend video in a maid dress. I did not say I was doing maid. I have 22,000 words for the Creatures TTRPG. And basically I just need to write up the biomes, add a little bit of information about like exploration, and then format, and then I'm done. So like 90% of the work is done. It's just formatting takes forever, and I don't have art. One of my big things, I don't have art. With the Synthop one, with the AI one, I kind of took that to be like, oh, I can just make it like a CCV screen. I can make it just like the green. I can make it like hacker. And I think that worked well. I think that was like, I managed that. I don't think I can use that excuse again. Beloved with their group of summons, which they refer to as chat. Oh my gosh. And the Inigo Montoya one is the noble. For instance, one of the noble abilities, the noble is the one I put in the most work to, because the noble is the one that like prompted me to want to start the system. The animist is like the second one I thought of. Those are the two that have the most put into them. One of the noble's abilities is like you call out an enemy and you declare as like one of three or one or more of three things. You call out that you will defeat them by the end of their next turn. You will defeat them without any further assistance. And you will defeat them without them dealing any damage to you. And you can do one or more of these. And the idea being is that like I challenge you. I declare that I'm going to do this. And then every one that you get, you gain 2 honor. It's a class resource. But anyone you fail, you lose 2 honor. Like a declared duel. It's a declared duel without, or it's less a declared duel and more so like, Jester, my most nemesis. I will defeat you before the end of your next turn. I will defeat you without any assistance from my allies. And I will defeat you without you laying a hand on me. And then I get a bunch of honor. Handwrite the game and publish it with the excuse to make it appear ancient. What I did think would be fun is for the creatures TTRPG, like make cave drawings. Where the art style is like everything is like old school, like Neolithic cave drawings. And so it doesn't have to like, it would be very simple art. But the noble also has an ability where it is basically a declared duel. It is you target them and they can't gain fortune, which I'll explain in a minute, targeting anyone but you. You always gain fortune targeting them. And anytime someone other than them attacks you, you automatically gain 1 honor. And then, if you attack anyone but them, if any of your allies attack them, it ends early. And I think also you can choose to end it early if your opponent attacks anyone else, or if one of the other opponents attacks you, right? So it's the idea of like a declared duel where you get honor, you get fortune by fighting them. They don't get fortune attacking people other than you, but it doesn't force them to do anything. All it is that you are declaring you are going to duel them, and they can take that or not. And anyone that tries to cheat gives you honor, because you are so honorable that I'm fighting Anthony's while Star Dragon and Togedemaru and Pipe Consola are all fighting me and all stabbing me, but I'm just demonstrating how honorable I am by virtue of the fact that I don't need to worry about that. I simply am focused on my pronouncement. My pronouncement. So the noble is a very fun class from what I felt. Fortune is a system where you tell me how this feels. Handwrite the game and publish. Yeah. Boasting from Fable and stuff. Kinda. Add a V from Vendetta class from the new system of yours. Just a funny, mostly useless. Right now I'm sticking to 4. I'll probably go up to 5. Just so that if you have a group of 6 people, everyone can play a unique archetype. But I do think I don't want to go crazy, because like each of these archetypes has like 20 abilities. With the idea being is that you have different ranks, and you start at rank 1, and they have like X abilities. Then you go up to rank 2, and that has Y ability, or like Y abilities, and then you go up to rank 3, and so on and so forth. And so it's like, it's a weird thing where you can level up, and then you only advance in rank after leveling up. What game is the Inigo Montoya class called? That's the Noble. So you have the Noble, the Animist, the Beloved, and the Forlorn. where the noble is all about, so fortune. If a roll has fortune, it's a d20 system. If a roll has fortune, you gain plus 1d6. One, it's binary. You can't get more fortune. If it doesn't have fortune, you subtract 1d6. You're never rolling neutral. It's always if you have fortune, it's plus 1d6. If you don't, it's minus 1d6. So that means gaining fortune is not just plus 1d6. Gaining fortune is effectively plus 2d6. Because your standard roll is going to have a minus 1d6. However, the striations of success are 1 or less, 2 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 plus. What is the TTRPG we're talking about called? I have no idea. This is a TTRPG I'm making, so I don't know what it's called yet. Don't Be Me, 9 classes, a 10th being done by a friend with 21 abilities, 3 skill trees, send help. So, like 1 or lower is considered a Pyrrhic success, where it counts as a 2 to 9, it counts as a middling success, but also the GM takes 1 threat against you. Something bad happens. A middling success is you complete the thing partially or incompletely, or barely, you know? And then a 10 to 19 is a notable success. You solidly complete it. A 20 plus is a significant success or a decisive success, which is it counts as a noble success, and then also other good stuff might happen. It's your crit, right? So a notable success versus a middling success will be like if I have a dagger, a middling success might deal 1d4, whereas a notable success deals 1d6. This is like draw seal, where you don't roll to attack. You always succeed. It's just a matter of how well do you succeed, right? When making a check, if I'm making a check to convince someone of something, I might roll middling success. So, I don't quite believe you, but I don't think you're lying. Let's take this down to the precinct and you can tell your story to my superior. So you didn't manage to convince the guard to let you into the gate, but the guard is bringing you into the city, and now you can talk to the superior, right? Meanwhile, a notable success might just be like, oh, yep, carry on through. Glad to see you, sir. Like, I didn't realize that you were plainclothes today. Like, that's the kind of deal. Yeah, I love degrees of success. Do locations in the world also have a uses section, like the creatures and objects? So if you're referring to the creatures section, that is something where, with the creatures TTRPG, that is something where I didn't add a uses to the biomes. However, each biome, my goal is to have 2 biomes per climate. Climate is things like plains, forest, hills, desert, mountains. Biomes is things like the Phalangifeld. So the Phalangifeld is a field, but the Phalangifeld has its own unique flora, fauna, weirdness to it. The climate, your species will be native to a climate. When you rest, so like you'll take damage over time. You have injury boxes. When you gain an injury, you'll either gain a wound, which like marks it by 1, or an injury, which marks it by 2. If you ever have a wound and you gain another wound, you can choose to like add them together to make an injury. So you start with 6 injury boxes. And let's say you gain 2 wounds, so I'll go like boom, boom. Let's say I gain an injury, so I go boom. Let's say I gain a wound, so I go boom, right? When I rest, instantly, I recover all injuries into wounds. So now, I would look like this. However, before that, if I rest in my native climate, I also remove all wounds. So if I'm resting in my native climate, I would cure this one. So this one is empty. And then all of my injuries would become wounds. So it would look like this. So this is just resting anywhere. this is what it would look like if I was resting in my native climate. So what this means is that if I'm native to the plains and I'm over in the mountains, I can recover my injuries. My injuries give me penalties to my rolls. Wounds are just damage. So I cannot fully recover until I'm back in my native climate. And what happens is that if your boxes are full with wounds or injuries, you die. So what happens is, this is a pretty brutal game because you're not playing your creature, you're playing your species. You will have individual creatures you play as representatives of your species, but ultimately the goal is not to be attached to your character to have them go on like multi-level adventures. The goal is to play a character as a representation of your species. They will die at some point, and then you have another one that you play, and you continue to show off your species. And if you're by your native climate, you can recover. You'll be fine. However, if you are not by your native climate, you're gonna be struggling. Yeah, climate is general, biome is specific. So you might be native to the plains, and your plains might be nothing like the Phalangifeld. However, the Phalangifeld you'll still be able to recover fully because you know how plains operate. You know their general characteristics. You understand so I don't know what this weird paw thing is, this weird pad. However, I do know we need to seek shelter because even though it's temperate right now, plains tend to be very inconsistent in their weather patterns. So we need to get to a elevation where we'll be protected from the winds. And so you can recover effectively. It'd be nice to add a guideline of how to create more classes so you don't get too many classes. With the archetypes for the other system, I mean, it's gonna follow a formula. Basically, the formula I have right now is you will choose which archetype you are. You gain 2 abilities. I might add a third that is not combat related. I don't know. I haven't decided on that yet. And then you start at rank 1. You automatically get the signature ability of that rank. So for instance, for the noble, the signature ability is when you attack someone, you can call out like, my name is, here is why I fight. Here is my hometown. Like you can just kind of like exposit about yourself. And the more information they know about you, the more you can spend honor to increase the roll of your attack, right? Meanwhile, the animist is their signature rank 1 ability is you can summon a middling spirit. One of the spirits you have a pact with, you can summon one that is middling and have it fight for you and have it do actions for you and you control it and you're a summoner, so you can like do that naturally. And then you also get +1 more. And every time you level up, you get +1 ability. And eventually you will rank up to rank 2. Where from then on, you get the signature ability of that rank. Which for the noble is the declaration of like, I will defeat you within the next turn. I will defeat you without taking damage. For the animist is you can summon a notable spirit. And then you can like gain 1 more. Or you can gain +1 more of rank 1. Like you can mix and match. And then like that's the formula of leveling up. Right now there are 3 ranks for each. There's about like 20 abilities total for the noble. And I think I'm on like 16 or 17 for the animist. The goal would be like have like 6 to 8 abilities for each rank, 3 ranks each. You can go up to 5 ranks total. So that means that you can multi-class. And I added a little thing where it's you are either a natural of an archetype or you're learned in an archetype. And each of these like abilities that you get when you become the archetype, there is a natural version and there's a learned version. Generally, the natural version gives you more than the learned version. So if I'm a natural noble and a learned animist, I will not have as powerful animist abilities as you will as a natural animist. However, if you then pick up being a learned noble, I will be more powerful as a noble than you as a noble. That's a neat concept. So it's less about individual character solving a problem and more like a collective, like group of people, like a town. Exactly. And it is ultimately the Creatures TTRPG, a story of people who aren't people coming together. Because if Star Dragon and Jatomatic and EJ are all in a party together, they're all the players. Star Dragon will have their species, Jatomatic will have their species, EJ will have their species. That's 3 different species all working together. You might have completely different adaptations. You might be completely different climates in your origin. But ultimately, magic is fading, the rift is closing, ether is leaving the world, and you have to like solve problems that people have. You have to go around and like take care of your people. Your village might be like, hey, we want you to go to this other village and establish contact for us. And then you go there and then like everyone's dead and you have to figure out what happened. Like, it's a TTRPG. You can do whatever you want. But ultimately, it is a story about groups of people, collectives, communities. And if you die, there's more of your community there. Where the species thing being tied to... No. So those are 2 separate things. There's the creatures. I'm having 2 separate conversations. There's creatures. And separate from that is like the noble, the animist. Do you intend to have types of damage like cold, hot, poison, toxic? I think just wounds and injuries. So the creatures TTRPG is an exploration-oriented game. Not combat exploration, not combat exploration RP. It is just exploration with some role-playing. The goal of the creature, the Stone Age TTRPG, is you are making a species, you are exploring a weird world, you are evolving weird traits. Like that, and that's what its intention is. It's not meant to be like you can tell interesting, compelling stories. You could have a romance between 2 creatures of different species, but ultimately, the point of the system is to explore not just the world, but also your species and its culture and how it develops over time. Yeah, Spore X Death Stranding. There's creatures in the Montoya Project. Oh my gosh. Now I want to get a Wandering Stranger Cowboy Samurai style where they go town to town solving problems as ether leaves the planet. Yeah, and like, you can do that. You're not that interested in story games, but this system sounds extremely good for enemies. Do you mean the creatures or the archetypes? Because the archetypes one is combat oriented. The combat system for the archetypes one, I don't know how this is going to go, so I'm just kind of like spitballing here. It's the Pyrrhic, middling, notable, decisive system that I described earlier. However, also, I wanted to go crazy. I wanted to try something. And I don't know how it's going to go. You have 2 health bars. Stamina and morale. In it, generally you will spend either of them to do stuff, right? They are both your health that can be attacked, as well as a resource that you can spend. Whenever you take an action, you increment your action counter by 1 and then spend that amount of stamina. And at the start of your next turn, and then at the start of your next turn, you regain a number of stamina equal to your action counter and reset it. So if I take 1 action, that would be 1 action counter, and I spend 1 stamina. If I take a second action, which I can do, I would spend 2 stamina and increase it to 2. I could take a third action by increasing it to 3 and spending 3. And then I could spend a 4th action by increasing it to 4 and spending 4. So by this point, I've already spent 10 stamina. And on my next turn, I will only recover 4. And stamina is also my health. So that, and then what I also added is that there's nothing stopping you from taking actions on other people's turns. It's just a matter of whoever's turn it is the one who resets their action counter, who recovers stamina. So what I did is I effectively almost made free form combat. Really, the only exception to this is reactions. Always cost 1 stamina, but they still increase your action counter. So if I want to like go Nova, and on my turn I want to run forward with a move action, and then I want to attack you, and then I want to use a special ability, and then I want to attack you again, and then I want to move away, I can do that if I have 1, 3, 6, 10, 15 stamina to burn. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. And then on your turn, after you take an action, I can take another action by spending another 6 stamina. But as you see, the more I spend, the more expensive it gets. Especially because I'm reading OSR things and it is a good way to combine the 1 HP dragon system. So with like the archetypes, I'm trying to see if this would work as a system where you're not waiting half an hour for your turn. Because once you take your turn, let's say you take 2 actions. Take 1 action, 2 actions, you leave your action counter at 2, you only spent 3 stamina. On Pipe Consola's turn, I can take a 3rd action. And then maybe in response to Jester's turn, I take a reaction. And then on EJ's turn, I take a 5th action. That's a very expensive round for me. But also, I didn't have a lot of downtime. I'm always wondering like, hey, should I be active here? Should I move here? So that's my goal with the system. So I don't know how it's going to work out, but that is my goal with it. I want to run a game for a crush as a date. How bad of an idea is it? I mean, are they into you? Like, I feel like using a TTRPG as a means of hitting on someone is a disaster in the making. Unless you talk about it beforehand and you're both poggers. Like, if someone hit me up and was like, hey, do you want to play a TTRPG game? And I say, sure. And then I roll up and then it's just them like having NPCs flirt with me or trying to seduce me, or like it's a game where like it's a superpower fantasy. So like I'm the main character in the center of the universe. I wouldn't have fun. I would be uncomfortable and I would ask to leave. That's not first date material, but as a let's spend time together. Exactly. Like if it's with a partner, or even if it's with someone who like, you know, would be okay with that. Like you ask them and they say it's fine. And like, you're not dating, you're not like together, but like they're fine with it. Sure, go for it. But don't hit on someone with it. Don't do it on a crush. TTRPGs are meant to be like collaborative storytelling games. They're not meant to rizz up a baddie. Arrow, what is the nature of a man? A pathetic pile of secrets. Is naming a pair of mole person twin girls Ruta and Bega too on the nose? Oh, Ruta Bega. No? Unless we're talking like the star nose mole. What is the exo analog in World of Darkness? Maybe a sorcerer or medium powered mage? How would one fare in that world? So, an exo from Cain in World of Darkness. I mean, I don't even think it would be a sorcerer. I think they'd just be straight up a mage. Because blasphemies are kind of rewriting reality. Right? And yeah, there are archetypes of powers that you can take with blasphemies, but ultimately, like, that's a gameplay representation of what functionally is something untamed and wild. Technocracy. Now, I think that XOs in World of Darkness are technocratic mages working for a branch of the Technocratic Union and going off and fighting spirits from the Umbra. Right? That's actually pretty cute for a naming convention. Roll your charisma checks on your own time, ladies, gents, and Eldritch Monster in my closet. TTRPGs as a method of seduction is a new one. Listen, all I'm saying, if someone who, like, I was on board with tried using TTRPGs to, like, seduce me, it would probably work. However, if it's someone I'm not on board with, like I'm not interested in them and I'm not trying to like get with them, I would feel incredibly uncomfortable. So like the potential ceiling of TTRPG Riz is basically infinite, depending on how Rizful you are. Just make sure the other person's into it. I would just say superpowered hunters, you know what, the ones with the angel blessed powers, they break reality too much. Like, I know what you mean. And like the closest I could see is that they're like supernatural corpo hunters or like governmental hunters, like from First Light. But I almost feel like I feel like Kane fits the technocracy better. Hello, Tim. Don't they grab mages and use them to kill other mages? Probably. I feel like the Exos would thrive in World of Darkness as long as they can maintain control. Listen. World of Darkness is one of the few settings where like Exos would basically have a comparable life. It would suck for them. Although I am still a big fan of Kane as the Inquisition. Specifically the Ordo Malleus. And all of the Exos are Inquisition sanctioned psychers, where you go off and fight chaos demons and you deal with the warp, and the psychic sea is just the warp, and the reason that you can go sin overflow is because of the perils of the warp and form your own demon. Yeah, I basically as soon as I heard about Kane, I started thinking about it, I'm like, this would make a fantastic conversion for like a Hive City Inquisition Ordo Malleus game. Are the levels of specificity within each location's region, climate, biome? I only went climate biome because climate has a mechanical relevance and biome adds extra flavor to the climates so that you can be in two separate planes climates and they don't feel identical. I mean, like, I suppose region would be a larger part of that, but remember, this is Stone Age. The Creatures TTRPG is Stone Age. Most people through the Middle Ages did not leave very far from their home, from their village. Like, maybe you would be to nearby villages if you were like selling stuff. You might have family that you traveled to go visit like twice ever. But assuming you're like a subsistence farmer or a low paid artisan or like any of the medieval peasantry class, like you weren't traveling very far. Now imagine that for Stone Age, where it's not just like you're tied to the land because like you're a surfer or whatever. You're tied to the land because you've never seen a map. Probably. There might be maps, but probably not any common ones. You probably know that like 3 days to the east, there's a village of Grogan, but you've never met them. So in this, like you're much more isolated as your average person. So regions wouldn't really matter. The climate is basically your world. You probably haven't left your climate. And so you as player characters are being weird and leaving your climate to go do stuff and like solve the rift or whatever. Gonna manifest sin and eat it to absorb power. Under heaven be like. Despite their limited travel, tin from Britain and copper from Cyprus made their way to Mesopotamia, Egypt. Yeah, because trade. But often that wouldn't be one person going all the way from Britain to Mesopotamia. That would be someone from Britain going to France, someone from France going to Germany, someone from Germany going to Northern Italy, someone from Northern Italy making its way over to Turkey, someone from Turkey making its way to Egypt. Like trade often passes hands. And there was often the few itinerants who would go everywhere. But even itinerants would be like, I've traveled the entirety of Albion. Not even like Western Europe, like just Albion. I've traveled all of Iberia. And that was like that's like a big like swath of land. How would you even know how to read a map if you ever found one in such a setting? That's the thing, you wouldn't. unless you have a culture that cares about cartography. And like in the Creatures TTRPG, there are probably star charts, because one of the earliest things humans did in real life was read the stars. You would probably have some degree of like pictography indicating like a child's map, almost like a village here, and then you would know that the mountain is here, and past the mountain is another village, and you would know that there is a lake here. But like, is this accurate? What's here? How far is this? Is this right behind it? Is this north? Like, yeah, the stars are a bit hard to ignore, particularly prior to light pollution. Heck, aren't there bronze artifacts from Egypt that have trace impurities that match copper mines in the Great Lakes? Listen, there is a lot of sediment moved around prior to humanity, and a lot of materials moved around post-humanity. But like, even just like trace, like metal, like trace minerals in silt being carried by rivers and going from like the mountains of like one country into the ocean deposits of another might lead to a significant traversal of resources, even without like a person picking this up and going like, I'm going to sell this one village over, and then that person being like, I'll sell this one village over. Historic maps, pre-trains, and telegraphs use directions like time and reference points. Yeah, turn left to the mountain, follow the morning sun to the coast, then turn right and follow the road for 2 days. Exactly. And so like, I like a setting where you don't get like, oh, here's a clear map of where everything is and all the names of the different towns. It's like, no, you're in a village. To your north, 2 days away is a lake. To the northeast, 3 days is a mountain. Just past the mountain is a village. You won't miss it. The impurity thing, weird enough to raise an eyebrow, but not enough to be darning evidence of a lost global civilization. I don't know, those aliens. How do I think SCP could work with a Game of Thrones type of story, political thriller drama? I know that the go-to would be Monster of the Week, but I figured I'd ask. I feel like Game of Thrones, SCP, would have to be your playing researchers at a single site. Or maybe your O5 council members. And the whole idea is that like Can controls the entirety of the Eastern Americas and like Quebecois, Canada. And then EJ controls all of the west of North America, including Mexico. And then Jester controls the southern bit of Mexico and also all of Central America and also like the top bit of Brazil. And like you all control different regions of the world, and you have sites that have resources and SCPs in them, and you leverage those against one another. Because if you like, my first thought was the Scarlet King, but I think the Scarlet King is unironically really boring. The Scarlet King is, I'm evil and I'm going to take over the world and you can't stop me. Haha, neener, neener. Which like is just not fun. So I think what would be more interesting is internal politicking, where maybe like if you have a game that's meant to be this, or I don't know if you're talking about like media or a movie or something, or a TV show a la Game of Thrones, I think it would be, there's an opening on the O5 Council, and it's a bunch of different site directors all trying to be the next like O12, right? So you have these people who are just like, the obvious answer is the director of Site 19. However, the director of Site 27 has extremely pertinent cognito-hazardous SCPs that they've kept under control, so they're running as well. But don't forget about Site 2. Site 2's director is ambitious, cutthroat, and they will do whatever it takes, up to and including temporarily releasing SCPs in other sites to make them seem incompetent. So now you have like a villain, you have the main successor as well as the runner-up, and like they're competing with one another. Then you have the underdog of like Site 17, and Site 17 isn't even in the running, but then they managed to handle the sabotage from Site 2, so then they're put in the running. And like that's the kind of deal. I think like it could be a conflict between SCP and GOC, with Marshall, Carter, and Dark as the wildcard faction. I mean, yeah. Like, you could, but, like, at that point, I feel like that would be less Game of Thrones, and I feel like it would be more interesting to have, like, a war thriller, almost. Where, like, it's MTF units meeting, like, GOC enforcers, dealing with SCPs, and basically just, like, realizing that despite their organizational differences, they have more in common than apart. And then behind the scenes, it is like handshake agreements, GOC doing one thing, SCP doing another. Which is it, SCP 5000? Honestly, you sold me on both. I feel like if you want more of like a factional thing, I think the way it would be is that it's the primary conflict is MTF and GOC versus SCPs/Chaos Insurgency. While behind the scenes, SCP is sabotaging GOC, GOC is sabotaging SCP. So the frontline soldiers have like a fraternal bond. MTFs are working alongside Global Occult Coalition soldiers, and they're working together. And then maybe like the Wanderer's Library gets involved, probably just as a cameo. Right, the Serpent's Hand cameos. But ultimately, it demonstrates that on the front, on the face, SCPs, like the MTF and the GOC are like working together well. But it's all of the bureaucracy, it's all of the researchers, it's all of the agenda pushing that causes them to come to blows. Our purpose is now the eradication of the human race. There would be no further communication. So, like, that would be interesting. Wanna know what? Season 1 solidly is MTF, SCP plus GOC as I described. It is mostly MTF and GOC fighting SCPs, dealing with a chaos insurgency, like in both of their organizations. There's like suspicion, like who's chaos, and then probably like a cameo from the Wanderer's Library / Serpent's Hand. Season 2 is where we kind of pull back from the front lines and focus really heavily on the researchers on both sides and like the managers on both sides and the power jockeying between them. And I think this is where we deal more with like, oh, well, back in season 1, the climax of it was internally we purged all like the chaos insurgency from us, but do we trust that they purged all of it from them? Or are they compromised? And now they quote unquote have a reason to not trust each other and to sabotage each other, and like, oh, it's not just ideological. They were compromised. We managed to clear out, but they might be at risk. And then the Serpent's Hand would be like the one like kind of reasonable faction outside of this, or Marshall, Carter, and Dark as a wildcard faction. Like you can involve other factions, and then you could have like little cameos of like, are we cool yet? You could have cameos of I'm blanking on other SCP factions, the Cult of the Broken God, and then like you could have maybe after the Chaos Insurgency in season 1, or actually probably no. Season 1, they're working together to fight SCPs related to the Cult of the Broken God, where it culminates in them realizing that there was a compromise in both organizations and they had to purge it. Season 2 is where we kind of pull back. We're dealing with the chaos insurgency. But the Chaos Insurgency is actively infiltrating both organizations, and they're trying to stamp it out, and they're using that. The Chaos Insurgency isn't trying to topple either. They're trying to turn them against each other. And it works. Where at the end of season 2, they effectively are at war with each other. And then after all of this, like season 3 is where it's SCP-5K. And like we basically like follow in the first one, it's them versus the Church of the Broken God. This is where we feature like Are We Cool Yet? This is where we feature the Serpent's Hand with the Wanderer's Library. And like all is like one-off episodes. But the main through line is like the Cult of the Broken God is like the main threat this season. Or maybe it's Serpent's Hand, whatever it ends up being. They're working together. They're divided and start pointing fingers and start sabotaging. And then season 3 is where SCP says, screw it. Like we found this thing in all of humanity. The global cult coalition is proof that it can't be saved. Like we declare war. And then it's all of these factions working with the global cult coalition, fighting against the SCP Foundation. And then like the big season finale, the show is over, right? A game where that is the backdrop and the players are Renegade MPF working with the GOC, that could make fun. That would be fun. Mechanists and Sarkics trying to build God but wrong to each other will never not be funny. Yeah. Will I cover all of the Lancer mechs? That's the plan. I am doing one every 2 weeks. Initially, I was doing once every week, but just with my schedule, I just pushed it back to once every other week. I just covered the Stortbecker, and I have a poll up on my Patreon for free, which you can check out right now to vote on the next option. I removed IPSN from the votes because IPSN only has like 2 more mechs, whereas like SSC and Harrison Armory each have like 7. So we have like 20 more mechs total, which is a lot, but not as many as I thought. Or not as many, like, is a lot, but isn't a stupid amount, like is reasonable. I've been doing this for like a year and a half at this point. So it's kind of wild to see that like we're not at the end step, because once every 2 weeks means this is going to take like another year. But I mean, hey, I'm going to go over additional content. I mean, I've already covered non-core frames. Like, I don't know if I'm going to do like more frames, like homebrew or anything, because I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of like, I enjoy Lancer, but I've been spending like a year plus on it. So I don't know what I'm going to do with Lancer after that. I might do Lancer setting notes. I might swap back to 1 frame per month, like 1 frame per week after a certain point. Like I might drop the 40K videos for a bit, make Lancer videos, finish the frames, and then fully pivot 40K in that time slot. But I know people like Lancer. I know people come here for Lancer, so I don't know. Yeah, setting notes would be pretty cool. My issue is, why watch my videos when you can just watch like Zack? Why watch my videos when you can watch 11 Dragon Kid? And like, obviously, yeah, I'm going to present it differently. I'm going to have my own style, but like with the frames, I don't go over like, oh, here's how you play it. Here's all the systems. I go, what makes this frame cool in 60 seconds? Why should you play a Nelson, a Stortbecker, a Barbarossa, a Pegasus, a Lich? Like, what is cool about this thing? And if someone's like, hey, I don't know anything about Lancer, sell me on it. You can show them one of my videos, because it's only 60 seconds. It talks about the cool stuff and nothing else. And it gives you a little bit of mechanical information. Whereas Zack is more like, I'm going to show you what this license does, all of the mechanics with it, a couple combos. 11 Dragon Kid is like, hey, do you want to break the game? Here's a bunch of lore about it. Arrow Zack setting lore collab. I mean, he's been in chat a couple times, and like, I love his stuff. So I haven't reached out to him, but I think it would be fun to just like reach out to him and be like, hey, do you want to collab on a Lancer video? I feel like I do want to talk Blades in the Dark, and he did just make a Blades in the Dark video, so I think that would be another avenue. But like, come on, Kane. It is funny though that like kind of accidentally, all three of us, like Zach Tack, 11 Dragon Kid, and myself, all make a lot of videos on the Tom Bloom suite. Like, I haven't talked about Malagast Magna Gothica. I have Malagast Magna Gothica. I just haven't played it. I haven't read it. I haven't looked into it. Could do the Bastionland books. Is that Mythic Bastionland? The one where you are a knight that you like roll randomly for? This sounds like a bureaucratic mess. I'm so here for it. Yep. Your voice doesn't hurt. You're gonna make me blush. Zach's stuff is great, but we cannot listen to him for an extended period of time. Aw. Your voice doesn't hurt? Oh, got it. Got it. Like, my voice doesn't hurt. Like, why does, if you don't mind, like, why does it hurt? That's one of them. There's a lot of systems where I'm like, this is really cool. Quinn's Quest already made a video on it. That's how I learned about it. So, like, I'm not gonna lie. Once I wrap up my Kane game with my friend, with content creator Cell, I think I want to play Perfect Draw. Like, I think my eye is on Perfect Draw. It's been on it for a while. Like, I don't have Perfect Draw, though. I want Perfect Draw. I want Perfect Draw. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, the card game, I've played the card game. Cringe. Not a big fan. I'm not good at it. I've played video games of the card game and enjoyed it. But, like, actual, like, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Miss me with that. Unless Konami wants to sponsor me, in which case I would love to give it a try. I've heard great things about, like, Master Duel or, like, Duel Links or whatever. Like, I'd love to try it. But, like, I grew up with the original series, Duel Monsters. I grew up a little bit with GX. I watched it. I didn't, like, watch it consistently. And I saw a little bit of 5Ds. So if I was more free, like, this has been on my list. Like, it was on my list before. It's on my list again. I watched all of Duel Monsters the other year. Like, a couple years ago. Or I watched all of it but the final season, and then I ended up watching the final season, and I watched the first season of GX. And now, like, I want to finish GX, and I want to watch 5Ds. But I don't have time. I'm busy. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actual sorcery, and I refuse to be involved in that. My friend introduced me to Perfect Draw a while ago, and we're still trying to set up a short campaign. For any of you who want to see Perfect Draw in action, I would recommend Errata by Hey Feifei, friend of the channel, who made an actual play series a couple years ago. I think it's pretty short. I think it's like a couple episodes. Perfect Draw has its session 0. It's like one of the only actual plays out there. There was a Perfect Draw video that made the rounds like a month ago, and they also shouted out Hey Feifei, which I found very funny because I'm like, hey, I know that person. I played a lot of Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Casually. It's like an arms race, but based in cardboard. Played a session of it, actually, pretty sick. Don't play Master Duel. I have a ton of hours in it. Weird neurodivergent hypersensitivities that make no sense. Aw. Oh, hey, you know Bastionland too, and I'm actually going to get a game with that too. So, Mythic Bastionland, I know that because of the Quinn's Quest view. I know that because of the Quinn's Quest review. And it seemed really interesting. And honestly, like, just some of the thought process behind it has impacted, like, how I was doing the Creatures TTRPG. Right? The Stone Age Civilization TTRPG is exploration oriented. I would say Mythic Bastionlands, I don't know about the other Bastionlands, is also exploration oriented. You go out, you solve random quests you just stumble across. And that's the point of the game. That's fun. That's exploration. It doesn't need to be like we're mapping out an area. It can just be we're looking for stuff to do. Anime card games. No, I really want to play Perfect Draw, and I really want it to be camp. I don't want it to be serious. I don't want it to be like, I want it to be dramatic. I want it to be melodramatic. Like, you know, I want it to be Duel Monsters. I want to have a fight with my former best friend who became my rival and then went on an evil arc and is now super evil because they're evil. And then I'm fighting them and I'm trying to get through to them with all the good times we had. And they're like, it might have been good for you, but have you ever considered how I felt? And then I say, no, and I'm sorry for that. And then they go, I didn't think you would apologize. And then I'm like, I'm sorry. I should have been a better friend. And because of that, and then I surrender in the duel, and then I say, take your best shot. And then they don't attack me because they forgive me. And then boom, like, I think that's so stupid. I love it. It's so anime. It can be exploration, but the way my GM is running Mythic's more story-oriented. I got it. It's pretty much designed to be like that. I know, it has baggage as a mechanic. It should be silly. It feels like a system that shouldn't take itself too seriously. Like, if you're resolving your conflicts with card games, don't come to me and tell me you're serious. Like, I want an ancient evil to descend upon the city, and I stand up to it as the only one brave enough to brandish my deck and play a card game against, like, Satan. And Satan's just like, oh, it's been millennia since the last time I challenged anyone to a duel. And then, like, he manifests, like, a brimstone duel disc and, like, places cards with wailing souls on them. And it's like, every time I play a card, it's the soul of someone in my domain. And then I go, well, anytime I play one, it's the soul of my friends backing me up. Like, I'm so normal about this. You don't understand. Cringe complimentary. Exactly. The ever best. I can do what I want because I'm rich. They have a special ability that says, like, screw the rules, I have money. It's so funny. Like, I want to have the ancient Egypt arc where Apophis, the serpent devouring the world, can be stopped by a children's card game. Having a flashback where Jesus vanquished Satan in a duel. Please tell me you mean in a card game duel. I'm Seto Kaiba and I declare you invalid. Sorry, I got excited for a second. I'm like flushed now. Have I ever contacted Tom Bloom? Recently, 2 content creators contacted him and he GM'd for them and did custom art too. It was Wooly and Super Eye Patch Wolf. I have not contacted Tom Bloom. And I did hear about iPad, or is it Super Woolly Versus is like their podcast name. I didn't realize they reached out to him. I thought he reached out to them, but I don't have 1 million subscribers. So as cool as I think it would be to like hit him up and be like, hey, I am demonstrably one of the largest Kane creators on YouTube. How about we play a game of Kane together? Like, I would feel like I'm mooching, even though, like, I obviously wouldn't intend to do that. Like, I respect him, and like, I think I've earned him. My guess is like dozens of dollars, maybe not hundreds, but like, I've more than one person has told me like, hey, I bought Kane because of you. So like an affiliate link would be nice. But like, no, I just love the system. I think that his work is great. I would love to read Kill 6 Billion Demons, but like, I don't know where to start with that. Like, I don't know if it's one of those where you just like start at the beginning and like power through it, or if it's like, no, there's a very good jumping in point at some point. $10 or more. Exactly. But like, I have introduced a lot of people to Kane. I don't know how many that is. My guess is that it's in the double digits, not the triple digits. But like, I don't know, it's what, $10? So let's say 30 people did it. I got him like $300. Not that bad. Kill 6 Million Demons is awesome. Definitely a start at the beginning, just go really good. Okay, understood. Because like my sibling, before I knew about Kane, before I knew who Tom Bloom was, my sibling was telling me about Kill 6 Billion Demons. And I was like, interesting. The aura behind God of the 7-part universe is unmatched. Oh my gosh. I feel like, does anyone know if Tom Bloom has thoughts on Ultra Kill? I feel like he would enjoy it from aesthetic alone. I don't know if he would enjoy it gameplay wise, but he strikes me as the sort of guy that would really enjoy Ultra Kill's vibes. The titles and names go so hard. Honestly, like, the names of sin domains in Kane inspired me in this like archetype oriented TTRPG that I started working on to just give them the stupidest names. Like the most ridiculous names I can think of. It feels like his kind of vibe. Yeah, right? The name of the angels are rad as heck. Challenge for DM. As a DM for your party, how would you use Judge Holden from Blood Meridian as an NPC companion for your player's party? Judge Holden is a chaotic evil / neutral evil character in short. So I have not read Blood Meridian. I know, is Judge Holden the guy who has like the smile? Is he like the super evil one? I don't know anything about him, so I just wouldn't use him. Right? So without knowing anything about him and without knowing anything about the baggage surrounded about him, I would just not use him. But if you're asking me like, hey, how would I take a very obviously like evil character and have them be a companion for the player's party? I would just say like the players know they're evil. Joey 100 has a piece. He's got an iron on him. We can all agree on that. If it wasn't card game, Joey would be hustling carrying that thing on him. There's a scene in GX where I think it's the antagonist of season 2 is talking to Pegasus, like one of the antagonists from Duel Monsters, and Pegasus is like, oh yeah, you're in my top 5 duelists, and like you're number 4, and he's just like, oh, who, really? And then Pegasus is like, yeah, so number 1 is obviously Yugi Moto, because like he's the king of games. Seto Takaiba has to be number 2. And then like they're both in like action poses, like holding out cards and like drawing. And then it shows like, and third, funny enough, I would actually say is Joey Wheeler. He really came into his own over his time traveling the world. And it shows him just like hunched over, elbows on his knees, staring into the camera with a scowl. And like, I saw a clip of that, and all the comments are just like, oh, Joey out here on his thug arc. I know that's why it's a challenge. And then the villain is number 4, and then Jaden is number 5. The protagonist of GX. I watched Wendigoon's video on Blood Meridian, do not have him anywhere. I know that's why it's a challenge. So what I would like, so it sounds like this isn't someone who's just like, oh, he's evil. This is someone who it's like, you're going to be put on a watch list if you include him in your game. At that point, like, why don't I just like mutilate all of my characters? Like challenge for a DM, you know? Joey's always been a thug. Yeah, he's going to go swinging. Like when he's like in middle school, he like fought high school bullies. Like Joey goes swinging. So like you can have an evil character and just like let the players know that they're evil and they're going to do evil things and like lines and veils and like be aware of like what their limits are and like don't push boundaries that they don't want pushed. But then for like, if it's going to be a situation where this is someone who's like heinous, it will make the players feel uncomfortable and gross and like, how would I do that with the party? I just wouldn't. The idea of an evil character tagging along with the party is inherently bad, but not that one. Yeah, I don't know anything about Judge Holden. But like, if he's that bad, don't include him. Like, sometimes the way to win is to not play. And like, if you have a group that is like, oh man, we all love Blood Meridian, our favorite character is Judge Holden. We just want more Judge Holden in our game. I assume that's probably not a group of people I would feel safe with, personally, just based on what little I know about Judge Holden. And then that means that if I don't feel safe with them and I don't vibe with them, anything I suggest you would do would not be applicable to them. Oh yeah, Judge Holden will let them know he's evil from the get-go. No, but like that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's a matter of like, oh, yeah, just tell them and it'll be fine. And like, no, like consider their lines and veils, consider what they're interested in. Like, I don't know, for instance, it can be as simple as if you have a character who is violently racist and one or more of your players are of the ethnicity that the character is a bigot against, maybe don't do that. Because even if they say like, oh yeah, that's fine, like it's just all in game, like how are you going to demonstrate them being racist? But like, you're gonna put situations in front of them where they hurt, demean, harass, potentially kill members of someone based purely on ethnicity, which, even at the best of time, will make that player feel unwelcome, will make that player feel unsafe, and will make that player feel uncomfortable. Even if they're the sort of person who's like, oh yeah, no, it's all in game, it's fine. That doesn't sound fun. That sounds cruel. And that's just like where you need social relatedness. Joey was bulky to Yugi originally because he became his friend after bullying him because like Yugi stood up to bullies for Joey and then got beat up by him. Got beat up by them. Kaiba and Blue Eyes White Dragon are meant to represent strength, like pure strength. Joey with Red Eyes Black Dragon is more to represent raw potential. I don't know if I agree with that. He's from Brooklyn. That man was throwing hands before he's throwing cards. No, he's from Japan. He just has a Brooklyn accent. Brooklyn rage. Judge Holden is viscerally and uncomfortably evil. Yeah, so like, my response to how would I handle Judge Holden in a TTRPG is I just wouldn't. And if you're like, oh, well, it's not a real answer. Like, no, that is a real answer. I just wouldn't do that because that sort of visceral upsetting your players is not what I want to do. And if your GM does that to you, tell them you are making me viscerally uncomfortable. And if they're just like, well, maybe you're not a good fit for this game. Or like if they're just like, nah, it's all just a game. It's all just fun. That's when you say, okay, I'm going to leave. Bye. Wanna know why? Because friends don't make each other uncomfortable on purpose. Like, I push my friends' buttons. My friends push my buttons. I tease my friends tease me. I say heinous stuff to my friends and they laugh and then they like fire right back. And sometimes I cross a line. Sometimes they cross a line. We apologize. We say that a line was crossed and then we go on with our life. So if someone says, don't do this, don't do it. It was annoying because that's what the cards were supposed to be, but they don't show what an IRL deck's like if you want it to be. Yeah, so I guess what you're referencing is like Blue Eyes didn't have much support outside of summoning Blue Eyes, whereas Black Eyes was Red Eyes was had a lot of equip cards, had like the Dragon Talons, had various means to bulk up Red Eyes Black Dragon. So I guess I see what you mean there, but I don't know if that was really realized. It feels like the kind of thing that you need to be a really close friend group and that can manage that situation. I was thinking how much would players tolerate a vile character if they're beneficial? Where would they draw the line? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, ask. Hey guys, how interested would you be in having a side character who is helpful but vile? And they're like, oh yeah, we'll be fine with that. And they're like, no. I mean, like, they will demean you in every interaction. They will make comments about anyone who is not an elf in a way that is meant to evoke real-world bigotry. They will be misogynistic and sexist to the point of harassment. And you should like lay down beforehand, like, hey, here is what this character will do. Would you be comfortable with that? Or would you prefer I either walk some of this back or just avoid it entirely? Hey, in my setting, there was a huge war between the elves and the orcs, and like the elves won and now the orcs are there, and this character is an elf who, even with overwhelming evidence that the elves were the aggressors and the elves attacked the orcs when they were not ready, basically spews a rhetoric that is meant to evoke the idea that it was an even fight, that the elves won fairly and was justified. Mimicking real-world erasure of real-world crimes. Are you comfortable with that? And then, like, just don't drop it on them. Like that's something that, like, you don't drop on a player. You tell them explicitly beforehand. Corollary, but not the same. In running a false Hydra, I told my player, like, hey, part of the plot of this will involve me lying to you, gaslighting you, making you question the reality of the game. Are you comfortable with that? And they're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, no. Like, I'm just not going to like tell you stuff. Like, I'm literally going to tell you one thing, then I'm going to turn around and tell you a different thing. I'm going to lie to you with the intention of making you question if you know what is real or not. Are you comfortable with that? And they said, sure, as long as it stays in game. And I said, of course. And you let me know if you ever get uncomfortable. And I had like a very real conversation with them that quote unquote like ruined the surprise. Except actually, no, it didn't. My player appreciated that. I knew what bounds my player had, and then that allowed me to blow my player's mind. And now I have a video where I talk about it, and I have like 100,000 views on it because it blew a bunch of other people's minds too. Like, just, you can get away with the most vile nonsense, but like lines and veils, check with them beforehand, and just like be straight about it. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell them like, hey, would you be comfortable if you're working with a character who like abuses their spouse? But like just straight up, they are like a terrible spouse. They physically and emotionally abuse their spouse, but they are helpful to you and they're important to the plot, so you will not be able to take direct action against them. And that's the sort of thing where some players might say, no, I'm not comfortable with that. And you as the GM have to be like, okay, I will change this. However, they might say, I'm comfortable with that so long as it's not depicted on screen. That's a veil, right? Blue Eyes support is just more Blue Eyes, that's true. Even for me, I would draw the line with Judge Holden type of character, and I'm the one who made the challenge, which is why, like, I don't think Judge Holden is a good example. Like, I understand the premise. Like, I get the premise. I don't know Judge Holden well, but the premise is like, take the absolute worst person, you know, in fiction, put them in a game. How much would the players tolerate? And that is something where just tell them beforehand, hey, I want, like, the point of this is to see how much you tolerate. I don't endorse this. This isn't intended to make you uncomfortable. It's intended to put stress on your characters, not you. IRL Blue Eyes was meta for a little bit. Red Eyes has never been meta, and its best card is a Dark Magician fusion. Yeah. Our GM from Vampire runs a version of WoD set in our country, so he takes the real-world social issues that happen here. Even then, he's open about delving into those issues before heading into them. A better example would be like Alaric in StarCraft 2. I don't know Alaric, so it's kind of the plot of Blood Meridian. I mean, like, again, the point being is that, like, tell your players explicitly what your plan is. This isn't a gotcha. This isn't drop this on them. This is like, offer it to them as an option, and if they opt in, then they know what they're signing up for, right? Whenever you have something that would make them specifically uncomfy, or whenever you have something that would push boundaries, always make it opt in and be explicit. Don't try and beat around the bush. Don't try and save the twist. Don't try and like pull one on them. They will be pissed off at you. And if you just like think about it, like, think about something that makes you uncomfortable. Don't say it in chat. Something that would like genuinely like get under your skin and like make you feel unwell and unsafe. Your GM is like, hey, would you mind if I like put in like some like tough subject matter into the game? And then like they're kind of dodgy about it, but like, oh yeah, it won't be anything too bad. And then they drop that thing that makes you feel unsafe into the game. How'd that make you feel? Versus if your GM is like, hey guys, I want to include this thing that makes you feel unsafe and uncomfortable and unwell. Would you be okay with that, with the understanding of I'm doing that basically to see how much you'll tolerate before the narrative string breaks? And depending on you, you might say yes, you might say no, you might say anywhere in between. He's a slimy Sauron-coded villain, evil overlord through and through, but he's shooting the same way as you, and that's useful. Yeah, and like, it's always something where just like, where is your line of morality, right? For instance, like, I would not mind if an allied character was like a murderer, because like, hey, that sucks, but hey. Like, oh no, they murdered my brother? Ooh, that's narrative drama. Yeah, I'm down for that. But like, if you in real life experienced someone in your, like, one of your family members, maybe your brother, like, losing their life violently, maybe you don't want that in a game. And, like, having that dropped on you would really suck. Kind of an unspoken deal with the devil. Yeah, and the deal with the devil should never be unspoken when the consent and comfort of everyone involved is important. It should always be spoken, it should always be in plain text, and it should never be in fine print. It should always be upfront. If I say I want to run a game that deals with real world political issues that we are facing right now, all of my players should know exactly what those issues are, what the bounds of me exploring them are, how they will interface with that, and how that will interface with the world in the game. And if any of them are not okay with that, I'm not including that, or I'm walking it back until they are okay with it. Because the goal of a game is to have fun. Like, as much as I said earlier, like with my player, like, hey, I'm not doing this for you to have fun. I'm doing this to toy with you, which is true. like that is true of me. But at the end of the day, like, I know that they like it. I know that my player likes being toyed with. Oh no. Oh no. I said earlier, I'm not doing this for you to have fun. I'm doing this to toy with you. And I say that because I know it's fun for my player to be toyed with. And I'm saying that not in a weird way. I'm saying that in a way that's like, I'm traumatizing them as a player and character because I'm running Kane for them. Not in a weirdo way, not in a sussy way, not in a way that makes you go, huh, in a way that's like, I'm going to traumatize you. Okay, but still, oh my gosh. I needed to turn on my light anyway, so you get freaking silence. Arrow, you can't say these things. I can! I can say these things! There's nothing weird about it. I'm the normal one. You're the weird one. Arrow freaks might be real. You don't know that. I don't think any sort of phrasing could help you with that. I've already had multiple people be like, so are you running games for fans? Or in response to hearing me say that, like, I don't know. Like, at this point, I do wonder, like, I have fairly popular. My most popular work by far are my voiceovers. And I have some folks who are like, oh my gosh, I love your voice. Like, oh my gosh, Arrow freaks. I have wondered, like, should I do a voice pack? I think it would be really funny to do a voice pack and like have it be a silly one, but also like it's a little bit of a cop out. I feel to do a voice pack. I feel like it's a little bit of just like, oh, haha, my voice pack is gonna be me. I don't know, explaining TTRPG nonsense to you. Like, I wonder how many people would buy a voice pack that's just like 15 straight minutes of me rambling about my homebrew world. You, this Arrow person, sounds like a stand-up person. It don't know what they are, but they go in my book. Use non-binary? That's neat. Voice pack is just gnome sounds. I mean, Arrow, if you need money and are comfortable selling a voice pack, I don't listen to voice packs. I don't know what goes into a voice pack. Like, I assume it's mostly like GFE stuff, which I don't do, right? Girlfriend experience, the idea of like presenting myself as a partner, presenting myself as a girlfriend, presenting myself as like a romantic interest of the listener. I don't do that. But like, I know there's also like other voice packs. I'd like basically anytime I talk merch, I would just need to know that I would have people buying it. You finish your shift and you're still streaming. How do you have the energy to stream this long? So I've been streaming for a year and a half now. 1.5 years. because I started in I think July of 2024. So I've been streaming for like a year and a half, and I prefer marathon streams. My preference is I will go for like 6 to 8 hours. And there have been times where I've gone like 10 hours. That generally kills my voice. I generally die at that point. Voice pack idea, your non-binary pal shows up to nerd dump about their new TTRPG. I don't think anyone would buy that though. And the issue is like, I wouldn't want to put in the time and effort to make a voice pack that then no one buys. Like, maybe I could do something where like on Patreon, I release, like I could do voice memos on Patreon. That'd be very simple. Like a once a week, once every 2 weeks, like 30-second voice memo where it's exclusive for Patreon and you have to pay for it. Because really the only thing on my Patreon right now is the polls, which I keep public, right? Girlfriend voice pack would sell. What does that mean? What do you mean girlfriend voice pack? Do you mean like I give you voice lines as if I was your handler? Because that's a very like, oh, Arrow, really? We have become members for that alone? Well, so I know a lot of people, and this is mostly because like I try to avoid paywalls. I have multiple people who have been like, hey, I am joining membership, I'm joining Patreon, literally just to throw money at you. Because like, I want to support you. Girlfriend review as a voice pack? I just had a thought. I can't say this. I cannot say this thought on stream. I cannot say that. I cannot say that thought on YouTube. Okay, so you know how orcs in 40k have the Brit accent? I'm just imagining the black orcs of fantasy have a Brooklyn accent. I don't know. Who do you think would have a Brooklyn accent in Warhammer? I don't know. Black orcs are dumb, right? Black orcs are dumb in 40, like dumber than 40k orcs. They don't know how to like use technology. So they'll just like mostly scream. But them with a Brooklyn accent would be so funny. I mean, I embarrassed myself with that thought. There are other streaming services that I could do a girlfriend review on, and I could make it more applicable to those streaming services if that was my realm of expertise, which is not. I'm not doing that, but like that would be very funny. I'm so embarrassed. I think Red Orcs would have a Brooklyn accent. That's fair. What's a good mech if you wanted to play a sort of spooky slasher horror villain just to be a terror to the enemy? Spooky slashy horror movie? I would say probably Metal Mark. Because while it is small, it does have slashy weapons and it's invisible. Black Orcs are smarter than normal? Ah, I got it. Because they have the mech boy tinkerer boys who want to go fast. Yeah. Listen, Arrow fans is not real. And I'm not looking to hop on that anytime soon. But at the same time, I also have this weird thing. I'm not going to get into this too deep, but like, I feel like in order to get ahead on like Arrow fans, you need to be like having been taking care of yourself all of your teenage years and also have good genetics and then also start at like 18. So even if I was to hop on that, I don't think I would do very well. Dustwing, Metal Mark, Morning Cloak. Morning Cloak sucks. I hate the Morning Cloak. It's a wannabe Danny Phantom. Dustwing is all about manipulating enemies' perceptions of reality. That's pretty good. I still haven't looked into the Dustwing. I still have not looked into the Dustwing because it keeps not winning. Off topic, you know what the best feeling when you get into a series or franchise before it got popular? I mean, that's just what hipsters felt back in like 2011. I wouldn't say that's the best feeling. I would say it feels cool. It feels exclusive, right? But like, the thing is, when you have a larger community, it's going to start sucking. This can be D&D. This can be My Hero Academia. This can be Arrow Rights community. It's going to start sucking because once you get more and more and more people in it, there's going to be less and less and less cohesion, which means fewer and fewer rules, which means more and more jerks, which means that maybe if only 5% of people are jerks at any given time, 5% of 100 is 5 people. That can pretty easily be spoken over and like moderated, even if they're not like kicked, because the cohesion of the community is stronger. And yes, those jerks have a stronger sway in the community, but it's easier to ignore a jerk when the culture's stronger. Whereas if you have 5 or 10,000 people, 5% is what? 500? So you have 500 jerks in the community out of 10,000, which means that that's a lot of jerks, and that's a lot of people who are very vocal and who there isn't a strong culture holding them from being jerks. And then you start getting people who are like, I think it's funny to call people slurs. I think it's funny to be a bigot. I think women don't deserve rights. Like just being bad, being toxic. And because there's no like cohesion to stop those people, to convert them into like healthy community members, it just spirals. At certain sizes, the bad apples can cascade really fast, because what happens is that with 100 people, there's 5 jerks. 2 of them convert into being cool, and like 1 just kind of stays the same and doesn't really change, and like 2 get banned, right? But when you have 10,000 and you have 500 jerks, maybe like 50 convert. And then you maybe have like probably like 200 bans. And then like 250 of them are just staying the same because they're not being punished, because, well, like it started as like 5% of the community, but now it's like 10% of the community. And then it's continuing to grow. Well, there's already 10% of the community that's jerks. So like any new jerks don't want to change. So now it's like 15% of the community. And then it grows and grows and grows and grows until eventually, even if the jerks are only like 20% of the community, they're the most vocal 20% and everyone hates them. We don't talk about like Deltarune fans because like 20% of the audience is like teenage jerks. They're not changing their behavior, and the community is too big to change that. We don't talk about FNAF fans because like 20% of the community are absolute like jerks that don't know how to self-regulate. You should have said then it gets popular and not before. No, so I assume that what you're asking is you get into something and then it gets popular. What is Arrow fans? Nothing. There are VTuber fans, just saying. Well, yeah, so there are VTuber fans. Like Project Melody is the big example. She's the one that like got that super popular, and she's actually someone who's like super admirable. She like pioneered not just that specific realm, but also just like VTubing in the West. So like obviously there's no shame in that, but I don't know. It's something where I've gone back and forth on my views on that kind of stuff over time. Like obviously like no shade to anyone who engages. I personally am not trying to engage with that at this point, but at the same time, I'm also like, it might be fun. Like just straight up, like it sounds like it might be fun, but that's not for me at the present moment. The whole thing with Black Orcs is that they were bred into existence by Chaos Dwarves and then they broke free. Yeah. The most chill and cool communities I've ever seen have been part of downright militant and sifting out jerks. Yeah. And that's why, you either need slow, sustained growth, because when I have 100 people and we sort out those 5 jerks, and then now we're at 150 people and we can sort out those 6 jerks, and we have 300 people and we can sort out those 10 jerks, like it grows, and then like former jerks are sifting out and helping like reform, convert, like kind of like simmer down new jerks. But when you just explode and you suddenly get 500 new jerks, again, maybe you have like 2,000 awesome people join. You're not going to be able to deal with all of those jerks because there's no incentive for them to. I just joined and like 100 other people are saying this exact same joke. Why am I being singled out? I don't need to change my behavior. You need to change your behavior. And then they get really entitled. Like I read Invincible before it got an adaptation. I'm glad it did because the thing you like is being shared. Yeah, and I think that's a positive interface. My buddy loves Invincible. It is his favorite comic series, and he's read like a ton. He reads comics regularly, and he was so excited when it got adapted. He made me watch it with him. He made me watch season 2. We never ended up watching season 3. He's been so busy recently that like we never watched season 3. But like he made me watch all that. When the Adam Eve visual novel came out, I ended up picking it up for free on Epic Games, and I was like, we can play this sometime. And he's like, oh, yes. Also, making that type of content can affect long-term employment. That is true. And that's like, again, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but like, there's a myriad of reasons why I have not done that, and I don't plan on getting into that. Ethically, I think it's kind of weird. Not the act itself, but because it almost always relies on simps, which ultimately needs to be parasocial, which almost always is exploitative. It is not fair to the people that are spending hundreds of dollars to have the very attractive streamer person say their name and say how much they care about that donor, because they do, that's filling a hole in their life that needs filling, but it's parasocial. It's not okay. That's exploitative. Career, obviously, there's a huge stigma against, like, it's so weird. Like, this type of content is one of the most searched for things, and it's incredibly prevalent. It's advertised regularly. You're particularly if you're male socialized, you're expected to engage with it. You're shamed if you engage with it. If it's found out that you use it, you're shamed. If you're a part of it, you're blacklisted. You're tainted. And not just women, anyone, even men in this industry. Can I be parasocial with the keys jingling? Yes, you can. It's okay. Invincible good. I mean, a little bit of it's confidence. Right? A little bit of it's confidence. Like, I'm not entirely confident in that. I don't see myself in that way. Honestly, this channel, I've had a lot more affection sent my way than I'm used to. I've had a lot more interest sent my way than I'm used to. I've had multiple people like hit on me, say smash, say would, and obviously I don't take any of that as seriously because it's all online and people are just going to say whatever comes to their mind without fear of consequences, because digital footprints don't exist apparently. But like, it's odd for me. It's weird. And then ultimately, I want this to be a safe spot for minors. I recognize that if I make that kind of content, I cannot in good conscience allow minors in this community. Because even if I make great strides to be like, well, I, in my Arrow fans, keep that completely separate. I don't ever mention it on the same time. And I have different Discord servers. Like, there would be overlap. There would be weirdness between them too. And TTRPGs should be accessible to everyone. Like all of the rest of this aside, TTRPGs, I feel, should be accessible to everyone. So I don't think I should gate anyone from my content purely by age. Which means that I need to protect minors, and therefore I'm not going to do that kind of stuff, right? So it's a myriad of reasons. Seeing your mom at the nightclub. I can't say I've ever seen my mom in a nightclub, though I know my mother goes out like dancing more than I do. Because my mother like travels for work, and like a big part of that is socials with like people like at the places she's going to. So like, she's out dancing, she's out drinking, she's out with people, and I'm like here on a like a Saturday afternoon streaming. Is it parasocial if I just think you're a generally cool person? So it can be. So reminder, you, as a viewer, currently have a parasocial relationship with me. It doesn't matter if you're attracted to me. It doesn't matter if you give me money. It doesn't matter if you just think I'm a cool person. It doesn't matter if you think I'm a loser. Like, that is a parasocial relationship because I don't know you. You ultimately don't know me. It is one way. It is a one-way street. Now, this can be like unhealthy. And parasocial relationships are usually unhealthy when they replace real life relationships. For instance, simps, like the classic simp who like spends all of their money on like e-girls or like VTubers or whoever, throws all their money, the archetypal like whale. That is someone who's replacing their real life social interactions with parasocial ones. But there's nothing wrong with a parasocial relationship so long as you keep it healthy. And like, I have a parasocial relationship with each of you individually, as well as a parasocial relationship with you collectively. And that is different. Like my parasocial relationship with Stevie is different than Stevie's parasocial relationship with me. My parasocial relationship with Jet is different from Jet's parasocial relationship with me because it's two one-way relationships. I have never spoken to most of you in a public or in a private setting because I keep that very clear. Like that's a boundary where like I don't talk with fans in private, unless it's like a TTRPG thing, like a promo thing. Like if it's business, I will talk business, but like I don't like befriend people behind the scenes because that has never gone well. So there's nothing wrong with parasocial relationships. What's wrong is people who unhealthily adhere to them, and this is exacerbated and exploited by people who are making money off of them. I'm going to make GFE content. I'm going to say, oh, you're perfect. You're lovely. Like, I love you so much. Like, I'm going to make ASMR audios about being like your girlfriend, making you dinner, like making you breakfast in the morning, to celebrate our anniversary. And you, as someone who does not have social relationships, you feel that void. You unhealthily fill that with a parasocial relationship, and you throw me money in order to get that. You throw me money in order to get GFE, in order to get ASMR, in order to get gratification on those other sites. And you feel hollow. You feel empty. And then so you want to fill that void more. So you spend more money and you chase that dopamine hit as the person who is making all of this stuff does not know or care about you. And it's sad how prevalent this is. And realistically, I can't blame a lot of the people in the sphere who do this stuff because at the end of the day, it's really easy to turn off the perception that all of the usernames before you are real people who have their own lives and their own idiosyncrasies. And it's really easy to just say, this is that one person that gives me a lot of money. I'll call out their name specifically so that they give me more money because I need to pay rent. It's their choice to give me the money. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm just doing what I would normally. They just happen to have money that they want to give me, even though you're exploiting them, right? It's a really weird circumstance. It's a really calling it complicated is such a nothing burger. Everything is complicated, but it's such a complicated circumstance where it's like the fault of both parties almost, where as someone that is parasocially attached, it is your onus to stop giving them money. But as the person who they are parasocially attached to, it is your onus to stop soliciting money from them. It's not on, like, it's up to you to stop being like, hey, if we make $5,000 by the weekend, I'm going to release a new audio. Like, that encourages them to spend. Yeah, and like, you don't know me off camera, exactly. And I'm very open about the fact, like, I talk about this fairly regularly, maybe once a stream. Like, I have a persona that I put on for content. This is distinct from, but related to, how I am off camera. There are parts of me I exaggerate. There are parts of me I mitigate. There are deep held, very strong opinions I have that I keep my mouth shut on for branding reasons. Or simply, or I suppose it is branding reasons, because like, not even just like, oh, I'm scared, I'm going to scare off sponsors. Like, you're not here to hear my thoughts about a travesty that's happening right now. I can maybe reference it occasionally and say how I'm opposed to what's happening in a certain area or areas of the world right now. But ultimately, you're not here to hear modern politics or my opinion on it. You're here to hear about funny TTRPGs. Right? So therefore, I'm not going to dive into that, because why would I? Like, that's not my brand. But that also doesn't mean that like I'm faking anything. That doesn't mean that this isn't authentic to me. This just means I mask everywhere, and this is just the mask I have for content. The mask I have for content is someone who tries to keep it real. I try to be forward with you while still having tact. I try to keep hot button issues like off the table, just because that doesn't lead anywhere good. I try to present myself as accessible to like all ages, even though I do have some sussy remarks sometimes. And like, I'm gonna just talk about my interests in creativity. You know? And like, I have parts of myself that I don't show on camera. I have parts of myself that I only show off camera. And that's okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how kissable is Jack from Jack in the Box? I would say, depending on if it's the hot version of him or not, it's always going to be a 8 or a 9. And surprisingly, the hot version is the 8, the normal version is the 9, because when he's hot, he's not approachable. But when he's not, like when he's normal, very kissable. Yeah, in case you were wondering, that is exactly how these sort of conversations go. I will have like a 5-minute tangent about something that's like real, something that's like unironically just straight up like my, not necessarily my unfiltered thoughts, but like my curated thoughts, my concise thoughts on a topic. And then I'll just be like, listen, hot Jack in the Box Jack, not very approachable, still hot though, still kissable. Normal Jack in the Box Jack, he kind of gets some points back, you know? Yeah, huge topic shift. Maybe I do have ADHD. I'm just answering questions. I don't know what you want. If you guys could have a cane blasphemy for use in daily life, what would it be? That's a question to chat, not me. If you had a blasphemy, which one would be most convenient in real life? Good night now, deuces. Good night. I feel like Whisper comes to mind. Jaunt came to mind. But I feel like Palace and Sympathy are probably two of the top contenders. Because like Sympathy is just every day a random type of object you're just better at using. Palace is... Oh, dang, I forgot that thing. Let me go in my mind palace. Jaunt, being able to like feel people's emotions and like out-of-body experience could be useful. You like Gate and Vector? I mean, the orange ones actually are some of my least favorites. I like Smother, but... Oh, if you're trans, you're going to choose Edit. Yeah, if you're trans, you're going to choose Edit. But I don't know. I like... Not Tension, not Ardence, probably not Flux. Not Gate, not Smother, not Vector. I could see Palace, I could see Jaunt, I could see Symmetry. Probably not Bind, maybe Whisper. Edit would be a good one. I feel like Edit is probably the smartest choice. Which one lets you warp space? That's it. That's Gate. Gate, Vector, Palace, and Jaunt. I don't know about Gate. Because, like, what would you use Gate for? Oh no, I need to catch this bus. Like, I'm just going to gate to it. How are people going to react to you just appearing before them? Like, I don't understand what Gate would be used for in daily life. As a person, you like movement, so Gate or Vector. I will say, Vector as a means of, like, slow fall. Like, I could just, like, skateboard down a hill. If I hit a curb, I just stop myself. Gate purely because it's fun for you. That's fair. Like, I like Whisper. Whisper's like one of my favorite blasphemies just because it's cool. I just like it. I feel like Edit. Edit might well be one of the most useful ones. Smother, maybe. Smother could be useful because Smother is like Edit, but just removing stuff. Edit is changing stuff. Question, if I wanted to get a friend into TTRPGs, they just find them overwhelming and confusing. What system/way to, would be best to do it? A one-page TTRPG, such as Lasers and Feelings. Personally, I'd probably recommend like Everyone is John or Honey Heist, or one that has like a very specific like flavor. Like these are two very specific TTRPGs, whereas Lasers and Feelings is just like sci-fi. Because the goal is to get them in the headspace of they can do anything. The goal is to get the player of like, the rules are meant to facilitate the narrative. You can learn D&D, you can learn Kane, you can learn Vampire the Masquerade later. For now, let's do a one-shot of Honey Heist. You roll your bear. Okay, so you're a polar bear who's the muscle. Got it. Let's go. Like, let's get on that Honey Heist. You're heisting the Buzz One Bank America. They have a vault full of honey. You are an actual literal polar bear, and it is filled with humans. How are you going to heist this honey? And they're like, what do I roll? And they're like, you have your rolls right there. Like the Honey Heist explains how to play, and just tell me what you want to do. And then they'll be like, okay. And then they'll learn on the fly. Start simple. Start with a system that they don't have to learn more than 15 minutes of mechanics. And then just drop them in. Ardents to never feel cold or hot again. Oh, wait. I'm a heat sink. I'm constantly cold. Right now, my hands and my feet are basically freezing. Oh, I have the heater behind me. Well, I can do that after stream. It's been 7 hours. The pocket dimension is convenient. Convenient. Pocket. Got me there. Teleportation is always a solid option. Can Gate teleport? I thought Gate was pinch. I thought Gate was like maze and pinch and stuff. Duplicating limbs so I can I lose track of my 2 arms. I don't think I could multitask limbs. Wait, is that just a game of Yogi Bear? Imagine, so Honey Heist is a game where, Kick-Ass and Bubblegum is another one. Kick-Ass Bubblegum is like Lasers Feelings. Honey Heist is a game where you are a crew going on a heist to steal honey. The only issue, all of you are actual literal bears. So Honey Heist is like obviously a very silly comedic game where like in real life Earth with humans everywhere, you're like a grizzly bear who's the driver, and a panda is the brains of your operation, and a polar bear is the muscle, and you have to like heist like honey. It's very silly. Everyone is John is a game where you are all the voices in the head of a guy named John, and you all have a weird compulsion. You have some weird compulsion you're trying to force John to do. So you have willpower that you're constantly jockeying with each other to like take over John, and then you try to get John to do the weird thing. And so it's a lot of one person driving John at a time. And then anytime like he's put in danger or he falls asleep or he gets bored or something, everyone jockeys for control again. I'll double check, but I thought Maze could basically bring a place to you. I don't know about that. Maybe. Are we getting more 40k waifus? I mean, okay, just temperature check real quick. Do people want more 40k waifus? Like, I enjoy making them. They're not easy, but like they're less complicated than like a proper 40k video. I do get kind of embarrassed. But like a good embarrassed, right? People seem to like them. I only did 2 of them thus far. The first one I did was a joke, and then the second one was because people liked the first one. So you let me know whether you're in chat now or if you're watching the VOD. Jeez, my model. model's breaking. Oh my gosh, my model's broken. So, you let me know either watching now or in the VOD if you want to see more 40k GFs. My plan is to make some, but like I don't know how consistently, like because I have a pretty strict schedule now, like with alternating weeks and whatever. They're fun. I like making them. They're just a lot. I'm gonna wrap up now. So I might make a 40k waifu video this week if people are interested in it. I don't know. It's maybe I make those for Patreon. Maybe that's what I put on Patreon. Has the jangling keys always been there? Yes. Yiggity. Oh my gosh. So thank you so much for swinging by. This Friday, I have a late FOSS stream. It will be members first. So it is a members only chat. And then I am going to release it for free for public. On Saturday, I'm going to be starting up Darkwood over on Twitch. And next week, I'm not going to be having a Wednesday stream because I'm going to be having some family over. What I'll probably do is I'll probably have Friday of next week be my normal TTRPG stream. So Friday of this week is going to be late. It's going to be delayed. And then Friday of next week is going to be when my Wednesday stream would normally be. Never mind, Maze ranges the space. It doesn't move. My mistake. No worries. Always fun time around here. Thanks for the vibes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for if you were chatting or if you were lurking or if you're watching the VOD. My model has entered the void. So see y'all later. Gonna go vanquish the demons. Enjoy vanquishing your demons. And to all of you, have a good night, good morning, good evening, and take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.